mic checks and all that. Mic check. Make sure that was good. See how I'm sounding out here? What's going on around? What's up? We got a big one. How am I doing out here? I'm early. It's Memorial Day. Oh, man. What's going on? Let's do some roll calls right quick. We got Glafir. Okay, Glafir, he was up early. He was ready. He's like, damn, I set the alarm clock too quick. No doubt. How we doing out here? Zach Riley, what up? What's going on? Punty, what's going on? Salute. Lydia Master, what's up? What's going on? Ghost Fixter, what's going on? Blind Giant, what's up? RK, Lord Sonic himself, Blessed Day Realm, salute. I'm sounding good. I appreciate you. J back the OG, what's going on? All hail the Lords. Yes. Full crew. Big Man Mo, salute. Good morning. You already know. Swaggy C, what's going on? How we doing? Jay Nanya, what's going on? Dante, XV, what's good? I'm doing good. Big one, we're gonna wait for the legend, Lord Abubakar Salim, gonna be up in here, you know what I'm saying? And we gotta talk, a lot to talk about, fun topics. Okay, Kelly, gonna get to the gym, salute. Xboxer Mike, ooh, you don't want them hands with Xboxer Mike. Yeah, good to see you, OG. Good to see you. Andy Cruz, good morning. Yeah. It's gonna be a fun one. Gotta get it, sneak it in. You know, Memorial Day weekend. Hope everybody's doing good, feeling good. New York City, New Jersey, the weather's nice, man. It's really nice, but it's hot. Silver Lab, what's going on? Zao in the house. Geez, what's up? No doubt. And it looks like they are in the building. So I'm gonna talk back to you guys. I will do some mic checks and stuff like that. But good to see you guys in the chat early. Talk to you soon.
Hear you, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, man, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, man, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, man, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sick of
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sick of
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but... I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, work to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stunting, but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
All right, mic check, mic check. What's going on? Let's do a little mic check. We're gonna get a mic check with you first.
Hello.
Hello. Good to hear you, sir. Good to hear you. And I see a legend in the corner there. I see somebody. Get a mic check from Lord Abu. How we doing?
Hey, mic check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
Oh, he's sounding very crispy right now. So we're going to get some other lords up in here soon, so don't worry, chat, and get this thing going. And hear ye. And we are live. Welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net. Presented by PrizePicks. Download the PrizePicks app and use code IronLords for a deposit match for up to $100. And this is episode number 354. It's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm extremely excited about our special guest. And we've got Tales of Kenzera, Surgeon Studios, and HBO's House of Dragons. Hellblade2 reviews, DoomTheDarkAges rumors, and IGN acquisitions to discuss, so we're going to get right into it. I want to introduce a lord whose unique blend of infectious energy and passionate gaming sensibilities truly resonates within the realms of acting and game development, but ultimately sharing his heartfelt story of processing grief and humanity will be immortalized forever through his art. Introducing the creative director of Tales of Kenzera, founder of Surgeon Studios, BAFTA-nominated actor, and now the legendary Alan of Hull in HBO's House of the Dragon. The Lord of the Tides, Raised by Wolves, Bayek of Siwa. And of course, our favorite warrior shaman, Zhao. Live from London and kind enough to make his debut into the realm of the Lords. My man, Lord Abubakar Salim. How we doing, sir?
Oh, what an intro. I should have I'm happy this is recorded, bro, because I'm going to keep that. And I'm going to use it, man. That is beautiful. Thank you so much. I'm good, man. I'm blessed, man. I'm really blessed.
You are welcome. You are a lord in your realm. An absolute pleasure to have you. What you been up to? Have you had any time for yourself to actually game recently?
No, man, no. Like, honestly, I'm always playing something, so I'm always kind of keeping myself active. But it's been hectic. Like, even since launching the game, I thought I would have some time to chill, but that's not the case. That's not true. It's never that way, man. You're always busy.
Always something, always so. AKW in the chat, he's like, what part of London he trying to get to? Addy, bro, relax. He hyped London in the building.
It's not happening, bro.
Yeah. He is. That's my man. AKW, he's like, yo, London in the building. We got to know where you're from.
Brilliant, man. Brilliant.
No doubt. And of course, we got some lords in the realm. Some are a little missing right now. So hopefully we'll get Lord Addy. He's got a little technical issue. He'll be back. And then Lord King.
I'm here.
Oh, he's here. He's here. There we go.
I just don't know why my camera's
not showing. Okay. We just wanted to make sure. I didn't see you in there. No question. And you already know we got one other missing lord, but hopefully he may join us too. We'll see. Don't count one lord out just yet. You know what I'm saying? But you already know we got my co-host with the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. My man, Lord Addict of the Addict Show, back to back. How we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. Feeling a little under the weather today. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't see the camera. We don't get no camera love.
I don't know what's wrong with my camera. It's not turning on.
Oh man, they hate. They don't want us to be great, but it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, after I do my intro, I'll see if I can fix it.
All good. Good. What you been playing, man?
I played 33 Immortals.
Ooh, we got to talk.
Oh,
yeah.
how was that?
10 hours of that game.
Yeah.
That's gonna be indie game of the year this year.
Wait. You throwing that on them already? That good?
Wow.
I enjoy it more than I enjoyed Hades.
Whoa. You talking reckless. You got a boot here. You talking crazy. It's like that?
It's one of the very few games that I can honestly say that like I was hooked. Like I streamed 2.5 hours and then I played like 5 or 6 games afterwards. So like it's insane because like Hades, you know, I do think Hades is a better game overall.
Yeah.
But you get to play with like 32 other people in this game. And,
I did see that.
Things get like chaos, like so much. And it's like one of those games where it's like, if people start falling too fast, everyone's dead. Like,
yeah, it's like a cascade effect. And when I get to my segment, I'll give you my experience. I finally was able to get into it. But that's big from you.
Yeah, they have a time where once you take all the dungeons, there's these 3 spots that open, and they kind of like insist on everyone come together in one spot. But if you're separated, you go to the closest one to you. So there'll be like 6 over here fighting at one, and like 5 over here fighting at one, like 8 fighting at the bottom one. And then 9 times out of 10, unless everyone came to one spot, one of them teams dying.
Wow. Salute.
And then you end up fighting the last boss with like 8 people.
Yo, salute to them. The potential looked great. The art style looked fantastic. Yeah, I'm excited, man. Anything else besides 33 Immortals you've been playing, sir?
I was gonna play Paper Mario. I still ain't got to it because I want to stream it. So that'll probably be something I do this week because yesterday I went to. Okay.
Camera's bugging again.
That's all. I don't know why. Now.
Well, just see what you got to do on the technical side. We get you. Just if you got to need to lead the call, come back.
There we go.
Oh, you good?
Yeah. So I played Mario RPG. I never played the original one, and I finally got around to playing a good amount of this one. And it's fun. I will say I can tell this game's short. I wish I would have recorded a playthrough. Yeah. That's how short it is. Like I'm like 8 hours in, and I went around the map almost entirely. So I'm feeling like I'm coming close to the
conclusion.
Of this game. Yeah, and none of the bosses are really hard because like all I did every time if you level up, they let you go into a certain stat. I just kept going. Okay, Mario, you're going into your hammer. Bowser, you're going into your melee, and I never went away from that. And now when like Bowser hits, he's doing way more than he's supposed to, and so is Mario. So like, I'm like 1 or 2 shot in like everything in the game besides bosses.
It's a man OP right now. He doing too much. Anyway, we gotta move on because we gotta respect Lord Abu's time, and of course we have our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience, and also the Sostradamus, the Lord of Clarity and Patreon of the Iron Bank, my man, Lord Sovereign. How we doing?
I'm good. I'm doing pretty good. You know, coming in hot as always. You know, always trying to
Busy man.
make start time, but you know, somehow we make it happen. But I'm doing pretty good.
No question. With all the craziness, any gaming this week or just craziness?
I finished Hellblade.
Oh, okay.
I know, right? Finish and
Finish.
is not
I was
going
like, hold on.
Finish,
What?
Yeah, I finished Hellblade, right? So you guys got my impressions through chapter 4 in our kind of review discussion.
Yes.
And then I finally was able to finish it, and we'll talk.
He got thoughts. He got thoughts in the Hellblade segment. Oh, he got thoughts. He got thoughts. All right, save it for later, no doubt.
That's it. And then I tried to throw on Starfield so I could see the update because I hadn't seen the update. And the thing was, I still had it under the preview beta thing that we got when we got the code. So it wasn't updated. I was like, where the hell is this update? So I didn't realize that you have to take that off and just make it now as part of your normal library for it to automatically start downloading the update. So it did that. And I just got in for like maybe 15 minutes to see. Immediately saw like the world maps and stuff like that that they built out.
Quality of life stuff.
Yeah, quality of life stuff. And just but immediately off the bat though, performance was very good before. But now they fixed up the FSR3, more options with frame generation in terms of DLSS. I was playing it on the 4090 rig, right? So I was using
Master Race Flex.
I was using DLSS, right?
I was using half my power and I was able to get 235 frames.
So yeah, that's the thing though. You throw in that frame gen with the DLSS, you start getting some wow frame rates, right?
Shout out to NCXT.
But nice. It was nice. It looked cool. It looked good, and you almost wonder. I know you made this comment at one point. It's like, hey, what if they had just held on a year and come out looking like this?
Bro, I'm with you. It really makes a difference on OLED with the VRR with the 120. Yeah, it's insane. It is.
Yeah, and I haven't even seen it on console yet, so I know the console. It's like leaps and bounds over what it was. So
Series X is moving out here for sure.
Yeah, so that's pretty much it.
No doubt. And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spreading that realness in the realm of the ILP. That tell you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to Mr. Matty Plays, Gene Park, with Defiling Duke. Had a good discussion on Hellblade. Go check that out. That should be up on live free feeds now. Shout out to Ebontis, Ty Guy Travis, and Last Word, talking about everything Destiny in the final shape. As far as games, same thing. Shout out to Addict. I was with Addict and Lady Ike playing some Destiny 2 Onslaught, getting that in. She was doing her thing. You know, we got close. I think we got to level 40. You know what I'm saying? So we was good on that. And then I did try the closed beta of 33 Immortals. Didn't get too far, but I was just trying to mess around with the different classes and stuff. But yeah, it's been pretty much it. So if you want to set the rules of engagement here before I get
That's
started.
correct, fellas. So yeah, Lord Abubakar will only be with us for about 2 hours. So we have a whole bunch of questions already set up. So apologies for anything that doesn't get read in the chats or super chats. We will try, obviously, hopefully a lot of things you have to ask also incorporate into what we have to ask. But apologies for any questions that are not read in the time that he's here, because again, we only have him for a short amount of time.
Exactly. So behave yourself in front of company. All right.
Behave.
We know y'all in there. I see a couple of y'all ready, acting crazy.
It's a nice way of saying behave yourself when company.
Exactly. Get too excited. No doubt. So now that we've gotten into what the Lords have been playing, we got to focus on Lord Abu, his video game system history, his journey into the games industry, the aftermath of creating the heartfelt Tales of Kenzera, and of course, now locking in the part from Alan of Hull, HBO's House of Dragon. So Lord Abu, let's start from the very beginning. What were some of the first video game systems you had, and what got you into gaming?
Oh man, okay.
Let's get to it.
Let's get to it. Okay, so I would say the first sort of game system I can remember playing was the was a Sega, was a Mega Drive, and playing that with my dad. So my dad bought me this Mega Drive essentially, and he would, he would watch me play. We'd take it in turns playing Sonic. It was Sonic really, and it was like Golden Axe and all that kind of stuff. So like, yeah, man. So we would play that a lot, and we would essentially share. Like if I died, he'd take over, and if he died, but he gave me a lot of the time to play, and essentially that was like on my earliest memories. But then afterwards, it just blossomed, man. Like it went, I remember an N64, the Game Boy Advance, SP. Like if there was one thing that I got to thank my dad for is his openness to just keeping on top of the tech and playing and kind of giving it to me and feeding me that, which was really, really lovely. So yeah, that was where essentially it came from.
So first of all, we got to stop you on two things. So Saul, he talking Genesis to us, so that's
God.
our golden era. We a couple of gray hairs in here, so that's our golden era. So you said Sonic, Golden Axe,
Golden Axe.
Yeah, Golden Axe, man, Golden Axe. That was it, man. Honestly.
Bro. So you remember the dwarf, or you remember which character you took?
Yeah, the dwarf, man. It was the dwarf, bro.
He was fast. I love kicking those little.
Yeah, you used to kick the little between the stages, and they used to drop out a potion.
Oh man, it was great. Those power attacks as well, man. Like,
yes,
it was great. Like, yeah, man, it just kept you on your feet. I loved it. It was really, really good fun.
We got Robert Keller from LordCognito. He's a huge Sonic fan. So Sonic was part of the history for you as well with what you call it, with Mega Drive. Oh, that real quick question, because again for us, obviously America Genesis, but obviously UK Mega Drive. Was it truly big the way it was, like for us in the States? As far as I know, you were young at that time, but like, do you remember it having a presence? I'm just curious.
I don't really think so.
Okay,
I don't think so. I think it games weren't really. I don't know, and this is just me just growing up and thinking about it. Like, I don't really think they were hit. I think it hit when the N64, like that to me was the time when, I'm aware of the N64, I'm aware of this, I'm aware of that. Like, but yeah, didn't really know many people who played like the Mega Drive or something like that. You know what I mean? Even though we had Sega World in London, like, and we would go there a lot and like, kind of experience that a lot. But still, it was almost, it felt a bit niche,
Gotcha, no doubt. Shout out to Dad. My dad did the same thing as far as kind of introducing me to gaming. Attic, I saw he had some N64 love. Any standouts from you from there? I think he's muted. You're muted, Attic.
Oh, is that better?
Yeah, there you go.
As far as like Sega, I would say that was probably not Sega, Nintendo. That was probably my favorite Nintendo platform. I don't know. I really like the GameCube too.
Nice.
I have more memories with the N64, especially with Mario Party and Mario Kart.
Oh yeah, Mario Kart was good.
Yeah, and man. Pokemon Stadium, those were all.
Pokemon Stadium.
Oh, man. They done bonded. It's over. It's a 2-hour Pokemon podcast. I ain't Lord Pokemon. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Abubakar will be leaving us now.
Unfortunately, due to certain events.
Here's the thing, like the reason the N64 stands so high to me is because they didn't really have Pokemon on the GameCube. They had like these Pokemon games where you were the bad guy still in Pokemon. So like they didn't have Pokemon Stadium or anything like that. They had I don't even think they had Pokemon Snap on the GameCube.
No.
That was mainly a Mario machine. GameCube was. Oh, and they had Luigi's Mansion. I think that was one of the launch titles or a launch window title. But the N64, it just Ocarina of Time was on it. Majora's Mask was on it.
GoldenEye.
Donkey Kong 64 was on it.
Yeah. GoldenEye, bro. That was a game.
Greatest pause music in the history of gaming. That was a vibe. It was a vibe. Nah, salute. Yeah, that was FPS. Yeah, salute. I gotta respect it. I forgot you and Attic are kind of the same age pocket. I just think about that. That makes sense. No doubt. So his dad gets you the games, kind of introduces you to console. Now, what's interesting, he would play with you, but you said you wouldn't consider him a gamer himself, or
no?
Would you? Oh, okay. So, but that's kind of dope that he kind of got that for you, kind of to recognize that.
That's kind of what my dad was too. My dad did beat occasional games, like he beat the Castlevania Curse of Darkness that was on, not Curse of Darkness. It was whatever one, because I remember I got in trouble at school with my dad. My mom made my dad take my N64 with him on the railroad, and the dude came back and he beat he beat the Castlevania game on there.
The 3D
And-
Castlevania, that 3D,
Yeah.
like, oh.
Wow, that's deep. That's what's
Yeah,
up.
so like it's like one of the things. I remember my dad when I got a PlayStation, he didn't like Final Fantasy because of the victory menus at the end of every battle where it says or it adds up all your XP. He's like, that shouldn't exist.
Jesus.
But this is the thing though, like I just remember like my dad being very much of the mentality of hearing from a lot of people that games were a waste of time. And like, you know, that, you know, games weren't necessarily something. So, but for him, he was just like, hey, no, it's cool. Do your thing. Right. So that's kind of where I grew up around. So I think that's why he was more of the sense of like, I might play a bit, but I'm not going to play all the time. It's my kids thing. Right.
Gotcha.
Which I think, you know, addict, I assume that's kind of the similar kind of vibe with you and your
Yeah,
pops, right?
I don't remember too much with like my dad playing too much stuff. I remember he bought me Majora's Mask, but I don't remember him ever playing it. He bought me Star Fox. I don't remember him ever playing it, but for some reason he liked that Castlevania game.
Yeah, shout out to dads who support gaming for their kids. Like that's
Yeah,
dope.
it's
I think
important, man.
yeah.
It's so important.
so
Yeah.
important. Yeah, I'm sorry, Soft.
No, I remember my dad specifically. He wasn't big into gaming, but he had his Atari love, right? The simpler stuff.
Old school.
He liked playing Donkey Kong. He liked playing Pac-Man, and he especially loved torturing us when we were punished, and he'd play in front of us.
Oh, that's the
Yeah, he would be there. He'd have us sit on the couch, me, myself, Kaibatsu, and my sister back then, because she played back then. And you sit right there while I play Pac-Man. And while I play Donkey Kong.
I kid. He's like, y'all on punishment, y'all gonna feel this now.
Y'all gonna
know.
feel this.
That's
You're gonna feel
wild.
this.
No doubt. So then from there, ever since then, you know, Lord Abu, it's just been, you've been kind of consistent with Nintendo, all the consoles. Then you graduate into PlayStation. What's the next? kind of
Yeah,
journey
I
for you?
mean, it was like literally PlayStation, then an Xbox, then, you know, the thing is like my household was very much everything. Like, I didn't really get, you know, didn't buy many toys. I didn't buy, you know, I wasn't really the clothes kind of guy. Football, none of that stuff. It was always games. So for me, it was all about being on top of games. So it was literally getting like, N64, Game Boy Advance, all those kind of games, the PlayStation 2, the Aqua version of the PlayStation 2, Xbox 360. Like I was on top of it. And I think my dad really supported that because, again, for me, there was nothing else. There was nothing else that really kind of connected and vibed with me at that time. And so, you know, I was even PC gaming as well. Like, and that was my, you know, I was doing everything on that kind of front. So, yeah, but then what's funny is as soon as, and I don't know if I'm going too fast
No,
here,
you're
but
good, brother.
like as soon as I kind of entered into like drama school, when I started thinking about being an actor like very seriously, I was still gaming, but I was almost like trying to hide it. Again, like I grew up in an area where essentially, because I grew up in Hertfordshire, which and, you know, at the time, like it was all right, but there wasn't many black families there, right? So the idea of being like a black gamer, it's like, do you know what I mean? It's like I don't want to get beaten up and bullied even more.
Because
So
they look like that. Because that's the era where it's kind of like gaming is. I would say it's frowned upon, but it's not looked as cool.
it wasn't as cool. Do you know what I mean? And I was playing Dungeons and Dragons and all that kind of stuff.
you
Like I was a
hardcore
proper,
with it.
I was
Yo,
I was a
you
real
hardcore
nerd. So like I was like, you know, but the thing is, I was a big guy, so I've got to look like, hey, look at me, I'm the.
Yep, we share that.
I'm the. You know what I mean? Like that's it. You got to look apart.
Yep,
So-
yep.
I had to, not only did I have to deal with like in games when I was growing up, I also liked anime. So like, that was
It's
like
over.
a double whammy.
over.
Like Yu-Gi-Oh on top of that. So that was
Yu-Gi-Oh
another,
card.
you know, I will
man.
never forget that I was talking to a chick in like in high school. And this is when I was still traveling, like going competing in Yu-Gi-Oh. Like I went to regionals and stuff, and
Wow.
she was like, "Well, my little brother plays Yu-Gi-Oh. So like, what are you talking about?" I was like, "Yeah, and your little brother probably sucks." So he's
Damn, man. I'm going in on the girl.
That's it, though. Seriously, like Yu-Gi-Oh cards, Duel Monsters, like Magic the Gathering, like this was my jam. Like I think these worlds were something that just really connected with me and resonated with me. And I think my father saw that, and rather than necessarily be like, hey, you know, do something proper like football or whatever, he was more like, yo, actually, this is your thing, like, and this is what you enjoy. This is going to keep you busy and not keep you, because again, like the area I sort of grew up in actually wasn't necessarily too great. So if I was going to be, I was going to say, if I was going to go outside, it wouldn't have been very good. So it was very much that sense of like, if this is going to keep you indoors and is going to keep you focused on something and keep, you know, this is your passion, let me support that. And I think that bled into then when I started loving acting and started looking into acting and kind of getting into that, I was like, oh, I can actually fully enjoy this. I can do this. And my dad, again, took me out to all these acting classes and all this other extracurricular stuff, because he knew that I've got to support this kid in one way, shape or form. And so, but I'd say my love for games, again, what kind of came full, like, at like, you know, just came back with a force after doing Assassin's Creed Origins.
Oh, you right there. That's why I was going to go with you, because your path is so interesting to me. Because again, we know you're this hardcore gamer, and then, you know, but obviously you take this path to acting. So like you said, lead up to this Assassin's Creed mode. This is a very interesting story to me.
Yeah, because it was really like, again, don't get me wrong, like I was still playing every now and then, but I wouldn't necessarily be talking about it too much. So then, but as soon as Assassin's Creed Origins came through, and I remember being in the room, and it was the first time I was, you know, they'd advertised it as like a TV thing, and like I was auditioning for a TV thing, and I was like, okay, cool. And when they told me in the room that it was for Assassin's Creed Origins,
let's talk
Quick
about
question before you continue. Was that like deliberate, where they trick people into thinking what they're doing, or was that like a mess up on their end? Because I'm kind of curious.
Yeah. No, I'd say, man, like it at the time, there was two things. One, you're not going to get many actors who are going to be auditioning for video games. Like, you know, this is the thing. Actors at the time, like, especially for when, you know, when I was about, if you say like, yeah, I want to be in a video game, you're like, okay, whatever. You might as well do a radio play. And this is the thing. So it wasn't necessarily seen. So in a way, it's almost like, let's get this, you know,
the finesse. It's the finesse.
You guys are getting you in the room.
Yeah,
wow,
like,
that's so interesting.
You'd be honestly, you'd be amazed at how many actors are told they're auditioning for a TV role to then be told that they're going for a video game, and they literally pass in the room.
So wait, let me ask. This is very interesting. We did not know this. So I guess my question is for a seasoned actor or someone that may look down at video games. Have you ever seen situations where that information is displayed that they go, wait a minute, I don't know, or it's just people like, hey, the opportunity is so great, most people still say, yeah, I'm going to take it. I'm going to
No, man, they'll come out of it, because the thing is, it's like, if you think about it as well as actors, you've got to think the amount of time I'm going to spend on something, it's going to take me away from X, Y, and Z. You know, if I, for example, am going to be attached to Assassin's Creed for 3 years, that means that I might miss Star Wars. I might miss, like Lord of the Rings, or I might miss another TV show, which might, you know, in their eyes, excel their career. So you've got to kind of be dabbling and playing with these things. Not to say that the actor's actually even going to get those roles, but the point is, it's like you're always thinking about what's next. And so you've got to be really careful. So what ends up happening is, and this was the thing with casting directors, they would literally oppose and be like, hey, we're doing this TV show. And of course, the games company would be like, oh, it has to be under NDA. We can't say what game it is or whatever it is. But truly, it's honestly there to attract talent. And I think like that is the one thing I remember as I was auditioning for this TV show, right? And then they told me it was Assassin's Creed. My interest just went through the roof. Like, you know, because this is because again, like in my eyes, like I'm not like, this is, you know, I see sort of acting. It's a job at the end of the day, and it's something that I have to, you know, kind of do. It puts food on the table. But if you're putting me as an assassin in a franchise that I truly adore, it becomes it hits different. You know, it's like being asked to play Luke Skywalker in a Star Wars film. Like, it's crazy. So I think like for me, that was where then again I almost twigged, like, actually, you know what, I'm a gamer through and through. Like, this is my world and this is my realm, and like this is the place that I want to play in. So let me just dive into it even more. So yeah.
Oh man, that's amazing. So that's got to be crazy, right? Like, just to think about, right?
Just to think about again, because you say like most actors who don't, or don't follow video games or aren't in games or whatever, into games, just they come in and they see that as a lost opportunity, and
Yeah.
every opportunity that you take is a lost opportunity someplace else. But
For sure.
the idea that for you to go in and grow up loving games, and then this, to be able to play essentially the original assassin, right? The one that kind of started it all. How do you say no to that, man?
This is it, man. And I remember, honestly, I remember buying the first Assassin's Creed game, not having any idea what was going to happen or what's going to kick in. I remember that feeling so vividly. It's still to this day to me a fantastic way of pitching a world to to players and an audience, and then flipping it on its head and being like, yo, this is actually what it's about.
Yeah.
I remember feeling so, like, it was so good, like you can't capture that anymore.
No,
and so
you can't.
so then now to be a part of that world was something that I really wanted to just sort of, it was an opportunity I couldn't escape. And I always say this, for the 2 weeks of waiting to hear whether I got the role or not.
Let's go.
Were the hardest weeks of my life. Like, I've auditioned. I remember when I did Raised by Wolves, I've had 9 rounds of auditions for Raised by Wolves. It was with Ridley Scott. Even House of the Dragon. Like, House of the Dragon was, it wasn't as many rounds, but it was a big role, right?
Of course.
Nothing matches to the feeling of waiting for Assassin's Creed Origins to come through and then getting it, like, to this day. And I don't think it ever will, man. Like, I really don't think it ever will. But that just shows, again, just the love of this, the games medium that I have as, just internally, without me even thinking about it too much,
Yeah, no, brother, that's amazing. Just the fact that we're talking to Bayek of Siwa, right?
Magi of Siwa. Oh my God, you have no idea, man.
Talk to us. Y'all the Assassin's Creed dude. I'll back down. Good.
People in the chat want to know exactly the role he played in it.
Yeah, we just
Bayek Asiwa. So I played the character that you would probably fighting and killing all the time throughout the whole thing. Like, yeah, that was the main role, which was, again, very surreal to even think that even happened.
So I don't know if you ever mentioned this, but when did you get the role? What year did you get the role? Because the game came out in 2017.
Yeah, so it was 2 years before that. So 2015, 2016.
So,
yeah.
So at that point, you had already lost your dad, right?
Yeah.
And going into this story about a father who loses his child and the things that he and his wife do in order to exact revenge, and then all this bigger thing that happens. What was your mentality going into that? Obviously, we know what you were thinking when you went into Tales of Kenzera, but and that was you telling your story. But how much of what you were feeling and how much of what you were carrying transferred over to your performance of Bayek?
Yeah, it was very surreal, because I think, a lot of Bayek was based off my father. Like, I think, he's my father. Honestly, him and his kind of relationship with like kids, for example, he loved kids. He loved, like, our, my cousins and my nieces and all this sort of stuff. Like, he was, and kids loved him too. So there was that element that I really wanted to bring in, but there was almost like this power and authority that this man had, which, was terrifying if you got on the wrong side of him, which I really so a lot of Bayek was shaped around him. But I'd say, that revenge part was interesting. It was one of those ones where, because I remember the feeling after having lost my father, because I went through this journey of the doctors essentially saying, like, oh, he's in remission, he's totally fine, he's totally, he's going to be out of the hospital, and then suddenly, everything just went worse. And I remember that feeling of rage, of almost like anger, of the fact that, like, you guys could have saved him, like, and I'd never actually really kind of addressed that until Assassin's Creed came about. And I think, like, that was really one of those moments where it was like, yeah, let's just unpick that. Let's unpick that moment of feeling like you have been wronged, feeling like you have been, kind of, betrayed in a way. And I think, like, it, even though it wasn't necessarily so close to home, like as Zhao is, there was still elements of, like, oh man, this is pretty big, it's a bigger role as well. My dad knew what Assassin's Creed was, because every year, without a question of it, I would buy in the new Assassin's Creed game and he'd know about it. And so, like, it was a big thing. So, like, there was elements of it, but at the same time, I think it was very much Bayek's journey because he had lost a son, and that to me is, hopefully, touch wood, that never happens to me, but like, can't even imagine what that is, especially now after having a daughter. Like, it's just grim. So like, there was a connective tissue, but also not in a way, you know.
No, fair enough.
I really wish King had been here, man.
I know, that's his series. I know.
I mean, that is specifically Origins. He loves Bayek. He loves Bayek.
Man. Oh,
go ahead, Attic. You was gonna jump in on that Assassin's Creed?
What is some of the challenges on working on something like Assassin's Creed, besides, because obviously you're more comfortable with like television and stuff like that. What's the difference between that type of production and like making a video game?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, what, as in like the difference between TV and games, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say essentially it's funny with TV and even with theater, actually anything really live action, you've got something to kind of anchor you. So you've got, like, for example, the table that you're going to be, kind of acting across is a table. It's a physical table. So you as the actor are kind of, you can easily transport yourself in these worlds. Whereas in video games, and especially for motion capture, everything is imagined. So, you're in this, I don't look like an assassin if I'm in a tight Velcro suit with like silver balls on and like, stupid, like, a sword is a stick rather than, you know what I mean? So all of this stuff essentially is what I would say, were different. But the thing is, what I found again was that it allowed me to be a kid again. It allowed me to kind of imagine being a child, in the sense of how you would imagine playing as a child. And sort of like, that was where I kind of pulled a lot of that energy from. It was great, man. It was so great.
That's dope. That's a great point in reference to the differences and the fact that your passion for gaming would help there, because it's like, hey, I'm having fun, even though this might not be one-to-one the way, acting would be, but, there's fun about putting on the mocap suit. There must be some fun.
Totally.
I pray for you with the love scene. No, I don't know how that went.
Oh, it was weird. It was crazy. It was, I mean,
game and love scene's got to be interesting.
Oh man, don't even, man. Like, the amount of, it was weird because again, you've got to, before you start a take, you got to do a T pose, and then after you finish, you do a T pose, and you got dots everywhere, like on someone else. You got this head cam, so you do 2 takes. You got one without the head cam on, so so without the head cam on is much easier because there's an element of contact that you can make.
Yes.
But with the head cam on, it's basically, imagine someone has got like an iPhone and they're filming your sex face, basically. Like,
get it, hit it.
Oh, it's weird, man. It's so weird.
That's a great point. That is a fantastic point. And then the other thing in reference to Assassin's Creed Origin, bro, BAFTA nomination.
I know.
Let's talk about it.
I know. So this is the thing. I remember. So Alex Wilton Regan, who played my wife in the game, she had called me up. I think I was filming this other TV show at the time, but it was nothing matched to this thing. But she called me up and said, "Mate, you've been nominated for a BAFTA." I remember being like, "What?" And like, it was incredible because it really it was one of those moments again where I've been working so hard for so long, and you just want recognition. You want a sense of being like, hey, I recognize the work that I've put through here, please.
Absolutely.
And for people within the sort of BAFTA community, for the actual, and now having been through also the process of, like nominating as well as, kind of deciding who the winners are, like for being through that process and being like people saying, yeah, your performance was BAFTA, worthy in a way. It was so humbling, man. It was so beautiful. And it was like, and what that did is it opened the doors to me learning more about the games industry, industry, man. And I was meeting, and this is the thing, like I remember it was that same year, before I even heard about the nomination, I was at this BAFTA event in LA. It was just an invite thing, but it was you had Steve McQueen on the table, you had Jim Carrey, you had Daniel Kaluuya, you had all these like big actors and heavy hitters within the Hollywood industry. I remember just sitting at that table being like, okay, yeah, this is cool, this is fine, this is what it is. And then get BAFTA nominated, and then I remember meeting Doug Cockle at like this BAFTA party, and I have never fanboyed. Oh, literally, and to this day, Doug always reminds me. It's like, remember that time that you lost your mind? It was hilarious, man. It was hilarious. So yeah, that was good fun, man. That was good.
Super dope. No, that's amazing. That's amazing. Again, like you said, recognized by your peers. You know, first of all, an iconic franchise. You're playing the lead. You know what I'm saying? It's in Egypt. Like, there's so much to it, and I definitely want to give you your flowers there. Absolutely amazing. I did want to move on a little bit because you know, obviously now you're in gaming, right? You're in there. You're in lead role. So this, like you said, leads to more things. I wanted to get to what I consider one of your many magic moments, but this is me, Soft, King, Attic. We're doing the Game Awards. We live stream pretty much every year. And, you know, we see this gentleman come out on stage, not familiar with who he is, you know what I'm saying? And he's like, hey, you know, I've got something to share. And, you know, I just saw a person with a lot of passion and a lot of courage and someone who recognized the moment of what he's about to do. So talk to us. Game Awards last year. The magic moment, you're getting on stage to present Tales of Kenzera. Talk us through that moment.
So that moment happened because this is kind of actually why I really rate Jeff Keighley to a degree, because I was at the BAFTA Awards. I was, you know, knee deep in making this game, and I saw him and I was like, oh, that's the guy who runs the Game Awards. Like, that's the guy. So a friend of mine, she was like, I'm going to introduce you to him. And I was like, oh man, don't do this. She's like, yeah, I'm going to introduce you to him. So I introduced me to Jeff. And, you know, we got talking, and he was like, yeah, okay, what do you do? And I'm like, oh, I'm making a video game, but I'm an actor. He's like, oh, okay, what game are you making? And then I showed him like this mock-up like trailer that we had internally in the studio, basically being like, and this is what happens, and this is what you do. And he, on the spot, he was like, you're going to present and show that at the Game Awards.
Oh!
And I remember looking at him thinking, excuse me?
That's real. What?
You're like, and Nick, yeah, and he was like, yeah, this is what you're gonna do. This is what's gonna happen. I really love your game. I love the idea of it. I think it's really cool. You know, how about you announce at the Game Awards? And then you have to go through all the rigmarole with EA and everything and all this jazz. But truly, this guy, like, it was at that spot where he was like, yep, this is happening. And I will always kind of, you know, like, be, again, so thankful for that moment.
Absolutely.
But leading up to it, I remember thinking to myself, this isn't real. Like, this isn't gonna happen. Like, he's gonna pull out. Why does he want to have me like come on there and present a small game when you've got like big games being announced all the time? Like, it doesn't make any sense. But when it came to the night that I was gonna be presenting this thing, I can't really put into words sort of what was going through me. I felt scared. I felt like a kid again.
Of course.
You know, and this is the thing, like, I'm used to being on stage. I'm used to kind of just doing my thing and being like, you know, presenting and turning it on. But there was something about that moment where, you know, I'm going to be showing people the community that I've been a part of all my life, and like, you know, wanted to, you know, fallen, you know, kind of thrown myself in with this community all my life. I'm a gamer myself. I'm going to be showing now these same people the thing that I've been cooking, and that's a terrifying feeling.
Yes,
because it's like, I've been on that side. I've seen like games that have come to me and I'm like, that looks terrible. Moving on. You know what I mean?
It's real easy to be kind of dismissive sometimes, and you realize,
totally.
And you stop and like, wait, there's a human being on the other end of this.
I'm telling you,
and now I'm the human being.
Honestly, man, like, I've been on that side, and I know what, and you kind of know what people want. You know, and I remember even when we came to doing the gameplay trailer and kind of like that announcement, that reveal trailer, when we were going through it, we went through so many renditions of like, oh, we should show this cinematic, we should show that, we should show this. I'm like, no, just show gameplay, just show gameplay, just show gameplay. Because all the time, whenever I want it, when I want to see something, I want to see gameplay. So that was something that was really important for us. So it was very, very surreal. But when it happened, and, you know, getting on stage and doing it was just a complete blur. It was such a.
You was
blur.
in the moment. I gotta cut you because it was dope when I rewatched it. You was so in the moment. You even said, like, yo, I used to watch this joint. You know what I'm saying?
Man.
Yeah, like you said it right. Like you understood the moment. And then also what was kind of cool is to your point of why it's impactful as a person who loves gaming. These are all your gaming peers, the legends, people who've created things. The who's who of gaming is in the crowd. And here you are presenting to everyone.
Oh, it was weird, man. It was very surreal. And again, it's that whole thing. Like, look, you see games come through all the time. So you're just thinking, like, why am I here? Like, it's like, why? Okay. And yeah, but when I really took that moment. I took that element and I took that time, and it was just one of those ones where I can't even put into words how crazy it was. How crazy cool it was, man.
Powerful stuff, brother. Yeah, that definitely a magic moment for you. And obviously the game has been out, received well. I see you doing Steam reviews and character voice.
Yeah, man.
Which is hilarious, but it's good to see. Got some questions from LordsOfGaming.net brethren. A couple of rapid fire ones as far as the game, as far as Tales of Kenzera. So this is from our African brother, Lord Fumo. He's got a couple for you now, Lordable. He said, okay, so were there any other enemy types that you and the team developed that never made it into the game? And are any real life location inspired by the zones in the game?
So here's a fun fact. We had 23 different enemy types while we were making and conjuring this game. But again, the small team, the difficulty of making this game, you had to cut, man. Yeah. And it was one of those ones where, again, and this is something that I was learning as we were building this, but also kind of gaining the ideas and knowledge of it all. Like, I came up with, and I remember with the team, we had conjured so much content and so much stuff, but at the same time, we knew, like, if we wanted to do it well, or if we wanted to hit it right, we had to restrict. Right. At the same time, we're also building a studio for the first time. So this was the other thing that I didn't even, completely kind of forgot or didn't even realize. This game has been in development for 4 years, right? But for 3 years, we were literally building the team. Like that was it, right? You're finding the right people. Some people disappear. Some people come in for a short time, whatever. Like, you're building that team for the first 3 years, and then it was the final year, 2023, to when we launched. Like, where I would say this game came to where it is now. Like, it truly was one of those moments. So yeah, we had quite a lot of enemy types in regards to that front, and then when it came to essentially the locations and stuff, I think the locations never really changed. It was always what they were. Like, you got, as I said, like the highlands, the sort of Ikakaramba, like kind of, the forest as well. Like, they've always been what they were because they were built from looking at, like, again, we wanted to design these levels or design these spaces based on emotions rather than necessarily being like, and here's your fire level. Like, we were really like set on this idea of, like, the first segment, the sort of where the highlands where you go to see the Impundulu.
Yeah, Impundulu.
That was
great boss.
Thank you.
Great
That was all based on anxiety and the feeling of anxiety. So you notice, for example, you're jumping a lot. You're kind of, you're moving a lot. You're kind of trying to get yourself up, and you see things floating, and it's the idea of, like, you're in the middle of the storm. And then when you look at the forest, for example, or kind of Kivuli, that's all about fear. So there's all these different traps. There's all these different sets of ideas that you don't know what's going on. The
poison and the
exactly.
It's a vibe. It's a vibe.
You know what I mean? So that's essentially where I would say, like, where it really came from when it came to the locations.
No question. Follow-up question to that from brother Fumo. He said, what did you learn about yourself and your culture when researching Tales of Kenzera?
Oh, yeah. Oh, so much. I learned so much about myself in regards to how it meant to work with other people, to work with, not even, and to lead something. I learned about, again, yeah, as I say, like, I think my culture, I ended up learning a lot about how, I'd say, like, how my family kind of tackle emotions and elements of that. It was one of those moments where, especially during the development of this game, where I felt I could feel myself evolving at, like, a rapid pace. As an actor, you're normally just brought in to do something and then you leave. You kind of, you're like a small piece within this huge machine, right? Whereas to actually be leading something, it's it's very revealing. It's almost very vulnerable. And so like, yeah, I learned a hell of a lot, man. And I think like in regards to like my own culture as well, I think genuinely, I think the biggest thing I was learning was it made me realize just how we approach emotions, human emotions, and sadness, grief, and all this sort of stuff. Like it just made me realize that more, rather than necessarily just live through it and kind of go with it,
Yep. No, absolutely. I want to get Attic and Solve involved as far as Zao and just their feelings and their experiences when playing it. So Attic, I don't know if you want to jump off first. Zao, when you was playing it, man, what was the vibe?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I've never really, what I enjoyed about your game is because like I consider it part of the Metrovania family, but it's not like heavy into it. Like,
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't.
No,
people
don't,
like,
and
"Oh,
please don't. Please don't.
He's like, please keep it real.
No, I don't like Metrovania games a whole lot. Like I don't mind them, but I can't stand when they're like, oh, you got to go here, and then you say, oh, you couldn't come back here in 6 hours. Oh, you got to go here in 4. Like, I like where yours is like, look, there's clearly something here. Just come back when you have it. Like, and it didn't happen too many times because I remember I played Ori had a couple of them. But to this day, I ain't never beat any of those old Metroid games because I ain't trying to play backfetch. I ain't trying to.
You ain't trying to go back and forth?
We ain't trying to do that. Like I don't like. I don't like backtracking in games current day. And you think I'm gonna backtrack a whole map over and over again?
But Attic, you got to shout out to Kaluga. Kaluga was like, yo, right now, we shouldn't deal with this right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But like, he'll tell you in certain segments, right?
There was a lot of quality of life stuff in there. It's like, yes, okay. Leave this alone right now.
Yeah, leave us alone right now. You're not ready until you come back with something more ability or something like that. Shout out to Kaluga, Attic.
And it's not like I'm saying that like Metrovanias are horrible. There's some like really, really good Metrovanias. It's just like I feel like a lot of these Metrovania games, they don't tell stories very well. But like yours and the new Prince of Persia, those two games like really found good ways of like getting me immersed into the actual gameplay. And not to mention, I really enjoyed the gameplay too. Like the switching back and forth between. For some reason, when I fought the first boss, I thought I was gonna get a lightning mask. I don't know why. Like,
that was, you know what's funny though? That was part of the.
Really?
So there were elements as well that we had to kind of refine and kind of see. Like, and one of the ones which was you would gain after beating these bosses was some form of like ability or tool that would be able to something. But again, man. Time. It's like
Scope.
It's really time. But like it's then, and this is the thing. I think with us, I remember starting sort of saying like, look, it's Metroidvania inspired, and it really is. It really is a Metroidvania inspired. It definitely doesn't match up to like the big Metroidvanias out there, but in truth, like I think, I much rather the way that this game is now, just because of the story and because of the way that we were able to tell it in that way, rather than necessarily have too much sort of backtracking, because I feel like, again, there's elements of it, but it was more inspired than anything else. I mean, like, look, if we had time, man, we would hit that thing again and come at it differently. You know what I mean?
And shout out to you, because I'm a big stickler for bosses, and I really enjoyed your.
Oh yeah, when we started playing for the first time, let me tell you how I knew. Attic is the critic, so we all playing Tales for the first time, and he's like, "Yo, I ain't gonna front like the boss battle. Like he's a boss battle dude."
The only criticism I would give on the boss battles is I feel like sometimes. Because I'm all about like immersion in these type of games where I feel like I'm hitting the boss. I did feel like sometimes like the sound effects and stuff didn't really register like I was hitting the boss to the degree that I would enjoy.
Okay. No, that's good. And like, again, like these are, it's funny actually, even elements like that, for example, this is the one thing that, again, like I remember always being a gamer and being like, yo, I would have wanted this. Can you guys change this? And remember like trying to communicate, and I remember thinking to myself, as soon as I start this company, any feedback, you know, we got to take it. We got to see what's going on. We got to work on it. Like, and that's like clear. So even like you mentioning that, bro, like in my head, I'm like already thinking, right, okay, I got to talk to my sound design team. The next patch we got to come through. We got to think of a way of how to make that hit feel better. We got to maybe it's a hit reaction thing as well. Maybe we got to, you know, big up the animation there. And like I'm already kind of cooking this stuff from that, bro. So truly, like, thank you. And this is also why as well. Like I always tell people, like, and I mean it when people are like, you know, oh yeah, the game is amazing, it's good. I'm like, great, but what could we improve on?
Yeah. So Abubakar, you mean to add mechanics to?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. Okay.
Here we go.
I'm gonna put that in.
We know where this is going.
We know where this is going.
I'm gonna put that on the back burner for a later conversation.
Okay.
You know what's funny too? Is like
You walked into something.
If you want criticism, I'm your man, because apparently I'm doom and gloom 24/7. But I play more games.
Yeah.
But I play more games than 80% of the people that talk down on
Talk
me.
your talk. Talk your talk.
Nah, look, I love it. Bring it on. I mean, I'm sure my studio right now are absolutely killing me for it. But I'm the creative director, bro.
No doubt. Yeah. So what's your experience with Zal? Talk to him.
Well, listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm a stand for these type of games. So a couple of things. The moment you came on stage and it's like, yeah, I'm Bayek of Seawell. I'm like, yep, yeah. Tell me what you gotta say. And then I see the game and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm in. I'm a Metroidvania stand, crackhead, whatever you want to call me. I love Metroidvanias, anything inspired by them. I think it's such amazing and in-depth gameplay in such a simple looking package. I've always loved these games. So what I realized immediately when I started playing was, okay, yeah, the idea that it's inspired more than a true full-on Metroidvania immediately comes through, because in most Metroidvanias, you realize from the beginning, you have nothing. And immediately in your game, you have a double jump. I'm like, okay.
Oh, yeah,
so
in a dash.
Yeah, in a dash, right? So you're like, okay, you're starting me halfway kind of on the journey, right? So then I step back from it. I was like, what is it about this game that really stands out to me? And to me, obviously taking into account everything you said about how this game allowed you to sort of express how you and deal with the grief of losing your father, everything about the game, and you even alluded to it a little while ago, where you said, like, in this particular boss fight, like you noticed the agitation that you needed to be constantly moving. All of these sort of exemplifications of kind of the 5 stages of grief within the game. It for me, for a first effort, I looked at it, I'm like, oh my God, like he is really taking every single ounce of what he's feeling and trying to express that as a gameplay mechanic or just an environment within the game, a boss within the game, and really trying to express that feeling there. And that's something that I won't say that it's lost in gaming today, but in the bigger budget stuff, it falls to the wayside for production value, whatever the case may be. So the fact that, like, I noticed that and I was like, wow, every ounce of this game is he's telling us how he's feeling. He's telling us, and then he's taking that journey, right? And then, again, I'm not going to spoil anything, but the way things conclude, it is that realization of acceptance of, hey, be careful what you wish for, because when you get it, you realize that it's not what you thought it was going to be, and you have to accept the reality of things. And it was such a powerful thing for me, especially at the end. I was like, okay, he really was able to, it's hard for games to stick the landing, right? It's a difficult thing you can put out a product that plays well, 99% of the time, but if you don't stick the landing, sometimes, some people feel differently about it.
It's really hard.
And to me, the entire experience just stuck the landing so greatly. But again, the fact that you're saying, hey, from the gameplay standpoint, I want to expand upon it and make it, again, it's that thing of like wanting the same heart, the same love, the same level of storytelling that you put into this first one, go into something, whatever your next project is, and then and expand upon it also from a technical standpoint and from a gameplay standpoint. I'm so super excited for what you guys
honestly, that means a lot, man, because it's one of those ones. Sorry, Addict, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, and shout out to the energy you brought to the Video Game Awards, because I'm telling you right now, there is. I'm connected to a lot of the toxic people in this community, and I couldn't tell you one person because the energy that you give. Most of the time when we see people on that stage talking, I'm like, okay, what? Don't sit here and wait. But I didn't see one person try to verbally rush you off the stage. Like,
He got his ball. He got all his balls off.
You know what? Really? Okay, I remember. So after the announcement, the next day I watched. I was basically for the next sort of month or so, I was watching as many reaction videos as possible. I needed to get a gauge of this.
Yes.
And to this day, I will always be thankful that someone like Asmongold was like, yeah, okay, I dig it. To me, I'm like, you know what? Okay, that's a win.
No, that's a W. That's a W.
No, but this is the thing. Like, I think again, and this is why I remember bringing and building this thing. I remember saying to myself, if I had one chance of doing something like this, I've got to be honest, I've got to be truthful, and I've got to do as much as I can. And again, imagine, right? You've got this actor who's wanting to make a video game. How many people am I going to be convincing to leave a company like Epic or, stable jobs to come on this crazy journey with me? So again, it's like you've got to kind of pull it from a place of truth. And I think a lot of the learnings is like, again, and in my mind, I was like, okay, I don't, most gamers, probably 99% of the gamers out there won't actually know the story of how this game came to be.
Yep.
Okay. So you've got to do what you can with the gameplay. You've got to show what you can with the gameplay. You've got to show what, do what you, and I think, it's really lovely and loving to hear people hear it and be like, okay, yeah, I feel this is a great game. I've really enjoyed this game. And also great to hear, hey, these bits could do with tightening, and being able to react and do that because I can. You know what I mean? And I think like that's essentially what it is. So I really appreciate the words you guys are sharing on this, because it's been a journey,
Yeah, brother, I hear you. I mean, just to add on to what both Attic and Saab said, for me, it was kind of like, we see the trailer, I see it, I'm like, okay, it's giving me Ori vibes, which I like. So I'm like, all right, cool. Then when we get a chance to play it, where it connected and really clicked with me is twofold. One was the core gameplay, Mask of the Sun, Mask of the Moon, the different styles. Mask of the Sun felt very power heavy, very, what I'm saying? I could do that. I could jump from the sky, I could do my downward attack.
Downward hit, yeah.
Oh, I love the spear. When you add, I was like, okay, I got some long range finally. Because I was too much Moon in the beginning. I was like, Moon is how I was doing my little ice powers. I'm freezing stuff. Where it connects for me, now I'm freezing waterfalls. Now it's becoming intertwined in the gameplay mechanic. But to me, the number one thing for me when you really knock that apart, it's simple for the beginning of the game. Being able to switch, the dance of the shamans. Yeah. Being able to switch on the fly, the powers and the abilities, and deal with enemies accordingly based on their shields, based on what's going on. I'm like, okay, he got it. Now I'm here. You know what I'm saying? Because before that, don't get me wrong, it was cool. I'm feeling it, but it was something about the switches. So I guess for me, my question to you in reference to this is, again, shout out to Lord Robert Kelly. He also had a similar question. How did you decide on that gameplay loop? Because to me, like, you could have went a whole bunch of ways. You could have had Mellow Mass. You could have did all this stuff. Like, how did you get it to this core thing?
So for me, it was important from the get-go, from the early days. Like, it was what does this journey of grief mean to me, or like the facets and shades of it all, right? And one of them was, I was very aware of the conversations I'd be having with, be it either like my mother or my friends or even at work, while still suffering. And I think, in my eyes, I wanted to try and encapsulate and capture that, because the thing is, when you're talking to people, especially when you're going through a hard time, time moves forward. You still got to move forward. You still got to go to work. You still got to, be there for your kids. That kind of thing. You have to switch masks like that. You have to switch. You have to be aware and awake. And so from the get-go, that was something that I really wanted to capture, was this sense of like, I'm having to switch on the fly straight away without even thinking about it, but still go on this journey and still go through the objective that I need to face and still need to go through, right? And so that was something that was really decided upon from the get-go. At the beginning, there was more masks. There was 4 masks, right?
Wow. Shout out. You was with my boys, Longhouse. I found it. One boy. I was like, yo.
Yeah,
that's
man.
4?
Yeah, it was four masks, and that was, again, it was this. But when we were feeling it, and this is where that whole balance of being being a sort of a creative director and wanting your kind of idea to go through, but then you're looking at the gameplay and feeling whether it works right or not. Like when you had 4 masks, you could literally switch them. I've got even my Xbox controller here, actually. You can switch them with the bumpers, basically, you know, on a fly. So you had them on the get-go, but if you held it, you would go maskless and you would basically be, you know, Zhao as normal. And each one had their own jump and attack and whatnot.
Wait, you had Zhao as normal?
You had Zhao as normal that you could play through, yeah. But what but again, what we realized in the story with the idea of what we wanted to pass through is that Zhao's always wearing a mask. Right. He's always wearing a mask in order to kind of get through his things. He only takes his mask off really when he's interacting with someone or something of meaningful elements to connect. And that's why you rarely see him without his mask on. And so that was, and then also the third mask, it just, you know, the idea of flipping between 3 masks, it just didn't feel like how we wanted to kind of capture it. And so when we hit down to 2 and it was able to kind of flip on the fly and kind of do it that way, that's where it got really exciting. And that's where we were like, you just dive into it.
Fire.
Was there like a particular feature that you really wanted, but you just didn't have enough time, or?
Oh man, how long?
Which is the one? Which is the one that? What's the one that? That's a good question. What's the one that? What's the one that eats at you the most?
I want that one that, like, to the very end you were trying to get. Like,
yeah, what's the one you was fighting the team with? What's the one?
You know what? Oh, I don't know what that shit is.
Yeah, let's get it. Let's get the exclusive.
Oh, okay, all right. So there was this idea or this thing, and I know, listen, it's been done before many a time, and it's probably good. You know what? It's probably going to get done now. Like, someone's going to listen to this like,
Look, if you do it, we know where you got it from.
Exactly.
Right here.
You know what I mean? It's
Hollow Knight, we're watching you.
Exactly.
I'm telling you.
I'm going to bend the knee to Lord of Boo. Go ahead.
So there's this feature where I call it the prime and detonate, where essentially you would build up energy with one mask. So let's say, for example, you're with a sun mask, you'd attack an enemy, you know, do like 2 or 3 hits on the enemy, and you'd build up this prime, and it would prime them. And essentially you would hold the mask switch button, and as you hold the mask switch button, you'd do an attack and switch into the blue mask, and it would cause an effect where it would detonate the enemy. So you would be able to build up and choose what detonation you wanted on each enemy, that kind of vibe. And so that was a mechanic that I really wanted to play with. So for example, you'd attack them with the red, you know, with the sun mask, you'd build up to this blue mask, like to the moon mask, you'd switch. As you'd switch, it would explode the enemy, and suddenly all these beams of energy would kind of burst through them like a firework.
You know, it'd be funny if for the blue mask, you made it to where after you do enough damage to them before they die, they become into a bomb and you could throw them.
But this is it. These were the things that I kind of wanted to play with. But again, it's like you got to think about it. Like,
They had to rein you in.
Like, we ain't got time for this. To make it feel really good, to make it feel really great, like, you know, we want to make sure that the experience is great. And like in my head, it's you've got to be careful, right?
Yeah,
you've got to be careful. But hey, it's part of. I mean, there were so many, man. There's like, you know, there's parries, there's all this sort of stuff, man. There's
you played with parries though. You played with it.
We do.
Blue mask projectiles.
But it ain't enough for me.
Thank you. Oh my God, a man of the parry like me. Oh, I love it.
Man, ain't enough for me. Ain't enough for me.
Parries all day, every game, everything.
Man.
Parries.
I love it.
Man.
I love it.
Get on all that.
Yeah, yeah. I had to get the parry game.
The man who plays Sekiro is good on that.
Look, Sekiro is the only game in existence that made me bend the knee to the parry. Like, otherwise, I'm dodging.
You a tuck and roll. You a tuck and roll, dude. But we got a mask for you.
Yeah, we got to. Let me break protocol just for a second to give a shout out. Hargeet, Shiny, $5 super chat. Hargeet, gifting multiple Xbox Global codes of Tales of Kenzera Zhao. If you got one of those codes, shout out Hargeet in the chat.
Salute,
man. He's
Hargeet,
always
brother.
looking out for the community. Appreciate you, brother.
Absolutely. Much love, Hargeet. You already know. Yeah, I wanted to get one last question from Robert Keller in reference to, you know, we're going to do spoiler free here as far as the conclusion. Like, was it a decision, you know, on the choice at the end, as far as how you decided to end the game, or was this always planned? Like, when did that come apart? Was that something that evolved as it went on?
Yeah, that ending came almost. It was actually, funnily enough, it was after my daughter came to existence. Okay. So that ending came then, and I'd say like the if I told you like the original ending, it would be a bit complicated because everything. So what ended up happening was this, right? And this actually kind of links to all this other like all this other stuff with the writing and the Sweet Baby stuff. And
Oh, we gonna get to it. Oh, I'm glad you said it. You're a real one. You're a real one. We gonna get to it.
I will. But like, you know, the thing is, it's like when I started this whole thing, I had no idea what it meant to make a game, how to write a game, anything like that. Never written anything in my life. And so I remember at the time I'd done a rendition, I'd done a script with my best mate at the time as well. Like still now he's there now, Dom, who I grew up with and all this sort of stuff. And like, you know, we'd write this story and we'd do it and it just didn't click. Like there was something not clicking. And we got the idea and the basis of everything, but it just wasn't clicking and it just wasn't working. You could feel it, right? And we had asked 101 different people, like so many people, including Sweet Baby. We'd ask them, hey, what does this make sense? You know, because again, we'd no idea about how to write for a game. So we needed to pull from, I remember people from Ubisoft, like people from there, even asking people like, you know, when I did World of Warcraft, Blizzard writers there, other even kind of indie, like even like writers in film and TV, I was like, does this script make sense? Asking so many people. And it wasn't actually until I'd say, you know, my daughter Syra, when she came into the world, where I kind of almost maybe it was the lack of sleep, you know what I mean? But there was this moment that kind of clicked where I was like, no, this is the story. So me and Dom literally we locked ourselves away from the whole world and we just rewrote the whole thing and came to that ending, and we were just like, yeah. This is it. And we just didn't touch it. So yeah, I'd say the ending was one of those ones which came almost so late in the process. Even though we kind of knew where we wanted this story to go, it was like that ending really kind of hit when, again, Sarah came into the world, and I just almost had this feeling, this element of like, oh no, this is the truth. And yeah, I remember, oh man, I bless Dom, man. Like the amount of times I'd call him and be like, I want to change this, and he'd be like, bro, we've just finished the script.
That's being addict. That's being addict. Like, I was like, addict, all right, it looked good, but we gotta fix this part. He's like, bro, I just put this in production. I just edited it for 3 hours. This is literally the conversation me and addict have at 3-4 in the morning because of my ridiculousness. And
Hellblade.
I'll be driving addict crazy.
He's like, at 2 hours and 20 minutes, I need you to take out this 30 seconds. Like,
bro, because when you're passionate about something, it's like, it's funny. You think about it. Sometimes you overthink it. There's times where addict will check me and be like, bro, we're good. Like,
we're good.
Yeah, like, right? You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, all right, I trust you. I trust you on that. So the way you and Dom is me and addict, literally. You know what I'm saying?
Basically, that was basically it. It was really, truly that moment of, it was a realization moment. It was almost that sense of like, I don't need the approval of everyone or anyone. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just need to be honest. I just need to be truthful. Like, that's what EA signed on from the get-go. That's what everyone else on the team signed on from the get-go. Like, it doesn't need to hit these marks. It doesn't need this hero's journey. It doesn't need any of this stuff. It just needs you to be real. And like, and that's what kind of came up to the ending bit. And we were like, yep, that's it.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Now, what I want to do is, obviously, Realm, they've been asking for a certain Lord who's been missing. So he had a couple of bars for Lord Abu. So if you want to listen to Lord Abu, it'll be in the live chat. I'm going to play that for you. The King has things to say.
I am so sorry that I can't be there. I would love to be there. And if I'm able to make it, I'm going to have a different take because I like to organically feel the conversation out by listening to cues, by listening to the responses of the guests. This is a touchy situation because we're living in a time when we thought we was past it and we're not, and we're going to talk about the Sweet Baby stuff. I'm pretty sure that we will get into that. I'm pretty curious about what was their involvement and stuff like that. I don't know too much about it, so I definitely would like to hear more about it and what's going on with that. But as and the question that I have for Brother Salim, blessings, brother. How is it as a black man navigating your first game, voice acting, And shout out to you for being on one of my favorite shows, 24. And shout out to you for getting a role in HBO's Game of Thrones. As one of the Targaryens, I believe. That's wild crazy within itself because that's a favorite show of mine. And any black people that can make it on Game of Thrones, that's crazy because that's superstardom. You're at superstardom now. So for you to grace us with your presence, that means so much. But your first game, what obstacles did you come across? And being that you made this game, and you made this game from the heart, you made this game for your father, you made this game in the memory of your father, and Tales of Kenzera is phenomenal. I'm in the middle of playing it now. I've made it full transparency. I've made it to the little girl, and now we're trying to find out what's going on with the storm in the cloud. So I was reviewing a lot of games, and I'm playing this game, and what strikes me so much about this game is the polish of the game and everything. My question to you is, what roadblocks did you run into with making this game your first game, and being that it's a real cultural title, feels real Black Panther-ish, and I don't like to give it that label because not everything African is Black Panther. But what obstacles did you run into, and was there any obstacles that was specifically because the game was this game, there wasn't any pushback like, hey, could you put any other races inside the game? Or was there any type of, they wanted to change your product from your original vision? Did you run into those type of obstacles in making this masterpiece, your first baby? And I just wanted to know, how did you handle those obstacles? And how many no's did you hear before you finally got those yeses? Because to get that EA bag is crazy. Thank you.
All right. Let me know when you're caught up, Brother Abu, and we'll get to Lord King. We are back and switched over in live. All right, you caught up?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So, it looked like King is talking about the challenges, how many did you face, all those aspects? I know it's a lot to unpack, but however you want to attack it as far as the challenges of making Tales of Kenzera.
It was interesting, man. Like, so I was lucky that I had only pitched to, so I had started this idea of the studio with the mentality of like, look, I got to believe in this, so I've got to do it myself. I've got to put my money where my mouth is. Mm-hmm. So I had, this was before I got married and had a kid, but I'd put all my savings into essentially starting the studio.
Oh wow.
I had essentially said like, okay, I'm gonna go with this. I want to make this small experience, this short experience, this idea of it all. And then I remember talking to a mate of mine, and they were like, you should pitch this to a publisher. You should actually get someone else to take a lot of the stress of this whole thing. Mm-hmm. And I had only spoken to, I think, 3 or 4. I pitched to 3 or 4 people at the time.
Okay.
Every one of those, I'd say, okay, let's say 4. 3 out of the 4 essentially turned around and said, no, this is too niche. The idea is like, no one's going to connect with it. Like, I can see that you're trying to make something within the Black Panther universe, but it's not Black Panther. And I remember thinking to myself, man, this isn't Black Panther. Like, you're not gonna say like Hades is in the Hercules Disney universe, are you? Like,
facts.
You know what I mean? Like,
I feel that.
You're not gonna say that. So that was one of those ones where I remember, I remember those moments kind of kicking in. Mm-hmm. But there was something about EA, and this is why, again, like I will sing their praises. This team, the Originals team, mm-hmm. the fact that they gave me a chance and a shot, they were like, cool, that's great, but it's all about gameplay. What is the gameplay here? Like, what are we trying to aspire here with the gameplay? And then keep in mind, I pitched this same game or this idea of it all to everyone else, man. And then these were the only guys who said, yep, all right, cool, let's do this. And so that really, truly was the only kind of obstacle I faced in regards to getting it signed. In regards to like trying to change the game or anything like this, again, EA were fantastic. They didn't want to get involved in that. They were like, look, this is your piece, this is your thing, go and have at it. Obviously, they guided in elements of like, actually, maybe you should look at the production scale of this element here, or maybe you should look at, this combat, mechanic feels good, or maybe this doesn't feel too great, or they helped in those aspects, but they never necessarily enforced ideas or thoughts that didn't feel truthful and honest for me. Because I think from the get-go, they saw that this wasn't about just making a cool game and selling, millions of copies. It was about expressing yourself. It was about the art of it all. Right. And I think like that's what I really like in honestly, it's been an experience that I remember feeling, even now when I look back and see other people who've also kind of got their games out there, they allowed me to essentially just dive into the art form of it all and just kind of live in that. So yeah, I would say that really was the obstacles that I kind of faced. I knew I would be facing more once this game was announced, because again, like, and look, I've been trying to be very careful about essentially making anything about this element of this whole thing about race, just because, and I've said this for a while, and for again the majority of my career, I have been made to feel like I haven't deserved what I've got, and the only reason why I've got what I've got is because of my race. Even like from Raised by Wolves, like the reason why I was cast as father was because he was a service model. And they had to cast, and it's like, that's not true. Like, you know what I mean? Like that isn't, but I've always been made to feel that way. So I've been, even with this game, like I've always been talking about the idea of like, look, it's about grief. This is a human feeling. It doesn't matter, who you are or where you're from.
Doesn't matter what race you are.
It doesn't matter what race, man. Like grief does not discriminate. Like it's truly something that we will all go through. And so, for me, it was all about that human truth. And I remember saying that from the get-go. However, I was still very aware of the mentality of like, as soon as I announced this, even for me getting on, even on stage, like there was going to be an element of, hang on, what we doing here? Like I actually made a post about it the other day. I said like, when we announced, before all this kind of Sweet Baby,
we're going to get to it
in, right? Like before any of that stuff kicked in, we were already getting posts saying like, oh, what's this Ooga Booga game? And I'm like, you know what I mean? So it's like,
crazy.
So like you can never really escape it, right? But in my head, I was like, no, you know what? I'm not gonna talk about it, because again, this is about something that is universal, something that is felt by everyone. But so I would say really, truly, it was the beginning process where there was a bit of animosity and setback on it, the idea of, as I say, niche elements of that. But then EA quickly swooped in and were like, nope, this is what you're going to make. And I'd say now is where those things are hitting in, and I'm like, okay.
Yep. We see what it is. Let's talk about it. First of all, thank you for saying that and being transparent with that part. But we got to get to what people consider the real talk segment, which is right now, Lord Abu, it's been a real contentious topic in the gaming community as far as the role of Sweet Baby, right? From my understanding, they're a narrative development and consulting studio in the industry. But, a lot of people lately, there's been an anti-DEI sentiment, and a lot of people who feel that the gaming industry is forcing diversity. So I think you're uniquely qualified, obviously, with Zao. It falls under the umbrella of working with Sweet Baby. And so the first question that the community would like to know is like, what exactly was Sweet Baby's involvement with Tales of Kenzera?
It's gonna be so like anticlimactic. Like literally, as I mentioned, like, I've never written a game before, man. So I'm asking everyone for help, including the people that essentially, again, like, so the thing is, and I'll start from let's get into detail a bit here, right?
Let's get to it.
So, I'd worked with Kim, for example, during Origins time, or we know each other because she was at Ubisoft, right?
Yeah.
So I'm literally asking everyone under the sun, every writer under the sun, look, can you help me with this? Help me with this. Help me with this story. Help me with trying to figure it out. Like, how do you write for a video game? Because I've seen the scripts of Assassin's Creed Origins. Like, it's very different from like a film script or a TV script. Like, how do you do this? So really, truly, it was just getting them on board and being like, does this make sense? Is this okay? Like,
structure.
Can we put this into R2C and make sure that can is this okay? And it's literally they were like, yeah, it's great. Keep going.
Wait, that's it?
I'm serious, bro. Like there is nothing else. Like I mean, like genuinely, I've even been trying to find what have they done. But it's truly
Bro.
like genuinely, it's that whole thing of like, look, they're consultants. They come in, they see whether it's cool or not, and they move on. And that's all it is. Like I am genuinely in there to just be like, cool, this is all right, great, thank you very much. And then I'm on to the next sort of like friend, and I'm being like, yo, does this script make sense? You know what I mean?
I'm glad you said that, because the talk, if we had to have this conversation behind the scenes, conversation behind the scene, which is like, well, why the talk is, well, why are they needed? Is this your personal grief story? Why is they needed? But what you're saying, again, correct me if I'm wrong, it's just like, look, I have a structure already, but yo, is this good? I've never written a video game before.
Totally.
Okay.
It's like, and this is the thing, and and this is the other thing is what I'm sort of like amazed by is like how it's like spun up to this whole thing of like funding and all this sort of jazz. It's like, I wish I saw that money. I don't know where that money is, but like, you know what I mean? Like, truly. But this is the thing. It's like, and again, I think there is an element of I'm cool with not knowing how to do, like not knowing the answers to everything, right? Which is why you ask all these questions and why you ask these elements of it all. But what amazes me is just how this is spun into this thing.
Yeah.
And like, even when you look at like with the Assassin's Creed Shadows element of it all, like
follow up,
it's like, where, okay, but where is this really coming from? And that's what kind of that's what makes me think like, okay, now I need to say something, because at the beginning, like, it was a bit like, you know what, whatever, man. Like, I know my truth. I know I asked them to kind of look over something to help me on it, and they helped me, and they moved on, and we moved on, and that was our piece.
Right.
But now it's become a bit
something else.
Now something else is coming a bit. It's getting a bit deeper here. And that's sort of where like, the elements of it all kind of kicked up and kind of kept in. But yeah, as I say, it's anticlimactic, man. Like, they just looked it over, bro.
Like, I feel you. Attic and Sav, I want you to jump in.
So just to clarify for our audience, because some of you don't have comprehension skills. So just to reiterate that, all you're saying is all they did, because you are not a writer, is just looked over what you had and decided and gave you their opinion on, like, if it would actually translate correctly to like a video game.
Pretty much.
Anticlimactic.
Like literally, genuinely, like, that's pretty much it. Because again, it to me, in my eyes, it was very much this sense of, again, the script is very different. And I remember when I was doing Assassin's Creed, when I did Origins, the script was, you'd jump from one scene to another scene, you'd have all these different kind of code languages and whatnot, and I never really, again, like, I wasn't used to it. I just read my lines. As the actor, I'm just reading my lines here, right?
Yeah, you're the cog in the machine of something else. Right.
But when you're making something, you're thinking to yourself, right, I've got to now give this to the voiceover people who are going to actually record this, like, like to the, to Side or to Liquid Violet, who essentially I'd go into to recording. Right. I've also got to make sure that this, actually kicks into the actual system that we've kind of got into place, which is R2C. Right. Okay. How do we, so you've got all these things that you're wrestling with.
Right.
In truth, literally just like being like, hey, does this make sense, man? Because,
it's your first game. Like, you've never done this. Like, I completely understand. That makes complete sense to me. I do want to give the floor to Sav, just in case he had to follow, because this is one of the topics that we see, obviously in the talks and the internet.
And it's
so
true.
I'm glad you addressed that.
And look, I'll be honest. Like, I do think that there are elements of it that are, again, like, it requires nuance. I know we've spoken about this before, right? We said like it's all about nuance and
Absolutely.
stuff, and it's about conversations. I think it is true to talk about. It is something to kind of be open with, because what you end up doing is you end up peeling that onion and you realize, all right, what is actually at the core of this thing? You know?
Fair enough. Saab, any follow up on that before I have a second question in reference to other things? Assassin's Creed is what he meant, but I want to get into that before we get into Assassin's Creed.
Yeah. I just think we in talking about this industry, for years now, what you realize that a lot of people, for the sake of either just talking or trying to be transparent, often make unforced errors and step on the rake, as we like to say. And with Tweet Baby, the moment they came out and sort of, I forgot who it was, but it was what the heads of the company kind of saying what their agenda was, or rather what their goal was. A lot of people take that and they run with it as like, this is the agenda, this is what they aim to impose and literally impose on a game when they consult on it, right? And that's kind of where all that controversy went. And I think the important thing is to be able to have developers be able to say, hey, that's not the case, that's not how this stuff works. My work is my work. It's, like you said, getting help to do it. I think the scary part about it is just the fact that because of the way this quote unquote controversy has been framed, it allows people with truly bigoted sentiments to sort of hide their arguments within these other arguments about being forced to sort of being forced to have games changed based on what these people sort of come in and force upon game development, which is not the case. So the thing about it is, it's a very messy thing, because at the same time there are real issues with people who don't care to see any diversity in their games, and they're able to mask what they say within these arguments against Sweet Baby Inc. And I saw literally when Tales of Kenzera came out, they were I just kind of was lurking around the internet to see kind of some discourse around it, and it was literally like, oh, they worked on it, that's it.
Yeah, that's it. We ain't messing with it.
We're done.
Like, what?
Yeah, I know.
They don't care. And it's like, I don't understand. And again, when you have someone who has that type of mentality, it's, sure, can a reasonable person just kind of be like, okay, close-minded to something and be like, hey, whatever, I don't want to deal with this? Sure, I guess. But in my thinking, a reasonable person would think this through and kind of research as to what the actual involvement is and whatever. So at that point, you start looking at the arguments that in support of that statement, and you're like, oh no, these are people who just don't want to see these types of stories in games. They don't want to see this. And so it's just, I don't know. It's a very messy subject that it's hard to parse the genuinity of the people of the different arguments that are being made.
I think this is the thing. And look, don't get me wrong. I think none of us, right? And I can confidently say this. Like, I don't think any of us wants to be in a position where we see something and we feel like it's forced.
Right.
Like, do you know what I mean?
Fair.
Like, it's not only is it offensive to the person who's either being involved in it, but also to the people. Like, why would you force something on it? Like, it doesn't feel. It doesn't. When it doesn't feel right. So and so when you end up seeing, I remember, like, this always makes me laugh. It's like, and I love it. It's a great question. Like, why did he? Why is he working with these guys when it's his culture? Like,
that's what they say. That's what the streets are saying.
I love it, man. And I love it because I'm like, because they didn't do that, bro.
Because they didn't go down like that.
You answered your question. You answered your question. So literally, just listen to that common sense element of like, right, where is it? Where is this? Where is that question? Like, really think about it. You've answered it yourself. So like, so there is this sense of like, I do feel like a lot of the time, there are healthy conversations. I mean, like, look, I've again mentioned it on my Twitter, right? Our discussion page on Steam is it's not as fire as most other places are, but there's elements of ridiculousness in there, right? And like, you've got pages and pages upon it all as a whole thing. And look, in my head, I don't like, okay, you can have a conversation, you can have this discourse, because I believe truly that just by having a conversation,
it's necessary, brother.
By asking the questions, being open to hearing the answers to it, and having that discourse. Of course, you can agree to disagree, sure, whatever. But ultimately, just I'll listen to you and you listen to me. we can have a conversation, we can move forward that way. But and that's why we're not like going crazy with the ban hammer or like, you know, kind of kicking people, because it's just like, no, we want to talk. But if you're gonna come in with like typical obvious directional, like where, like, you know, where I can see where this is truly coming from, like, get out of here, man. I ain't got time for that.
I respect it. I respect the transparency, brother, because again, you know, I always tell people, like, at the end of the day, some people may not like the messenger, you know what I'm saying? But I always say don't lose sight of the message, because at the end of the day, we do have to admit diversity is needed. As a person who I've never really, majority of my gaming life, you know, I didn't really see a lot of black protagonist, you know what I'm saying? Like I didn't see a lot. The main character that, you know, throughout the story, you know, we were happy we got Jax from Mortal Kombat, you know, a couple things here, you know what I'm saying? We was happy, we were like, all right, cool. But as far as like the main story, it's big. So I do want to transition obviously to what you kind of alluded to earlier, which is part of this as well. And you again uniquely qualified because you are Bayek of Siwa. You are a major portion of the Assassin's Creed franchise. We got to talk about Shadows, because Assassin's Creed Shadow, obviously the new trailer dropped, and you know, we have Yasuke from you know, African samurai depicted in the game, as well as a fictional Japanese female character. And again, you know, this sparked a lot of intense debate, so I guess I would say, online. So like, just, you know, what are your thoughts on the discourse on this matter?
It's just go ahead, Dadek,
I was
please.
gonna say, I want to give a little bit of feedback on the Sweet Baby thing. I wanted to make sure everyone was done with their take.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
You can't see me?
No, I can see you now. No, I said I'm sorry, I didn't see you earlier. Sorry, get it.
Yeah, I was trying to fix my camera again.
You good, bro? You good?
I think the biggest issue with the whole Sweet Baby thing is just the lack of information. Keep in mind, you could have came out with that, and you know, there's still going to be people on the internet that, you know, call you a liar and stuff. We call them racist.
Yo,
because, no, it's just I'm being real here.
That's how we doing it.
Right. The thing is, though, is if he gives you that information, your first thought process is to dismiss it as a lie instead of asking more questions. To me, it's going one way more than the other. Yeah. Look, when it comes to Sweet Baby thing, I don't know everyone over there at Sweet Baby. I will say, from my perspective, when you know, you don't have to comment on this because I don't want you commenting on this. When I saw the comments that the individuals were making over there, I can understand how people will see those comments and say, if this is their personal mentality behind the scenes, what are they really offering to these studios? But the thing that I want to point out is your first, like, we're about to talk about the Shadow, you know, Assassin's Creed Shadow. Just because there's a black character in a game, don't mean it's forced diversity. You got to actually see the game, because it's like we said earlier. You know, if something's forced, you can tell when you actually play.
Yeah,
you can feel it, man. You can feel it.
And I think there's a lot of other mediums that do a lot of shoehorning storylining. That now people are trying to put everyone in the same ball.
Yeah,
right.
And it's just like, and I think it's a lot of emotions. I think it's a lot of fear of, you know, the games and movies and TV shows that we all love. You know, we're seeing a lot of these mediums start to like just be a spiral, like bad, good, bad, good, bad, good. It's just like, I understand that there's a lot of like really bad stuff in the industry. And it's not even just you know, this in general, people getting fired, we losing a lot of stuff. It's just a lot of raw emotion. But like the Assassin's Creed show, we got to stop labeling everything as sports diversity. Because if you label everything as sports diversity and you don't want it, guess what? That's not diversity at all, because you are shutting down the anticipation or even the ideal of exploring different scenarios because you just think that sports diversity because they actually done it. And to me, like the Assassin's Creed, if you play the game and you generally feel that the game had narratives pushed, not necessarily from a writing aspect, from a, you know, the company felt like they can make a couple more sales, then make your decision there after you play the game or at least after people review the game that you trust. But don't don't take every game.
Yeah, and broad stroke is what you
and
kind of
act
get
like
at. Yeah.
everything's bunching together, because it's not. Look, there was some questionable stuff that was made by some Sweet Baby employees. Doesn't mean everyone has that mentality across the industry that does consulting. And I think and then I will say, obviously I'm white.
I think we've come to the correct conclusion.
Wait, what?
It's like I said last week. It's like I said last week. I do feel like, because I have friends that I know for a fact are not racist, and they see scenarios like this, and we got to do a better job at conveying and explaining our opinions, because you can have the most innocent opinion and mindset on something, but it's all about execution. You might not be racist, but my dude, that sounds racist. And what the sad part is, there's so much, so many bad apples in the pool. The last thing you want to do is look like one of the bad apples.
No, I feel you, brother. No, I hear where you coming from. Yeah,
I just want to say, like even, and again, this is why I'm like, it annoys me, because you've got someone like, for example, like Dom, who is he's white, man. The guy, he's a white guy. He's my best mate. And in my eyes, he is probably the most qualified person of anyone in the company, in the space, like in anywhere, to write this story with about my father, because the guy met my dad. He was with my dad. Yet when the game gets announced and all this sort of stuff, he even gets called
they was coming for Dom? Oh, they was coming for Dom.
Yeah,
they were saying
they told me that last week. I got a couple messages saying it.
Like, seriously, white traitor, you're a white traitor, like you're going against, and it's like, hang on, why can't my man breathe on this?
I won't say the person, but because I remember I was watching the barbershop with an individual, and I said, this is hilarious, and he said, he made a comment on there's like no white people in the movie. I was like, because they're literally in areas where there's only black people. And he's like, well, they could have done a movie just like this with white people. I was like, name actors. He couldn't. It's like,
this is what I mean. Like, I'm just saying, like, it's almost, then it becomes, the whole conversation, the whole discourse, the whole of the elements of it all becomes so much more. It just becomes insidious. It becomes horrible. It evolves into something else, and it's just a bit like, how are we going to move forward with any of this stuff? Like, in truth, if you really look at it all, we all just want a good game to play. Facts. We all just want to have fun. We all just want to literally enjoy the elements and times that of what we're spending these few moments of our, like these hours of our life that we have very limited time of, enjoying this. So why do I have to answer a question that's like, why do you need to, what diversity, like, elements of it all have you put into Zal? I'm like, the game's set in Africa, bro.
What are we doing? Yeah, no, I get you. I was shocked.
I can't do anything right, and I think that's the thing. It's like there's a feeling of like I can't, like and that's the thing that gets me. It's the fact that there are elements of it. It's like you can't do anything right, even though sometimes the process of it all is supposed to be. It's all about enjoying. It's all about losing the fantasy. Like, even with Assassin's Creed Shadows, like, as an element of it all, like, it's all right. I get it. Fine. It's the first time that the Assassin's Creed franchise allows you to play as an actual historical figure, to a degree, and it's like, okay, so you're telling me that you're having an issue with the fact that this guy is, whether he's a samurai or not. But you're not. But you're completely cool with the idea that you've got these Greek gods having all these different powers. The apple of Eden, being able to control people's mind.
What historical atmosphere?
You're cool with that. Oh, you're cool. You're cool with, like, the elements of, like, oh yeah, Desmond's ancestor was probably like this Italian guy. It's like, hang on, bro. Like, why didn't I hear you shouting when they started literally controlling people's minds with an apple? Like, it's like, I don't understand.
Yeah, obviously we should just go and get straight into the.
That's where we at. Yeah, that's where we at. So look, go ahead.
When it comes to that, that's the part that irritated me. if you wanted to have a conversation, and it's like, you know, they wanted more of like a historical Asian ascent story. That's a better conversation than say, yeah, I just wanted to be historically
Absolutely.
accurate.
Exactly.
What it's literally one of the less historically accurate games in existence.
Oh my god.
And Solve, we talked about it, right? Or last LP, which was like,
shout out.
I had to, you guys, I defer to Solve and Addict when it comes to Assassin's Creed. Like, I started off with Assassin's Creed, so I'm the stealth guy. I liked when it, you know, you going through the shadows in Jerusalem, you're hiding amongst the crowd. Then it became more action heavy, and I kind of, you know, fell apart. So I kind of slowed down on it. Not saying that the game's not good, but what happens is, like, I'm asking, you know, since Addict and Solve, our friendship, me and Addict's friendship started because of Assassin's Creed. Like, literally, it was like, bro, I play Destiny, you play Assassin's Creed. He's like, I think Destiny's trash. Well, I'm like, all right, well, you need to try this, and then we're going to trade these games, and we're going to find out whose game we like, and then we end up becoming best mates as a result of that. And then Solve, obviously, this is my brother from the 3rd grade. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is my dude. Like, we went to school, so, you know, he's always been the stealth guy. We call it murk and murder in the shadows, you know, jumping down on the rooftop. So this is their games, right? So I'm like, okay, guys, I haven't been connected to the series in a while. I see what's going on with the Yasuka, you know, situation. You know, what's the premise? Like, is they've been historically accurate, and they're like, God, nah, this is like historical fiction. They got liberties to do all type of foolishness and stuff like that.
And the part that upset me the most is they took something like Assassin's Creed, and you could tell these people don't play the game. You can tell they ain't never played the game. Literally, the apple eating is a god divine weapon that sucks the essence of your life out of you.
But
where in history did that happen? I don't know. Maybe I missed it.
Go ahead, Sol.
Maybe it was the prehistorical thing. Maybe this happened so long ago that we already restarted civilization. Maybe that's a possibility.
There was this element. There was something again, and maybe like again, I know Twitter isn't the be all and end all. Like it isn't the worldview, right? For sure. But there was this post about basically like again during the marketing campaign of Shadows, or like, you know, Yusuke is there to fight his oppressors, and then that got taken into, oh, I wonder who his oppressors are, and you've literally got people out there being like, it's the Templars. Like it's always been the Templars. Like it doesn't matter who they are or where they're from. Like it's the Templars. Those are the and it's like you're taking this context and you're now making it into something else. In the same way, like as I said, like with Raised by Wolves, for example, just because I was a service model, you're saying like I'm only cast because I'm black. Like that's the only reason. And it's like, but if it was anyone else, you wouldn't have even batted an eyelid about it. But it's simply my existence is like a political factor. It's like, even though I didn't say shit about it, now you're making it. You know what I mean? And I think like that's the thing that I'm like, come on, man. Like, where is this? Where are you actually cooking from? You know?
Yeah, no, that's real solid. I'll let you get your balls off.
No, I just to reiterate what I said last week. Like the moment I start hearing arguments about the historical relevance of stuff, and I'm like, okay, yeah, so you're the hidden racist, because it is this thing of like, yeah, you know, look, Leonardo da Vinci was a painter, he was an engineer, he was an artist. Yeah, he did not make a holograph. So they took that, right? They took that and said, okay, we're gonna make Leonardo da Vinci Ezio's Q. If Ezio is James Bond, Leonardo da Vinci is his Q. And we're gonna make him make all these wild ass contraptions for Ezio. And show me the story. Where in my history books is that not written?
Fair enough.
And I'm just like, I can't with these discussions.
Yeah, no, we'll move on. I'm sorry, Addy, you got one more ball.
I ain't ready.
All right, get your balls off. Get it out. Get it out.
It's like, for instance, like when I was talking about, you know, if you want to, my only issue is the historical accuracy. You know, if you always wanted to play Japan as an Asian man, even though that's a little weird, but if you always, and I get it, because that is such a cherished time frame, especially around that area, for anyone, no matter what race you are. But at the same time, in my personal opinion, you have no business being upset that man's black if you ain't Asian, because it's in their region, because it's celebrating their area of history in their region of history. And you know, you can give your opinion, But to me, to go above and beyond and say something is historically accurate when clearly you ain't played the game.
Yeah, it's just
And
exposing.
it's not even related to you. You don't even have to play the game. And like, to me, it's one thing to say that you're disappointed. It's another thing to go straight to say force diversity. Yeah. And that's the part that like frustrates me, because it's like, maybe Ubisoft, it's like I said last week, you wasn't here, obviously. I said maybe Ubisoft didn't want to tell the same story that's been told 100 times. And they wanted to tell a story about a black man in Japan that has to fight for his relevancy in the region.
Who actually was a historical figure.
Yeah,
I heard everything about I heard everything about what's a retainer and what's
story?
not. What's a several.
It's like I said, what sounds like a better story? But obviously, if the game comes out and they didn't really touch on anything in between,
right,
then obviously we can have a conversation then.
You got to play it first.
Exactly.
And this is it.
Yep.
Yeah, you gotta, and this is why I remember there was the amount of times I was so close to even posting about Tales and being like, listen, I will give you this company if you can show me where the hell this game is woke. Please, I will give it to you. Like, just tell me. But of course, I'm not gonna get involved. But my point is, it's like, yeah, you've got to play it, experience the art first
for yourself,
then have a discussion
instead of making a broad stroke. Yeah,
and that's it. And it's just like, and sometimes it's just very. It's such a everyone's like shoot first, ask questions later.
Yeah,
you know.
No, you're right.
I think that the biggest concern I have that I see a lot of people is the people that I know aren't racist. They're just worried that the industry is going in like spiraling out of control in multiple fashions, and that's valid. But it's just like, we got to stop. I don't even want to use that analogy because it's bad. We got to stop with this. We paint everybody the same color.
Broad stroking entire things, and we got to be careful. Look, I'm always of the mindset, vote with your wallet. If you feel something is for us, fine, that's where you at. Okay, whatever. But at the same time, making broad stroke statements when you have not experienced, played the game at all, and to say, I'm going to target all of these things, guess what? You're going to put yourself in a situation, because guess what? The majority of the industry, there are inclusivity programs. There are things that's going to have diversity in it. And you're just going to include yourself from 90% of the gaming industry. That's one. And a lot of it is just disingenuous to me. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing to say, hey, Cog, I'm not a fan of a certain individual of said organization, or if they said something that I have question with, fine. You can take your issue there. But what I am saying is that to make broad stroke statements on all of these individual games, and I'm going to target all of you. Hey guys, this game, you see what I'm saying? Without playing the game, without having any understanding, without speaking to the people who are actually, I'm a firm believer of speaking to the people who are actually doing the work. And when we speak to you, Lord Abu, you're telling us, hey, this is what it is. That's all it is. The story's there. I asked, okay, everything's cool? Boom, next, right? That's the thing. Let's get the information first before we go and make these very broad statements, because sometimes you're going to end up looking foolish once you get the information.
Yeah.
But we got to move on a little bit.
Well, no, I was just adding on to that.
Yeah.
And it's like, at the end of the day, it's like Cog said, like, vote with your wallet. Like, if you truly, I personally feel like we should be giving people more benefit of the doubt than just automatically assume everyone's lying.
Exactly. Like, that's it. That's all I'm saying. But look, I know we went long with that one, but we had to get it out. Appreciate you there on that, brother. But there is something else that you are a part of, that you are that you've been selected to. We're dealing with royalty. We're dealing with someone first that, from an acting standpoint, you went from actually one of our beloved series, Solve. He was in 24. I like 24. I ain't going for. I was a keeper guy. Shout out to Keeper and all that. So you started there with Dances of Wolves, but now you are the Lord of the Tides. Now Team Black is in the realm. So, Lord of Boo, talk to us, man. You are now the most dangerous Valerian, Alan of Hull. How are you processing being in the Game of Thrones universe, y'all?
You know what? It's crazy. It's very ridiculous. And I remember watching Game of Thrones and being like, this is an incredible world. Like, I want to be in this world. Like, it's amazing. It's truly cool and crazy. And if there's anything I could do to get into this, like, I remember even as well saying like, okay, cool, I've done Assassin's Creed Origins, Raised by Wolves was great. it's going to be really hard to top this. Like working with Ridley Scott in like, you know, in an original, you know, space, like there's nothing's going to top this. Then along comes the phone call for House of the Dragon. And I'm like, oh wow, I've top TV. Like, I can't do this anymore. Like I gotta almost retire now. But yeah, it's really beautiful, and you know the people are incredible. Like you know Steve Toussaint, who plays Corliss, he's incredible guy, incredible man. Like they're all great people, man. And like one of the things that I've really been happy with is, again, just the being able to sort of, you know, I'm doing the game studio, I'm in there getting my hands dirty and whatever. Then I'm in a world of dragons. It's like you kind of forget about it, and it's honestly it's beautiful, man. Truly beautiful. Like awesome. I feel so blessed being part of it. And I think also what was kind of scary as well was like I didn't even know I was going to be in the trailer. So when I appeared on the trailer with me and my bald head right there, like, I
saw the baldy. I was like, okay, all right.
I'm representing, bro. Like this is the thing, like because every time I'd be asked, like, oh, what's your hair going to be like? What's your hair going to be like? How's it going to look? How's it going to look? I couldn't say anything because it was just like, oh, you got to wait because that's one of the big things. So
that's one of the big things.
Yeah, I'm really happy with it, man. It's an incredible and insane world, and the amount of detail and passion these people put into this thing is I've never worked on a production like this before.
And the process with, like, I'm assuming, like you talked about rounds of interviews and of castings and just with other roles, I'm assuming this was pretty intense.
You know what's funny? This wasn't intense as I thought it would be.
Okay,
like it was 2 rounds essentially. It was you know the first one was a tape that I'd send in. Again, the script was completely changed, like it was very hidden. And then the second round was essentially meeting Ryan, the showrunner, and the producers. And again, what was so great
Real
about
quick,
it
out of
was,
curiosity,
go ahead.
When you sent the tape in, did you know what you was applying for, or was it like one of the things where they would say we got a position and they wouldn't tell you?
No, so it was all code named, but you knew what it was for. So like so the way so again, like it was code named because if anything leaks, no one would have any idea, but you as the actor knew what you were going in for, but you didn't know like the character that you were actually auditioning for.
Right.
So the description was there, but you, like, for example, I didn't know, for example, that it was going to be one of the hulls, for example. Like I didn't know that was the character, but I kind of had an idea of where this character was supposed to be playing from and who they were. So like this was essentially like the kind of stuff that they kind of hid from.
Did you Google the scenario to figure out who you playing?
Dude, this is the thing. They are tight, man. Like with the like every information, like they give you enough to not to it could be anything, like genuinely. So that's the thing. So it was very crazy, like in regards to the whole process. But then in the room, obviously they shared a bit more about it, but still not enough because you want to be careful with this stuff, especially with something like I remember one of the days we were filming out in Wales, and we would literally, it was a whole day on the beach. We are literally seeing people like camping out with cameras, like taking photos and shots.
They're like, yo, we saw them. They over here.
Yeah, literally.
That Game of Thrones paparazzi got to be real.
I saw them do that for the new Bad Boys that's coming out. People were like, look, I see Will Smith on the streets.
There we go. Okay.
Honestly, it was really something. So you had to be like really, like even when it came to like working on set, like you'd always give your scripts back. You'd always give. You can't take them back home. You always have to give them. But yeah, you'd always give them in because, again, like one, you don't want to spoil, for the people out there who are going to watch this, who want to dive in, who've never kind of gone into this world before. But two, also there are people out there who will do anything they can to try and get this information out.
Of course.
So you've got to be. Yeah. And especially with the hair thing, like I remember lots of people would be like, "Why are we, Abu, you're bald. What's going on?" And I'm like, "I'm just trying something different."
Oh, you had the front. You had the front for the crew. Yeah, that makes sense.
Know what I mean? So that was it though, man. But it was great though. Like it was the whole process, as I say, like the amount of detail that they would put in, not even just like from the castle to the, to everything is I've never experienced it before. Like we would literally film in. We were doing like a scene a day, Whereas normally in TV, you're filming at least 5 scenes a day. Like that's normal in TV because you're essentially filming 10 films, 10 feature films, right? Whereas here, like the amount of detail these guys put into this is just, I've never seen it before. Never seen it before.
Got me hyped for season 2, so he got me ready, man. I go
Season
front.
1 was really good.
I got a confession to make.
You fell off after the main joint. You fell off.
I watched the first episode of season 1, and then a lot of ish started happening in my life, and that's where I left it.
Oh well, yeah, life happened. Life happened.
Why did you bring me on this podcast?
So I will
Get
be
him.
sure. I'll be
Toss him
sure
out.
Get
to
him.
be caught-
Seize him. Traitor to the realm. Seize
I will be caught up by the time.
We definitely gonna rap for a boy that. So salute to you. You're gonna be one of the Valerians, controlling the strongest fleet. You know what I'm saying?
We have unrealistic expectations. Saul, I expected you when you saw he was having him on that you just benched that overnight.
Real quick,
whatever, 10 episodes.
As we get to the eggs, I just want to follow with a few because I didn't get a chance to touch on Search It Studios.
Yeah.
And because you're a man of many hats, doing so much in gaming and pop culture and entertainment. So just like in general, like with Search It, like, you know, you have founded a studio, right? You literally have a studio. So like, what's your thought process as far as like setting it up, and then what's the role of like, what does transmedia studio means to you? What does that really mean?
No, it's for me, it's about creating different access points for people to come into a story and feel welcome in it. So for example, like I know for a fact that my mother isn't necessarily going to play the game, right? She's going to pick up a controller and play the game. But what I'll do is I might make a TV show or a film within that universe. So then when she has a dialogue with someone who has played the game, they've got like this sharing point.
Yes.
That's what transmedia means. It transcends the medium of which it's in, the world and the stories that you're telling. And I think like that's what we want to do at Surgeon. We want to tell stories that speak to everyone in a way that is not only human and truthful, like it goes, as I say, beyond race, beyond gender. It's like it's raw, it's real. It goes beyond that, but it really truly connects. It connects people who wouldn't necessarily, for example, play a game or even watch a film. Like it's that middle point. Like I think the most beautiful aspects I can think of or elements of example of this is Arcane. Like the TV show Arcane it's sensational. I never cared for League of Legends though before that. Like I didn't know about it. I didn't want to, and I probably still won't play it. But after actually watching Arcane, I wanted to know more about it. And I think like if I then had a conversation with someone who was an avid League of Legends player, that's where it kind of,
connection.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's that
dope.
middle ground. That's where you
that.
kind of talk about. And so that's something that I want to kind of cultivate and conjure in with Surgeon. Like that's the reason why we're as I say, it's a transmedia studio, is because we build these worlds that allow you to be enjoyed no matter what medium you kind of devour them in. You know what I mean? So that's sort of the sense of where I'm kind of leading with it.
No, I love it, brother. And, just to add on, because, again, checking out, what you're doing over there. First of all, you got a career in podcasting. I love podcasts. You had Ben Starr up in there. You had Neil up in there.
Man.
Then you had your mate, Dom. Like, really intense conversations. And then even listen to Nanita, and talking about the audio aspect of the game and, your enthusiasm. I actually love that stuff because it's a good point, we got people who just love gaming. There's people who love films. It basically shows that, there could be more to Tales of Kenzera and other mediums. I also notice it seems like a franchise, sir. It seems like Tales of Kenzera Zal. It seems that there's other things that could happen potentially.
This is the thing. This is the plan. That's the plan. So this is what, this is the thing. This is why I've designed this universe and this world. And it's like, it's to be, and that's why also as well, like I specifically, I had the fantastical element of where Zhao existed and where he played in. And then you've got the element of where Zuberi is in that kind of Afrofuturistic sort of sense and space, right? It's to show that, this world, as well as grief, is timeless. And so we can dive into wherever we want to go into there. So yeah, man, it's definitely part of the plan.
No doubt. As we wrap up, Lord, I know we had time. We got to do something we do. It's tradition here in the realm of the Lords. It's tradition. So we need top 5 video games or franchises of all time. No pressure. No specific order. just and whatever comes to mind now, you come back in the realm, you're like, Cog, I forgot to add this one. You know what I'm saying? But I need those top video games or franchises. You don't have to narrow it down to specific, but we got to learn the myth behind the man. Let's go.
Okay, right. I would say, I mean, obviously for me, Kingdom Hearts is one of those top games. For
Oh,
me.
you and
Kingdom
Addict
Hearts
are gonna
is-
be friends forever.
Kingdom Hearts definitely is. It's just such an incredible world and incredible space to kind of dive into. So that's one. I really love the Legacy of Kain franchise. I think the Legacy of Kain franchise is
Let's go.
there's something really cool
You know
about
what this
the
man
Legacy
did?
of
This
Kain,
man watched the podcast.
Like-
man. I'm gonna come over.
He did his research.
go.
He did his research.
Oh, bro.
Kingdom. All right. Okay. Talk some. Wait. Now, Razel or Kain?
Oh, Kain all the way.
Oh my man!
Kain all the way, man.
I was there for Blood Omen. I was there for Blood
man.
Omen Legacy of Kain.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Kain all the way.
Woo! Okay, that's number 2.
I would say, all right, we've got another 3. So I would say, oh man, this is tough.
Gotta pick up.
So
these
these are video games or franchises.
or franchises. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I've spoken about it so many times. Golden Sun was always a big game for me as a kid. There was something about Golden Sun that really hit me as a kid. I know these are games that I mentioned, but there's a reason why I mentioned it. That was my one chance, and I was like, this is what I'm gonna shout out. I would also say, oh man, this is really
Tough.
hard.
It's tough.
Especially the more narrow you get, you know.
You got 3. You get 2.
Okay, as a franchise, I'd say, I mean, this made a really big impact on me. Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball, the whole Dragon Ball franchise, like that. There's something special, truly, about that kind of space.
There's good Dragon Ball games like Tenkaichi's really good.
Yeah, I remember there was the card game on the Game Boy. Do you remember that? Have you ever played that one?
I never
it was
played
like
the card
yeah,
game.
yeah. It was
My cousin
it
played it. They tried to get me to play after I stopped Yu-Gi-Oh. They tried to get me to play like Digimon, Pokemon, Dragon Ball.
Right,
Like,
okay.
I'm good on all that.
and okay, I think, and it's hard the final one, but I was literally just in my head. I was just thinking about it, and I was just picking it out. Mass Effect.
All right.
Tony, he did his research.
He did his research.
He did my research. That's why
you hit too close.
I swear down. No, listen, Mass Effect is that. Like I remember that when that Legacy Edition though, that Legendary Edition comes.
Yes.
That was it. That was me. That was like, it was beautiful,
Bro. It's still to this day, me and Saul talk like an addict. Like, there's really nothing that has truly replicated it with terms of like the save data transferring over, your decisions mattering, and having completely different playthroughs from your mate. And you're like, yo, this happened to me, or this person died, or this person survived, kind of thing. I will throw a little spice. I'm gonna break protocol because we gotta start some trouble. What's your favorite Mass Effect out of the series?
2.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Get him
I
out
didn't
of
even-
here.
greatest-
I didn't even.
Look, he said it without
Come on, man.
hesitation.
You know what I mean? Like one was like, ooh, interesting, cool world. Like we're getting excited. It's interesting.
Educate, Saul.
All right, cool.
Educate him.
Where we
Yeah,
going? Where we
let him
going?
know.
Where we
Let him
going?
know.
2 was like, this is a masterpiece. I am in a film. I am truly experiencing. I am Commander Shepard. Like that was 2 was that. 3.
I like 3 more.
Oh man, they
He like
lost
the ending
way,
though. They
man.
talk to him. To educate addict. Why not 3?
Like seriously, I mean, like they were building it. They were building on what they've got, and it was great, right? They were, the mechanics was tight. Everything was really good, but it was the story, the people. Like I didn't feel for anyone at the end of 3.
At the end of it, okay. So I
You
saw
know?
he's not invited back anymore to the cookout after this decision.
Ain't
He's
gonna
done.
lie, I was trying Tali, I think her name was.
Yeah.
Like in the moment that her and what's his name turned on me, I was devastated. I remember like when stuff went south, I was like, no, what's going on?
He said, "Y'all can't be fighting now." Listen, man.
And then after it happened, I was like, well, I guess it's going down this way.
No doubt. Bonus round for my boy Lord Fumo. He did want to ask you this. Favorite ammo piano artist?
Oh man. Oh my God.
It's a tough. Yeah. He said,
Why are you?
I know. I'm doing you dirty. He begged me to ask this question, so I was like, I'm just learning about ammo piano, to be honest. So for me, it was.
Oh man, I'm a piano is like it's
It's a vibe, bro. It's a vibe.
And I kind of got introduced to it when I would say I would say, I was filming Raised by Wolves in South Africa. That's when I really kind of really sort of opened me up to what it is. Oh man,
Yeah, I'll just say one for me. What was the Tishwala Bam? It's a joint called Tishwala Bam. Yeah,
Okay.
the brothers feature SNE and EQ. I was like, yo, this goes hard. Like I've just started getting into it. I'm like, yo, it's a vibe.
Oh man. I mean, I'm a fan. I love it all, but Musa Keys is pretty decent.
Musa
Man.
Keys,
Like, you heard
okay,
Musa Keys. Musa Keys is pretty
I'm
good.
gonna do the research now.
Lady Do as well. Like,
Okay,
bro,
okay.
yeah.
And my piano, y'all. Y'all heard it here first. Boy,
Yeah.
preacher.
So honestly, like I've been fighting to get it in my game. You know what I mean? Like it's been like. So,
Well,
yeah, it's
did
real
Nita
for
shut
me.
you down? Did Nita?
No, she didn't shut me down. It's just like again, you want to catch that moment of what the game is. You know.
I feel you. Brother Abu, appreciate the time. An absolute legend.
No, thank you
in
for having me
gaming.
on, man. I enjoyed this. I really did.
Absolutely. Again, the accolade speaks for itself. Zal Tales of Kenzera, an absolute fantastic game. Please go out there and try it. Also, obviously, owning and being founder of a studio, seeing what you're doing in the acting space is truly humbling, truly inspiring, And again, thank you so much for the transparency and having the real conversations. I know we talk behind the scenes. You're like, we're going to talk. And I was like, okay, we're going to see. Because I was like, I'm going to talk too. And for you to be that real, like, brother, you have no idea how much that means to us, to our community, to see that level of transparency. And you just have infectious positive energy, brother. Keep doing what you're doing. We love to see it. Let's do some
Shout
outros.
out to you. Shout out to you for not making me talk about consoles before I was born. I
Yeah, he hates when we get into I was loving the Genesis talk, and you talking Golden Axe and Sonic. I was in my bag because Mega Drive over there, Genesis to us.
now imagine where they're like, I was into that. Well,
Oh,
I'm not into half the
Geek just corrected me. I forgot the big. You're right, Harry. Favorite console of all time and why?
Oh man,
Sorry,
jeez.
sorry, I'm doing this to you. I know.
Oh, what? You know what? Again, actually, the more I think about it, it's probably the Game Boy Advance.
Wow.
And I think it's
First
because
one.
this was something, and this is the reasoning because it's like I was able to travel with this thing. This saw me through a lot of car journeys, to London whenever we were visiting family, or to Kenya, or like it was whenever like my
Did you
family.
get the little
would
light
visit.
where you could see it?
Oh,
'cause
I
it
had
has a
to. I
backlight?
had to. Oh, dude, I had to. The connecting thing.
The
Yeah,
SP was
man.
the first one to have a backlight on it.
Yeah. But like I think for me that was again this portable game that I could or device that allowed me to transport myself into a world and kind of shut everything else out. Like
Yes.
that was magical. And I think like that's why I would say essentially the Game Boy Advance. I think the Game Boy was cool, but there was something about the Advance, man, again, like where they were going with it. Like I remember Spider-Man, Mysterio's Menace, like all that kind of stuff. Like, yeah. That's why. So, yeah.
Salute.
Oh man, you're throwing me these questions. These are hard questions, man.
You in the realm of the Lords. We gonna talk, man. Like, let's do some outros for Lord Abu. Lord Attic. Outro for Lord Abu when he heads on his day.
Yeah, I appreciate you for coming on, especially talking about like this sweet baby stuff. Because regardless, the circumstances of them working on your game, I think a lot of people just want answers in general, and I feel like there's not a lot of information going out there. So I appreciate you coming because I know that was probably not an easy conversation to have with us about coming on because. It's just one of those things. You don't know what spirals. And this is live too. So I really respect you for that too.
Look, and look, don't get me wrong. Sorry, I just want to say, like, I don't think it's not necessarily a difficult conversation to have. I think it's one of those ones where I'm kind of thinking as well, like, because I know the truth of it all.
Yeah.
And I don't want to, there's always some people out there where there's always a sense of like, you can say something that will just be taken into context or taken into something and blown into even worse of what it is, And so it isn't necessarily difficult. It's just like whether you want to kind of give it air in the same way that,
And plus, you don't know speaking. You don't even you can go out there and say stuff till you're blue in the face. You don't know if people are going to even believe you. Right. So it's like,
but to
especially how emotional people are about this subject.
Yeah, but to your point, Lord Abu, I'm the same way in a sense too. That sometimes my initial thing is I'm not going to give something energy because I know what the truth actually is. But to your point, I understand. I love why you had it. But I'm sorry, brother. Finish your statement.
No, that was it. Like, and I think like generally, and this is the other thing as well. And this is something that I really. I didn't want it to be a thing, but it has now become a thing of like the legacy of this game was about my father. It was about grief. It was nothing to do about, you know, this idea of race or politics or like, or, you know, I don't like wokeisms or whatever. Like it's not like I'm literally just making a game about my dead dad, man.
That's right.
And like, but you know, as soon as it becomes a thing, as soon as you begin talking about it, then it changes.
Yeah.
You begin changing that legacy. And even myself, by even mentioning it and talking about it, it's like you're kind of now talking about something else here, and you kind of bring it in. People are going to start talking about it in that space, in that regard. But you know what? And I agree though. People need answers. People want to know stuff. So you got to talk about it.
Real talk. Solve. Let's get some outros for Lord Abu. Anything you want to say to the legendary?
Yeah, man, I appreciate you coming on so much. The sweet baby stuff, man, I'll be honest, I could care less about that stuff. I want great creators to be able to make games and do whatever they do in whatever space they're doing, whether it's movies, whether it's games. I just want people's stories to be out there and to be enjoyed. All this other conversation around it, I hate the projection of political ideals or societal ideals onto works of art that people are using to express themselves. So the fact that, you know, I appreciate you having a conversation about it, but man, I wish it was just about the game and how amazing it is and your story. And, you know, and like you said, I hate the instances where the conversation changes and it becomes about something else, because obviously that is not what the game is about.
Yeah, cause
so
finish what you're gonna say. I'm sorry.
But yeah, man, I mean, you gotta understand, like, when I first played Origins, I was like, I love this character, man. I love this character. So the fact that we have Bayek of Siwa in the building. And obviously the amazing character of Zhao and the journey that you portrayed in that game and everything else that you're doing, you know, in TV and whatnot in your acting career. So well deserved. I thank you so much for joining us, man. And I hope you join us again and talk about, you know, whatever else is coming down the pipeline, because I'm super excited to see what you're doing, obviously in the gaming space and what you're doing in the acting space. So
call me in whenever, man. I'll come running for real.
Appreciate you, brother. You are a friend to the realm. I had to get your balls off.
I was gonna say, you know, shout out to you for standing on that I want gameplay being shown in my
that was gangster. He's like, we ain't gonna do these vertical slices,
because a lot of people. When it comes to like how you want to market it, they would be like, okay, you know, if you guys think that's the best, then we'll go with that. He's like, no, we going with gameplay. It's
going gameplay.
And I feel like what's funny is I always get people, you get one CGI scene with me. Next time, no more. And what I like is you got more attention because you let the gameplay speak for itself.
Yeah,
facts.
That's it, man. That's it. For me, it was gameplay and price point. I remember telling EA this. I was like, we're gonna show more gameplay than anything, and the price is just gonna be a steal.
Exactly. And I forgot to even no, great point, because you got the price, and then salute to you. I forgot to mention again, getting into PS Plus, right? Huge, more people access, and then hopefully, you know, obviously with EA, the relationship with Xbox, you know, they generally those come into Game Pass eventually, and then even a more audience. So I would say you're gonna expect some more stuff on the back end as the life cycle of the game goes on. But brother, we're cheering for you, we're rooting for you. We're looking forward to the next projects and things you got going. Enjoy your Sunday, the legendary Abubakar Salim. Thank you so much, brother. This really meant a lot to us.
You ain't gonna want to be here after this.
He will be fine. Enjoy the Sunday listening, brother.
Thank you. Take care, guys.
Peace, brother. Have a good one. You already know. Salute. So we got that. So we got some super chats.
We got some super chats that are just not safe for work.
Yeah, they were out of pocket.
Just a few. So we'll get into that. We'll move forward.
No question.
First off, let's put the crest in the chat for Lord Bronze, Virtua Brad. Shout out to Virtua Brad.
No doubt.
We got Hargeet Chani, $5 super chat question for Abubakar. How many people from Africa were involved in the story of Zhao? Do you believe we'll see more African studios in the future? We did not get to ask that. I'm sorry,
my brother.
Apologies, brother. Yeah. I should have rolled back towards the end. I would have just thrown that in there. I'm sorry about that.
The time is so limited.
The problem with reading super chats during interviews like that is we only have them for a certain amount of time. And we try to like pick up, but the chat goes so fast sometimes it's hard to keep up with everything.
Absolutely.
We got Fonz Gaming, member for 36 months, Lord Bronze. Shout out to the greatest team in podcasting, the Iron Lords. Shout out to you, my brother.
Salute,
Appreciate you,
salute,
brother. Much
Fonz.
love,
You
always.
already know.
Then we got Prolific with the $2
Oh,
super
Lord, what
chat.
he doing?
Sav, my stick is ready for you in Tekken 8. Pause.
He's out of pocket. Thankfully, we missed this during. Thankfully, we missed that super
I
chat
didn't
during.
break protocol for
We
this
was
one.
not breaking protocol for that, Prolific. Salute to you, though.
I'm not even gonna retort to that. Then we got, let's put the crest in the chat for Lord Bronze, Spartan661. Shout out to Spartan661.
Salute.
Then we got Guzzling King David's Glizzy.
Wow.
Member for 1 month, Lord Bronze. I'm back. If my picture updated, you can catch me in my mustard hard drip that I bought thanks to David funding me as his #1 Glizzy Goblin. Wow.
Savagery on every level.
Yeah.
Just pure savagery.
Then we got Halo Reach Around.
Oh, they in the
$5
building.
super chat.
Dark
I think
Avengers.
Lord Cog mains Ken in Street Fighter 6. That's actually my main.
Mhm.
Well, down in the vault, I main Addict in Meat Fighter 69.
I'm done.
And keep Dreamcast Guy as my pocket holder. Whoa.
Unbelievable.
And bringing in Dreamcast Guy too. Wow.
Unbelievable.
We got Robert Kelly, $5 super chat. As someone who lost his mother to cancer, your storytelling in Zao hit hard at points. Thank you for sharing your heart with the world. Yes.
Salute.
Fantastic story. Then we got P1553D, member for 10 months. And well, oh no, it's actually pissed. Member for 10 months, Lord Bronze. I'm enjoying the game on my way to the third spirit. Thank you for this experience rooted in African culture. It is awesome and loaded with wisdom. Facts.
Salute.
Then shout out once again to Hargate for blessing the realm with a bunch of
Yeah,
codes for
that
Tales
was
of
love.
Kenzera.
That was love.
Then we have Mr. Too Opinionated, $5 per chat. What did Sweet Baby Inc. contribute to the game? Also, how do you feel about that controversy with them? I hope we addressed it, right? I hope you guys are satisfied with that. Then we got Danny Passion, $5 super chat. As an artist myself, I really love what you guys are doing with these developers. Facts. Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Much
that,
love.
man.
Much love.
Then we got Ham Solo from TSWS
Yeah.
Gaming, $2 super chat. Congrats, Iron Lords, on this get. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you,
salute.
man.
Police you hand. You already know.
Then we got Bush Ninja 141, $2 super chat. Example of forced is Wolfenstein Youngblood.
Wow.
Hey, a lot of things in that game that was forced.
A lot of people ain't like that.
And that's the whole point I was saying. It's like, look, I'm not going to sit here and act like that's not done in practice in the industry, but I feel like people are starting to literally act like everything is it now. Like, and I like it's a lot of it's just emotions, fear that the industry is going to get to the point where like we're not going to be able to tell the difference. But when you play the game and you see if it's well done or not, that tells you the difference.
Yeah. I think this though. Wolfenstein Youngblood is more. They just forced whack gameplay onto a game that could have been good. Then we have, let me see, Donna Taco, member for 12 months, Lord Silver, Golden Sun, Abu, you're welcome back anytime in the realm. Golden Sun, that's awesome. It is awesome. Then we have Spectre, number 799, $5 super chat. Massive shout out to Abubakar. I was right to see his passion. Much love, sir, and to you and the Lords. Can't wait to talk about Zao for my audience. Shout out to
Nice.
Spectre.
Salute, Spectre.
Fantastic. Spartan Ghost 17, 10-pound super chat. Why are people so mad over Arcane Austin? Dishonored 1 sold 5 million, Dishonored 2, 2 million. Prey 1 million, Redfall 70,000. Its business and performance matters. Same for Tango Gamework, trash performance. Y'all didn't pay.
Yeah, that's what some people are saying on the business
It
side.
is. Both aspects of it are correct. But you can't say like when you look at Dishonored, fine, they ain't so great. Play those games.
Yeah.
Those are
Oh,
amazing playing
high-quality
games. So yeah. Brett Bingham, $5 super chat. I'm pumped for the June showcase, but if I don't see a StarCraft 1 and 2 definitive edition console port, it's an automatic disappointment.
Jeez.
That's asking a lot.
Setting the ball really high there.
You got to figure out that controller scheme first.
Yeah.
We'll
I
do
want
that.
World of Warcraft too, but we gonna see.
Not gonna lie, $2 super chat. What we gotta do for Addict to stream fighting games?
Yeah, what we got to do?
Oh my god! Man. What's with you guys wanting to? You guys want me to?
Yeah. What we got to
Can't even
do?
talk right now. What happened?
You guys, not you guys. Like this chat always be wanting me to like. First it was the retro games, and then it was, you know,
We need that Addicts Arena. How's it going to be arena? Ain't no fighting games.
just because it don't gotta be no fighting games. Like I am the mayor of Addict Arena. I
okay.
determine
That's
what's
how it is.
fighting, what's not.
We got arenas with no fighting. Got it. I got to mess with them.
I mean, I gotta agree. It's a misnomer. I don't know.
mean,
might
I'll
wanna
say
name it
something
something
arena.
else.
I will stream.
Addicts Court, no basketball.
I will stream Tekken.
Woo!
When I get a chance.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. What else we got?
Then we got, let me see. Hardgeek Chani once again, $5 super chat. Hellblade 2 is a trash 4 out of 10, at least according to some in the media who loved the first one. I finished it and gave it a 9. Hashtag Xbox tax is real.
The tax is back. Okay, all right. I see what we doing, Hardgeek. I see what we doing.
And we got Dr. Strangelove, $5 super chat. Sav, put down Hellblade 2. I can give you 5+ hours more of pleasure with my own meat blade than the game can ever give you.
Hey, yo, he is on time.
Thank you for
sir.
your unwavering support.
That was wild crazy. Hey, yo. What else we got?
Yeah, we are caught up on super chats.
No doubt. We got to pay any bills. Should I do the poll
We got pay the
question?
bills. We got the poll question. Do we have any Patreon questions as well?
No, none that I saw as far as Patreon. So apologies.
Okay, so
I didn't see it.
let's do the poll and then we get
All
into paying the bills.
No doubt. With the Xbox confirming the next installment of Call of Duty will launch day and date in Game Pass, which Xbox strategy resonates most with you? The winner of the 3-way ILP poll at 58% of the vote was smart. Call of Duty launches in Game Pass with boost hardware and reaffirms Xbox commitment to the Game Pass model. Coming in second place at 22% of the vote was mistake. Call of Duty and Game Pass leaves too much a la carte sales off the table. And in last place at 19%, I don't care. King told y'all to hold the line. Movement was meant for Call of Duty deal, and it was going through, and the general was right. Salute to all those in the vote. So Sav, man, they saying that they feel that it was the strategy is correct to launch Call of Duty in Game Pass for the commitment to the vision.
Yeah, you got it. You know, the thing is, the worry was that the powers that be above Phil Spencer were going to say no, right? We're just going to be like, you know what? No, there's too much money left on the table. Game Pass hasn't showed growth. But you have to commit to the idea of the biggest franchise that you now have,
Right.
hopefully bringing to light the fact that it will actually grow Game Pass, right? So you have to give it a shot. And the fact that they were able to, you know, when you see things like all these other games, you know, Hi-Fi Rush and Sea of Thieves and these other games going to other platforms, you wonder if they had as much control over that as they had at one point.
Yeah.
So it was you know, it was logical to infer that it might be the case that it was not going to be on Game Pass. So the fact that it's going to be there and it's going to try to see the vision through is great. Is absolutely great. I want to see what happens, because if anything can grow Game Pass subs, it's Call of Duty.
That's the hope, right? That's the thought process.
That's the hope, right?
That's the thought process, yeah.
We will see. We're months away from watching that play out and see what happens. So
Yeah,
I'm glad it managed to
curious.
happen.
Yeah.
If they don't hit their internal metrics on Call of Duty, does that like change the way they're even thinking about Game Pass in general?
Yeah,
If you can't grow with Call of Duty, what else can you grow that with?
I said that last week. I said if COD can't move the needle, there's somebody within that company that's gonna say, well, then that means Game Pass isn't growing. In my opinion, it could mean that Game Pass is not long for this world if COD can't move the needle.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Like, sure enough, this is why you do it. This is why you do the deal.
Right.
So, yeah,
Yep.
we'll see what's up on that. So, if you want to get into the bills.
Yes, sir. So let's pay some bills here.
The
Let's pay
mics.
some bills. Let's mute the mics. Now, fellas, blink if you haven't purchased a Father's Day gift yet. You see what I'm doing? You see what I'm doing there? There's a whole lot of blinking. Yeah, I thought so. Today's episode is brought to you by Manscaped, the leaders in below the waist grooming. Maybe your pops has had a bush since the 70s, and that's okay. Our friends at Manscaped have crafted the total package for his special day. Whether it's for the boys downstairs, his beard, or even the best pair of underwear out there, Manscaped has his bases covered. Head over to manscaped.com and get 20% off plus free shipping with code IRONLORDS. From daddy to zaddy, trust Manscaped. Like, now, listen, guys, my dad is at a point in his life where he can't groom himself the way he used to. It's just the reality, right? So, but he was very resistant for a very long time. And in that time, there were some instances of some mishaps, shall we say, that happened above and below the waist. So now that he's finally acquiesced to have me be his personal groomer, none of that is happening. And it's also happening because I made sure to hook him up with Manscaped's latest and greatest in grooming, right? So if you know that beard trimmer that your dad's been using since you were in grade school, yeah, you probably know that it needs an upgrade. Introducing the Beard Hedger Pro Kit, the complete beard maintenance kit for all the bearded kings. This all-in-one kit comes with a beard hedger, Manscaped's most advanced beard trimmer, as well as shampoo, conditioner, oil, and balm for his beard. It also comes with a brush, comb, and scissors so he can style his beard and mustache like the true gentleman he is. No beard kit would be complete without Manscaped's Handyman Face Shaver. For that smooth finish we know he loves. This bad boy is all he needs. Compact enough to fit in any travel case. Make sure he takes this on his next trip. If he carries a lot of body hair like most dads do, you're in luck with the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra. This bad boy is designed with fathers in mind, keeping the signature Lawnmower 5.0. This Father's Day is also the perfect time for your old man to stop stealing his wife's nail clippers and finally have a kit of his own that will last him a lifetime. The Shears 3.0 is the 5-piece precision men's nail grooming kit that any father needs to stay on top of his self-care with professional-grade stainless steel tools, sized and styled for the task at hand. That set of underwear he got for Christmas a decade ago definitely needs upgrading. And what better way than with Manscaped's Boxers 2.0? The Boxers 2.0 were designed with a simple mission: to make the most comfortable boxers a man could buy. It starts with the jewel pouch, a dedicated space that cradles your stones in place with a perforated performance fabric for extra breathability. So get 20% off and free shipping with the code IronLords at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com. Use code IronLords. Never forget where you came from, if you know what I mean. Happy Father's Day from Manscaped.
Yeah, shout out to Manscaped. You know what I'm saying? You got to keep the situation right. You know
That's right. I love the jewel pouch.
the jewel pouch, y'all.
Cradling the giggleberries. That's what I'm talking about.
You got to keep your situations, you know what I'm saying, tight. Make sure the master swords are trimmed and right.
That's right.
For holidays,
trimmed right. Above
Memorial
and below
days.
the waist,
yeah,
you know?
Don't be having things lurking and moving and shaking out. Don't be scrambling and scraping down there.
Especially since the 70s.
Yo.
Yeah, listen, man, the 70s, the afro was in effect in all places on the body.
Yes. Shout out to CJ for holding us down. You got the code. Use ILOs for that Manscaped. Take care of business.
Shout
y'all.
out.
You already
Take
know.
care of business.
Anyway, then we got 1 or 2 super chat. Then we can get the topic going.
Cool. Hold on, let me take a look at these. Lord Metroid, $2 super chat. Trim it just like Link does on Zelda. Whoa.
Whoa.
Wow.
No doubt. Oh, man, Dingo's back.
Yeah, we got, man, Dingo McDickens, $2 super chat. The Diddler 2, Cognito, Manscaped, Diddy vigorously.
Hey, yo. That was wild. Anyway. Oh, we caught up, sir.
Yes, sir, we're caught up.
All right, this is the big one. Shout out. This is actually me. Hellblade 2, y'all, out in the streets. The Lord, so we're lucky and blessed to review the game. So shout out to Xbox on that 5-man review. Lords, a shout out to Lord Flame.
Check
Lords
that
again.
out.
Check that out. It's up there right now. But you know, the dust is settled. since then, right? You know, we've got more thoughts. I know you at the time of review saw was about maybe 3 or 4 chapters in, you know, and stuff like that. So just looking at the landscape, we're sitting currently right now at about an 81 Metacritic. Very, I would say, it's fair enough to say divisive you know, as far as some of the thoughts online, even though overall 81 is a good score. But yeah, let's talk about it. So let's start actually with Addict first. Thoughts now that things have
Start with Saul first. My dog is going crazy.
Okay, we'll start with Saul first, no doubt. Okay. So Saul, you know, now that the dust has settled, you know, what are your impressions of Hellblade 2?
I think actually I was right at the start of chapter 5, right? So I didn't have that much left to go. And I think my impressions are largely unchanged. In that, you know, I think this is one of the, if not the most beautiful game I've ever seen. And it just, I think it achieves that at the cost of sort of
the rest of the game.
Gameplay, some aspects of gameplay that I thought coming off of the first one could have been improved upon and made more in depth, where the choice here was to make things more cinematic and actually remove some agency in certain aspects in lieu of making the entire game more cinematic, right? And again, with the level of fidelity that they're giving you in this game, I can understand that decision being made. It's not one that I'm particularly happy with in that regard, but I understand it. And that's kind of where I stand. After finishing the game, it's still the same. You know, you get to a certain point where you get one of the bigger fights in the game, where it's, you know, multiple enemies and we're not coming at you. And cinematically, and everything that we discussed about how every swing of the sword felt heavy, every moment felt like it was life or death. Every time you engage with an enemy, it kind of felt like it was, you know, this is your last moment here. And they exemplify that through the mocap and the animations and everything in these scenes, whether it's orally or visually, exemplifies them trying to kind of convey that emotion in those moments. But for me, I was like, and that's great. But when comparing it to the first one, I'm like, okay, they literally remove certain mechanics from the game, where for me, when I look at a sequel, I'm like, I want you to add mechanics or refine mechanics. It's funny because upon finishing the game, I'm like, this is the Mass Effect 2 conversation all over again.
Oh, in a way, I see what you said, because
it was funny that Abubakar brought it up, because I was like, yeah, this is the Mass Effect conversation again.
Okay.
And it is that thing of like, they made a choice, right? And the choice, honestly, it works out for them. It works out for them. It's just, I would have liked to have had more agency terms of the gameplay when it came to fights. Same thing, you know, the discussions around puzzles and stuff like that. I think some of the puzzles in world, especially the ones that have to do with the hidden folk, the way they sort of warp the world and things of that nature, they use their cinematics to their advantage to make them more engaging, right? And that's it. I just would have liked more of that, as opposed to, and you do get plenty of that. You get plenty of that. Right. And that's pretty much it in terms of my overall critique of what I felt that the story at the end.
Yeah, talk to me.
Initially, I had to sit with it for a little bit, because initially I was like, this doesn't feel as heavy and as rewarding as the end of the first one, because the first one was a very personal journey, right? It was her accepting things about her life and the things that had happened to her, and accepting the reality of who she is. And that's a very powerful thing, especially when they're able to convey it as well as that first game did, through obviously, you know, the binaural audio and at the time, what was also a very beautiful game, right? Especially for, you know, 20 people working on it, right? I think this was the game that kind of started the whole triple I moniker. It felt like a triple A game with an indie budget. So I felt like it felt like the first one was super powerful in that regard, especially at the conclusion when she realizes certain things that she has to let go of, right?
Yes.
And that's a very powerful thing to go on this journey and put all this weight on yourself, and then to have to let some of it go because you know you don't have control over it. That's a powerful thing. So here, when I ended the game, I'm like, okay, what's the message, right? What is the message, and how does it play upon the original and how does it improve upon the original and show her evolution as a person. And initially I wasn't grasping it. And then I'm like, okay, in a lot of ways, for a person to be able to be helpful to anyone else, you know, the idea of like, you got to love yourself before you can love anyone else.
Yes.
And I think that is kind of the crux of what this second game is showing you, is like, she had to be at peace with who she is to be able to be helpful to anyone else, right? And you, Cog, and you talked about this idea of her being, you know, this idea that she has people around her now who are able to see her for who she is, and in long term accept her for who she is and what these capabilities and gifts that she has, whereas before they weren't perceived as gifts, right? They were perceived as curses, and she was made to believe that. So she went through that journey in the first game to have an acceptance of who she is, and even sort of admiration for kind of who she is. And now she's in a position where she's able to play the hero role somewhat, right, and utilize these things which she perceived as gifts to be now, what she perceived as curses and now as gifts to help other people. So I think that is just the next step of her journey, right? This ability to now being well enough with herself to be able to be helpful to others, right? And when I thought about it in that context, I'm like, well, this is super powerful, because if you listen to the our review discussion, one of the things that I thought of about, hey, looking towards maybe a third game in this series, the reality of it is that Senwa is still a very sick person. She's learned to cope with what she's going through in her own way, but she isn't really getting treated, right? There's no treatment here. Right. So as her life progresses, this will become worse, and she will, if we have anything in, modern medicine or whatever to go by, the end result is ultimately probably, full on death, right? So
very morbid though, but
right, it is morbid, right? But what I'm thinking about it is like, it is this hero's journey that is rife with sacrifice. Like the first game, very true, very rightly, is called Sacrifice, because I think her entire journey is about sacrifice. And it's one of those things when, seeing where she concludes here in this game, where it's like there's a willingness for her to take on others' burdens in a way that she doesn't have to. Like, to be honest, she doesn't have to, which makes her a true hero. But in making her a true hero, there is an end line which probably ends in some sort of sacrifice. Tragic sacrifice in order to achieve this kind of unachievable goal that she's put on herself, where it's like, put everybody on my back. I got you.
I can do this. Yeah.
And it's like, it's beautiful and scary all at the same time. So as a story, though it didn't hit me immediately as hard as the first one.
Right.
In sitting with it and seeing what they did and what her evolution as a character is, this next step in the evolution of Senwa, I thought it was very powerful. It just, the way it was expressed in the game, it is one of those things where it isn't a moment where you're like, oh my God. It is a thing where you got to sit and think with and interpret a little bit, right? And see how you perceive it, because they leave certain things open-ended, right? So, and in that regard, an ending that kind of leaves you to figure it out yourself and kind of come to your own determinations is great as well. So, in my mind, if I'm gonna put a number on it, I'm giving it an 85.
Okay.
Again, I understand the things that they did to make the game more cinematic, and it gels with the game they built, because the game is, once again, one of the most beautiful walking simulator I've ever played in my life. But I really do wish that,
gamified.
Ninja Theory, when you look at games like a DMC, Devil May Cry, they can make some very cool, in-depth, interesting combat. And I don't want them to delve away from that. I want them to be able to do both, right? And it just kind of seems like the choice was made, we're going to give up this in lieu of this. That's just the way I feel. Other people feel that the combat is is fine the way it is, and that's perfectly fine. That's your opinion. But I would like to see a next game in the series be a more robust gameplay experience, in addition to all the pretty stuff that they did in this game. So
That's fair. Fair enough. Now that you have concluded the saga, Addict, you know what I'm saying? We've been talking behind the scene, but now that the reviews are out, sitting at an 81 Metacritic, and what are your thoughts? Now you have more time to marinate on Hellblade 2 and the review.
I think in terms of the Metacritic, it's about on par. You know, maybe I do think it deserves maybe a point or two higher, like an 84-ish range, because at the end of the day, like, I feel like in some ways the game regressed, in some ways, you know, it was pushed forward. Definitely graphics. There's no denying this game is a very, you know, momentum in gaming. I don't think there's anything quite like it. But at the same time, you know, we're in the game of, we're in a section of gaming where it's like, kind of got to like innovate your product to a degree. And, you know, when it comes to graphics, any game I expect the sequel to look better than the previous one. So I can't really, as much as it is a good thing, and as much as this is a little bit over the top on what you would expect a jump to look, the original Hellblade looked amazing. So like, I can't really give it a whole lot of props for that, because that's what we expect. When you make a sequel, you kind of expect it to look better than the prequel. But this does, I would say, look more than you would have additionally, you know, what a sequel would normally do. It's just, you know, when it comes down to it, if this is the type of game that they want, and they don't want to evolve the combat, that would be an interesting conversation. I do think that's something that they need to look into. But if they want to continue to make these type of games instead of it, then, you know, people need to understand that, like, not every game in the industry is made for you. Maybe Hellblade's just not for you. But at the end of the day, when you don't revolve your gameplay, your game around gameplay, there's a lot of people that's not going to mess with it. Like, a lot of people. So at the same time, like, if they continue with this, I don't see the franchise ever really like being mainstream to a degree.
Right, as opposed to like
it's always going to be a niche thing. In order for it to really get to that point, it's gonna require them to evolve that gameplay. You know, it's not like the gameplay was horrible, but
I know what
you
you're
know, the fact that they took some of the aspects from the original game out, and, you know, didn't really evolve the combat, because what the combat does well is the immersion, and that comes from the graphics. So, you know, I do think that the Metacritic's a little on point. You know, I do think it deserves a point or two higher, because I personally felt like they did a good job with what they did give you. And what, you know, I think I always go by games where, is it what the developer wanted you to play? Did they execute it correctly? I do think they executed it correctly, and people say, well, do you want the developers to have more, what's what I'm looking for, more creative freedom, or is or you know, was that a mistake on Microsoft's part? And it's like, no, they have the right to have the creative freedom, but I have the right to criticize what they chose to do.
Yeah, for sure.
And at the end of the day, you know, this might have worked out for them, because I do think it's a W. A lot of people try to act like this isn't a good game. Like, you know what's funny? And maybe it's just me.
Oh my god.
Maybe it's just me. I personally feel like, and you guys can comment on this, that Redfall was given more of the benefit of the doubt than this game.
Bro, some of these reviews, you thought this was Redfall that came out. I mean, I feel you there. I'm with you there.
Yeah, I personally feel like people was giving Redfall more benefit of the doubt than this game, and that's sad, man, because it's like, look, just because this game isn't the type of game that you would play doesn't mean it's bad. It just means, okay, you know, I personally enjoyed my playthrough of it, but it's not one of those things that I'm gonna play forever. You know, I played it, and that sucker's already off my hard drive. So
you did what you gotta do.
It was a fun experience, and I have moved on. But it's just the discussion in this industry around Hellblade was very weird to me.
Oh,
you know, and as much as I would say a lot of the 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 general ideal of who was right and who was wrong in terms of how the game plays. As much as I think that was pretty accurate, the way the industry handled it was very weird. Because it was like, when did we get to the point where we review games off the platform that they're part of and not the game itself?
Thank you for saying that. I'm glad you said, because that's what I was. I hate to interrupt. I just want to jump in. That was the thing that I noticed with this game. This was one of the few games that I've ever seen. The majority of the reviews are not rating the merit of the game, but they're rating the merit and the status of a company and a studio, right? As opposed to, what did you play, what you experienced? As opposed to, well, Xbox needs this to be this. It needs to be like I started hearing all of these other conversations in the review of the game. And to me, that's wild. Like, the studio deserves their work to be rated on what the work was presented. Like, I've never heard this, like, Zelda came out, but we got to see about this. The state of the Switch. This is so important to the Switch right now. They don't knock this out as a Switch launch title. Like, I've never heard this in a review. Continue.
I guess part of me is like, Xbox kind of put themselves in this situation where like the brand damage is so bad that people literally expect every game to come out for them to be like a 90 plus. If it's not that, Xbox is dead. Starfield isn't a 90 plus, right. Xbox is dead.
But here's the new thing now that I see also. You're right. Now I see 81, that's a disaster. Like, now, if you between 75, if you between 80, 83, this is a terrible game. This is a disappointment. For you, that's the new thing. That's not considered a good game anymore now. That's the Solve. I've never seen this kind of stuff before. It's like, I'm looking at Stellar Blade. I'm looking at Rise of the Ronin. I'm looking at all these games
than Rise of Ronin
that we consider good games. But now it falls in this game. Nah, man, this was not the W I thought we was getting.
They're literally acting like they're acting like it reviewed what Redfall reviewed. Like
it
in
is,
the 50s.
and it is that whole thing surrounding Xbox, where it's like every single Xbox game that comes out is the make or break one for the entire company.
Yeah, everything is the make or break. Everything is so much pressure on this.
And to be fair, like, listen, when we go back to when they first announced the Series X and they announced Senua Saga, right? The feeling around it, and as a fan, you look like, oh, this is their game. This is the one.
I think that's fair.
I said this one is a year out. This is the showpiece. This is the one that's going to show all the criticisms. This is it, right? And then as we get closer to launch now, whatever, 3 years later, right? 4 years later, it's not. It's like it's them. That not being the narrative, right? And it being like, hey, it's a $50 game, digital only. It's about the same size as the first one.
The expectation was set. They literally set the expectation.
And they set the expectation. Right. And the thing is, it's always like you shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? Like, maybe you should have set that expectation when you first talked about the game. Hey, fair. But at the end of the day, the game is what the game is. Once you have that set, whether it's a week before launch, whether it's a month before launch, that is the reality of the situation. Right. At that point, the game has to be judged on its own merits. And I see some discussion in the chat about, I want it to be God of War clone, whatever. That was some of the early discussion around this game when I thought they were taking Senua and making Senua into this. This is going to be our God of War. That wasn't it, though. Let me finish. Hold on. It was like, that's when I thought it was that. The moment they said, no, it ain't that.
Yeah, once you get the information,
I'm like, okay, then I'm comparing it to the first one. I'm comparing it to the first game in this series and nothing else. Yeah. I'm not expecting it to be God of War. I'm not expecting it to be anything else. So my criticisms of it stem from what I feel about the first one. And everything else, no, it's not that. I know it's not that. And it's dumb to continue that conversation because it isn't that. Do other people have that disingenuous conversation outside?
You imply that this is disingenuous?
Right.
And some people are disingenuous with these fake expectations that they're throwing on the studio that told you what it is?
Exactly. And you could even include it in your review if you say, hey, I thought it was going to be this because of this, that, and the other, but this is the game that I got, and this is the game I'm reviewing, and this is what I feel about it within that context. Cool. But when that narrative continues to permeate how you talk about the game, You're
then
not giving the game a fair shake.
You're not giving it. You've already made your preconceived decision on how you gonna feel about it. But again, I'm sorry, we interrupted you. Gary.
And the crazy part about this is like, go on that mentality where it's like, you know, the company doesn't hit out of the park when it comes to games.
Mm-hmm.
You can maybe say that same thing about whoever is deciding to sign third-party deals at PlayStation. Like, if you want to go off Metacritic score, Stellar Blade 82, 83, Rise and Ronin didn't hit the 80s. What was Forspoken? I don't even know what that was, but I know that wasn't anywhere, shape or form. It's just crazy. And then there was, what was that one game? It was made by Square Enix. Someone in the chat, because I know you guys always like to correct me. It was Square Enix.
Was it Godfall or something like that? Or
Godfall is another one.
What happened with Godfall?
It was Square Enix. Babylon's Fall.
Babylon's Fall.
Yeah,
And that game did horrible. It was like a 52 on Metacritic.
Yeah.
And my mindset is, where is the people asking for his job? Because he's doing nothing but signing 80. Look, sure, he gets stuff like Final Fantasy. No one's going to deny that. Final Fantasy 7 remake and Final Fantasy 16. But for every one game he gets that's a banger, he gets like 3 that's duds.
Right.
And no one's thinking, well, this dude needs to. It's just kind of crazy. You know, I know that's not a fair comparison, but that's the way that's the logic that's on Twitter. It's like, look, Microsoft put themselves in this situation, sure. No one's going to deny that.
Yeah.
They've had horrible messaging throughout the years, and it's been a domino effect that's led to all their games happen to be the greatest ever made.
Yeah.
You know, you can make the argument that no one says that about Nintendo and PlayStation games because, you know, their first party generally hits out of the park.
That's fair.
For the most part, they never really have any mess ups like that. But at the same time, it's just like what was done to Hellblade, just because people don't, and I'm one of them. I don't particularly agree with what Microsoft's doing at all. We'll get to more of that in the Doom conversation. But you didn't go to me about like, you know what, Cog, Saul, I enjoy my Hellblade, but damn, that Xbox ain't doing it right now. So I'm like, it's like that one person. I can't remember. I'm sure someone in the chat's going to correct me, but there was someone that reviewed an Xbox game, and at the end of the Xbox game, they said it's a shame it's not for PlayStation.
Oh, I remember seeing that. Yeah, I remember seeing
so
that.
It's like you reviewing a game, and the first thought process you have is, why isn't this on PlayStation? No one has that same mentality when it comes to Xbox, PlayStation games. And once again, maybe that's more on PlayStation's Xboxes because they've done that to themselves. But it's just like, at the same time, I understand why people have these criticisms, but at the same time, it's like, we're supposed to be here about games that I feel like everything's always revolving around the practices of gaming.
Right, or the company or some other stuff other than the game itself.
The games never stand on their own. It's always about what's PlayStation doing this, what's Xbox doing that. It's like, when it comes to reviewing these games, that should be the last thing that gets hit with collateral damage, because that's what we're here for. Yeah, but that's all I pretty much got when it comes to that.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I think to add on to both of y'all points, I think for me, you know, it reminds me of me. I had to check myself, yo. It reminded me of the situation I did to myself with Pentiment. Because when I heard about Pentiment, initially it was like, yo, Josh Sawyer, he gonna get his own joint. So I'm like, AAA game of the year, bro. He gonna make a massive, you know what I'm saying? So then as we get closer and the expectations start getting set, like, Cog, it's really gonna be an indie, you know, smaller title. And I'm like, yeah, but you know what I'm saying? It's Josh Sawyer. And I ain't gonna front. There was a part of me that I was like, damn, this is Bible Stories joint. This is a smaller, you know what I'm saying, joint. But I have to accept it for what it was. And I came in at first negative, like, man, they ain't making the game that I want him to make. But once he's established what it is, what's going on. Now I have to judge it accordingly when I get it. And then when I got it, I'm like, yo, this is actually a dope murder mystery in the time period from these different perspectives. And I was like, yo, this is a dope game. I got to get out of my feelings once the expectation was set. You know what I'm saying? So for me, it basically comes down to this. Like, I'm going to be real. Like I said in the review, it's up now on Lord's Gaming. Go check it out. We really love that. I love when we do reviews. We get multiple perspectives.
Yeah,
so dope.
Once again, before you go into, shout out to Xbox for allowing.
Oh yeah,
us to
absolutely.
do that, because we ain't never even got a response back from PlayStation. Now Nintendo, they mess with us. You know, they sent us codes in the past. Shout out to Nintendo. You know, it's never really before the game comes out, which that's I have a condition when it comes to all of us coming together like we did with Hellblade.
Love it.
We got to get review codes, and it's got to be before the game comes out so we can all play it.
Absolutely.
If you don't meet one of these if you don't meet both those requirements, you're getting time on the podcast, and that's all we can do for you.
No, respect. And I think for me, where it is, and I said it on the review, was that, you know, when I came into it, I'm like, all right, to see where they're going with it. And at first, like I said, the way the beach solve was, and the colors were a little bit muted, and it was very rainy and very dark. And I'm like, it looks good. But I wasn't wowed at first. I was like, this looks good. Don't get me wrong. And it's not until you get to the first slaver fight, and literally after that fight itself was just magical to me. And the cinematography, the rain coming down. I remember pausing it and going, what is this? The level of immersion, the level of animation, every fight, every sound, the furies in the course of the fight, the storytelling, and then also, like you said, Solve, the life and death nature of every fight, where I thought there were times when I'm losing the battle. She's in a kind of like ready to get finished off scenario, and I can press the button and roll out the way and continue on. And I'm like, yo, that's dope. So I get it. Like, this is a complete design decision they made to pull this camera in, to get you immersed, to feel the tight nature of the combat, and then in conjunction with the focus moves and stuff like that. And for me, at that moment, I'm like, there is no game doing this. Like, this right here, when he weaving out the way and he's doing these animations, and I'm looking at the facial expressions, the blood, the skin. I'm like, hey, yo, like this ain't, we're at that point where, again, where you sitting there and something's happening on the screen. So I'm like, all right, it's time for the controller to go down. Let me let the cinema play. And it's like, no, dog, that's you. Get in there and move her and do, and you can say, hey, pre-can animate, fair. But what I'm saying is, this is design choice by this studio to make the most graphically intense, the most highest fidelity, to show you that demo that y'all saw with the lumens of Unreal Engine 5 with the photo. This is for real. This is ray tracing. This is photo geometry. All of this that you thought, this is the game. Like, I'm like, bro, and let's be honest, Ninja Theory, the reason why I guess I am frustrated is that Ninja Theory ain't the biggest studio. They like, it's about 80 people or whatever. So, like, my thing is, we're going to sit here and penalize a studio for not only punching above their weight and moving the culture forward from a graphical fidelity standpoint that no one to this point has seen. Like, to me, this is next generation. This is what I want to see from my consoles. No disrespect.
Yeah, in terms of graphics,
yeah, especially with Xbox, because I know I'm #just1. But for me, I guess a lot of frustration with people who like this platform, they be like, yeah, y'all talking all that flop stuff, but I ain't really seeing it all the time. Minus Forza with Playground, minus Coalition, Gears, we get it. But like, normally with Xbox games, they got such a diverse lineup. You don't really get to. So when I see this level of fidelity coming from this, that gotta be celebrated. When I see that level of audio and immersion from this, I'm like, yo, that gotta be celebrated. So look, all I would say is, look, I get it with the combat. I think Solve has a fair point. For people who played the first one and you like, man, I wanted my melee button though, Cog. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to be able to move left, right, the way she was exactly moving on that. Fair. That is something that you felt was taken away. And to Addict's point, some people want more add-on features as opposed to that point. I think that's fair to say you're disappointed at that. I think for me, where it really took it to the next level, and again, check out the review, y'all. It's up right now. Go check. We go very in-depth, all 5
you
perspectives.
You guys showed up for that too, by the
way.
way.
Y'all showed out.
Like
Salute.
Almost 8,000 right now.
Salute. Like, for me, where it changed for me, and this is gonna sound very controversial because I liked Hellblade 1, but my issues with Hellblade 1 were twofold. One, The damn TTK puzzles with they at least made those easier, right? You know what I'm saying? Cool. My second thing is, even though Hellblade is the most personal story of psychosis and dope, my issue was I didn't feel the world she was at was lived in. I didn't feel like, I feel like you telling me these stories, I'm knowing what happened, but where the people at? I mean, you get a little, a little flashback and talking to her in her mind. The reason why I love Hellblade 2 is there are real world people who see her, interact with her. And then what I like about it, I keep hearing this talk about, the voices are worse. And for me, you said it best, I think, Saul, where it's like, this is a person, she's been through the struggle of psychosis with the first game and the Furies. The second game is like, I hear you. You're putting doubt and confidence on certain things, but I'm in control. There's only certain voices, but I'm not going to spoil, who basically put back the doubt in her on certain things. But
exactly.
this is her journey of being stronger. So again, it's subjective. If you don't like it, it's cool. But what I'm just saying, for me, I'm like, this is the story I want. I want the hero story. I want to know how this affects in the world. What's going on in the world? We know that you got some stuff that some things is surreal to you and not maybe in your mind, but what's actually going on? And Hellblade does this. Hellblade 2 does the switch. You go from what's going on in her mind to boom. Okay, these people look at her and they say, you're the seer. You have an ability. You can take on the Titans. You got like that. To me is when it really resonated. So yeah, like I absolutely love it. I think that as much as the combat may have regressed, you can make an argument regressed from a feature standpoint, I feel this combat is more fun. It's more intense. The parrying, the focus attacks, all this. I just learned yesterday, you could focus attack, parry back a weapon that's thrown at you.
You can catch it. Yeah, you can catch it.
Bruh.
I saw that.
Like,
that looked nice.
It's
that looked
insane.
Nice.
It's really insane. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much, what I got.
No. And to that combat point, for me, I'm the whole time I'm arguing about I want more gamification of certain things. I wanted it, not that I wanted it less cinematic than what they gave me. Yeah. I just wanted more of that.
Right.
And to me, and I said this in our review as well, the focus stuff, because it slows everything down and you're so much faster than your enemies in that moment, that to me, that was gamifying it in the wrong way. I was like, I was like, this is cheap now. I don't want to do this.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
What would have been cool though, like to the point of being able to catch projectiles thrown at you when you hit focus at the right moment, if your move set would have expanded in some way, shape, or form while in focus, that would have been cool. Even though I wouldn't have liked the advantage that you get of being in focus.
Yeah, they could have at least did that where certain times in the fight, like you use other people's weapons, because like in the first one it was like a holy weapon or something, so you didn't really want to use anything else. Like it should have been like you're fighting someone, you could snatch the axe and use the axe instead of the sword. Like there's definitely little things they could have done that probably would have extended the development cycle, that would have made that combat more fun. Because even though I felt like the combat was more visual and it was more immersive, I do think the first one was more fun.
It was. That's where we separate. But I get it. If you like the gamification of Hellblade 1, I'm not gonna fight you. I'm not, bro. I get it. Like, you want the combat to be of a true. You and Saul wanted the true gameplay experience with a full feature set that allows you to really get into the. I think that is a fair argument. I think for me, where I like this one it better is that, not that obviously I want more moves, but where I like this is more funner, I should say, for me is I like the visceral nature. I like, okay, we getting into the bit. I'm gonna slice your neck. I'm gonna.
Oh yeah, I mean, the first one did not have that level of
at all. And I like the yeah.
I think what's always separated, like especially me, you, and King, is I've never been a graphics person.
Right.
I'm just wowed by graphics.
No, I get it.
I've always been about what am I doing, not what I'm looking at.
I look at it, and for me, because what I'm looking at is the most technically impressive thing I have ever seen in gaming.
No, hold on.
Yeah,
he said Attic hasn't. I've done that. I'm talking about using the axe for the rest of the battle.
For the battle.
Not just because I remember one time I grabbed a shield and beat someone's skull in.
Yeah, you want to be able to do. Yeah, what she did, that was crazy. So like for me, where they got me, because I'm like, all right, this is the most graphical fire joint I've ever seen, right? But I'm like, all right, y'all can only do one dude on screen. At first, right? Y'all can only have one. I thought they was hustling. When I got to Act 5, at the end of Act 5, I believe, the joint with the village, and it's going down as you with your people, so to speak, without spoiling for those who ain't there.
Yep.
And there's a part where they like, yo, Sedawa, y'all in the mix. Let's just say that. You in the mix. It would be like me, you, Attic, they try to jump us. And it's us three. And in one moment, I see you soft. It's like, yo, Carl, grab the speed. All right, cool. That scene right there, I was like, all right, y'all showed me this is not a hustle. This is a design choice that y'all wanting to pan the one joint. And then the other thing for me with the lore part, where they really, the journey to the hidden folk thing is where the game got special to me. Right? It really did. It was like diving deeper to go and to get these answers from this society of people or what have you. You know what I mean? That's when it really hit. And then the way they use the lighting and things from a puzzle standpoint, and I'm not saying these puzzles are the most complex puzzles, because Solve, you are 100% right. These are very basic joints for the most part, outside of some rudimentary, changing the perception of a world kind of thing.
Right.
This
and
is
that
not,
stuff was cool because the game is so beautiful, right? I'm not going to take that away from it because it did make it more engaging.
Right.
And also the fact that when we specifically talk about the hidden one stuff,
Right.
it is a story beat as well, right?
Yes.
So it's not like just you looking for background lore in the world. This is a story beats when you go looking for this stuff.
Yeah.
So it works. It all works together in a way that I think makes it not boring.
Right.
But then there are other ones that don't.
No, I'm with you. I'm not gonna fight you. On I feel like we've played puzzle games before.
Yeah, that's what I'm
And
saying.
we know when these are some real puzzles that you really like. These is light work puzzles that look cute. And I'm just happy it ain't TTX. And look at it, everything is TTX. So like I was driving me crazy. But back to the hidden one, I think that's where it was. Where I was just like, all right, this is super dope to me. And for those who know, like when there's parts where you cannot traverse without this torch, and there's this basically showed me they could do a horror game. And I was like, okay.
That's what I need from them.
Yeah, and that's why I'm happy about Project Mara.
Right.
And I'm happy that their joint is about to get green lit for whatever the next thing is. Now, the fair point that Attic said that we got to be real about, as much as I love the game, he's on point with this. The thing that I am concerned about is the financial part, as far as, is it now, because Hellblade is such its own genre in a way, is it something from the commercial part that's not its niche and is not really going to move units? And then are they going to say, hey, maybe you should do Mara next? Or, you know what I'm saying, as opposed to giving us 3. I think that is fair discussion, especially in lieu of what has been happening, you know what I'm saying, in Tango. Now, if you want to say that in your review towards the end, and you like, yo, I don't want this studio to get shut down, we want a Hellblade 3, because of the state of Xbox, if you want to talk about that in that, fine, but don't give me this, they coming into this, if this doesn't get a 90-something, the State of the Union, I don't want to hear that, and that's not fair to Ninja Theory. Let's be real. That's not fair. To sit there and be like, your next game, if you're not better than Miyamoto's last joint, Nintendo, we got it. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
But again, that's kind of what people infer when you see like a Tango closure or what's an Arcane Austin closure. Yes, but the points that were made about those games not selling super well, but there is a lot of great talent at those studios, and this is the issue. If now the argument's gonna be, it's all about money, then wait a minute, hold up, then where does the art stand? Because the art's always gonna lose to the money. So are you just gonna play dollar signs all the time, and that's just it? Like the biggest games, and this is the worry with Ninja Theory, where it's like what I've seen is, look, nobody is immune to getting shut down or getting games canceled, whatever.
Industry. Oh yeah.
My plea to any and all dev studios that are part of a bigger umbrella, make sure you have 2 or 3 things cooking all at once.
Facts.
So when they look at you, it does not seem like it's a good idea to shut you down. Make sure Ninja Theory got a couple things cooking on the burner. I'm sure they're well into like pre-production and thinking about what the next Hellblade is going to be. Obviously Project Mara is well along.
Yeah.
you know, when they say their reasoning for the shutdowns of Austin and for Tango, it was the fact that there was really nothing cooking right now, so they would have had to build up the teams back up, give them approved budgets on whatever, you know, games they were trying to pitch. It was going to be a whole process that was going to cost them a considerable amount of money on a return on investment that they didn't know what they were going to get. It would probably be small considering what those studios make.
Right.
So yeah, man, it to me, I just want an environment where these games like this know that they can survive and that they can be pushed to the forefront as well. And it just with the stuff that's happened at Xbox lately, you're worried that isn't the case anymore. So you have to see it play out, right? You have to see that, you know, these next games from small developers, when South of Midnight or whatever comes out, that it, you know, these are the things that we have to see. And to ensure that is not the case, that Xbox now is not only about the biggest games and that's all that matters, right?
Because we were told that games like Hellblade and Hi-Fi Rush could exist next to the Call of Duties, next to the Gears, the Halo. So that, I think that part of it is fair, right? You know what I'm saying? To say that. And look, you know, I highly advise people, go check out John Linneman, man. First of all, check out the Lord's review, because our review is fire. But go check out John Linneman and Digital Foundry's thing on this game. Man, like there's stuff I didn't even realize was going on. And what they did, this is, again, we're talking about an inflection point with this game. Graphics did not look like this, and we're not doing this at this point. So it excites me with UE5. And what's cool is a lot of Xbox upcoming games are UE5. Remember the rumor we heard Gears is supposed to be UE5 and talking about we liked Hellblade, we ain't seen nothing yet. All right, well, let's see.
Okay,
all right. I mean, we now we hearing, shout out to Jess Gordon, I believe State of Decay, and Avowed of now on Unreal Engine 5. Basically, what I'm trying to say, this made me believe in Unreal Engine 5. boy! And the other thing, that I get highly go check out Digital Foundry John Linneman joint is that he's convinced that the Series X could do 60 frames on this. He is convinced that. So go check that out. And yeah, man, that's all I got to say on it. I mean, like I said, I love the game. No one can tell me how my food tastes, so I'm good. But for those who disappointed, that's on you. But I choose to celebrate what Ninja Theory did here. I think it's fantastic. But that's all I got. Anything else, Addict, Solve? Y'all good? Y'all satiated? No doubt. We're gonna pay bills. We're gonna super chats.
Let's pay this other bill. We gotta pay bills. So what we gotta do? All right. 1 second. All right. What is PrizePicks? PrizePicks is America's #1 fantasy sports app with more than 5 million members. It is the most fun, exciting way to get in on the action while you watch your favorite sports and players. You just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats for a shot to win up to 100 times your cash. For my gaming lords, the month of May is huge for esports, and all of it is on PrizePicks. Cash in on all the esports action this spring, including Counter-Strike's IEM Dallas, League of Legends Mid-Season Invitational, and Toronto's Ultra Call of Duty Major. PrizePicks offers exciting action with several titles across the esports landscape, including Apex Legends, Valorant, League of Legends, Counter-Strike, and of course, Xbox's own Call of Duty. PrizePicks offers all maps for every match and key stats like kills, headshots, first bloods, and many more. Testing my skills on PrizePicks this season is the most exciting way to play daily fantasy esports. If you have the skills, you can turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. This NBA basketball playoff season, the star players mean more on PrizePicks. Keep an eye out for starred players on the board, and you could receive a 10% payout boost if they're in your winning lineup. After the Knicks' untimely exit from the playoff picture this week on PrizePicks app, I've got Luka Doncic for more than 30.5 points and Derek Lively for more than 17.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Better luck next year, I guess. Also on the PrizePicks app for Call of Duty Esports, I'm selecting Hugh for more than 25.5 map 1 kills. And I'm also taking the breakout rookie Lens for more than 22.5 map 3 kills. So My fantasy sports and esports lords, what are you waiting for? Download the PrizePicks apps today and use code IronLords for a deposit match of up to $100. Again, download the PrizePicks app today and use code IronLords for a first deposit match of up to $100. PrizePicks, pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
No doubt. Shout out to PrizePicks. Y'all being very disrespectful to the Knicks in there. I see Lord Metroid. Y'all man, that's talking that Celtic talk. I see Timberwolves fans caught a stray over there. I saw Timberwolves fans.
Shout out to the Celtics.
Yeah. Shout out to Mav. Shout out to 3-Man Energy. He like what's going on with the Dallas situation. He like the Luka. You going with Luka? You go with Luke on that. He like that. All right.
I'll go with Luke on this, man. I can't be repping Boston. I can't do that.
Yo, he said, Mav said, can you read the ad again, so that you go with Luke? PrizePicks, y'all. It's that time of playoff players. So salute. Yeah, 3-Bit also needs it. He missed it on repeat. Oh, I ain't know that. Okay, we got Dallas in the building like that. Salute.
Dallas in the building.
No doubt. What else we got?
Let's get these super chats.
Get these super chats.
Hold on. The Doctor 63, $5 super chat. Peace, love, prosperity, and petty. So Wolverine is gonna be like Hellblade 2. I bet Insomniac cried tears of joy playing that game.
Oh man.
I saw some. I was flipping through some stuff. I saw the beginnings of some more leaked footage, and I kept going. I was like, "Oh no, man.
They leaks is out
foul,
in the streets,
man. This is foul stuff. I cannot. So bad.
Man, that's messed
up.
So
because it's crazy. Because the thing is, the people that originally got their hands on the stuff that leaked, they're just filtering it. They're filtering stuff out.
But I thought by now they still would close stuff up. They see new stuff, or they see them just. That's crazy.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
That's crazy.
Yeah. All right. Let me see. The Doctor, once again, $5 super chat. My only issue with the reviews of this game is that it reviewed well, but the narrative around the game sounds as if it's horrible. Yeah, I could see. This is the thing, man. Like, and we recently had to deal with some situations brought to our attention about how people feel about what people's opinions are in the gaming space and whatever the case may be. And I will say this. If you are someone who wants to go to a community or a space where it's always positive about the thing that you love, that is fair, and you can find that. Now, here, you're going to get fairness, but you're not gonna have even with King, the guy who was the self-professed. This is the Xbox dude. When something needs to be addressed, it's going to be addressed. I'm not gonna sugarcoat anything, and all I want to do is have real conversations about the stuff that's happening in the industry. Careful. And to do that, sometimes you have to berate your children. It's just a fact.
I don't know. It's just PC Master Race. I don't feel you Xbox enough, bro.
Oh, I'm not Xbox enough. I'm not Xbox enough.
I'm not
Xbox enough.
Tired of him, being a man baby about situations when he really needs to. He need to praise Xbox 100% of the time.
100%, and that's what makes you cool.
Less Astro to where. Why we can't get our Astro turf on? What's up, Addict? Why are you going against the grain? You messing up the bag.
Because I guess I won't have any success. I should just start my account then.
Yeah, exactly. So, listen, I wasn't even gonna address this, but it's just funny to me. Like it's ridiculous. Yeah. I am nothing without being true to my word and my opinions. I'm gonna tell you what they don't care about that.
Care about your opinion as long as your opinion's their opinion.
Is their opinion?
Apparently, I need to pick a side because forget about being devil's advocate and try to hear both sides of the argument. I need to be gang, blood in, blood out, Lavatos Locos forever, bro. With Xbox.
Oh, but Colin's money's keeping you.
Oh yeah, you know how Colin money do. So that definitely gonna affect my decision. And there's no way I can love a game without corporate car coming in.
And there's no way that you argue with Colin almost every time.
There's no way, bro. There's no way. Clearly, I have an agenda. My bad, y'all. My bad.
No, that just comes from people who don't watch the content.
Who don't watch the show.
They don't, and they just want to comment, and it's kind of ridiculous to me. Like, if you watch and really watch, and you come away with that, I can't even be mad at you. I would disagree roundly, but at least you give the content the time and you interpret it how you see fit.
Yeah.
But I would find it difficult to believe that someone who watches our content comes away with these sentiments about who we are. And because in a moment that I say something negative of what I think is happening in Xbox, I will praise something else the very next moment. It's kind of crazy, man.
We just not Xbox gang enough, and we got to put down our flag.
Yeah, man. I wanted to hit 10,000 subs by the end of the year.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to bought it.
Yeah.
Bought it.
Oh,
That's the only way I'm in.
We gonna move on.
Yeah,
we gonna move on.
it's just it's crazy. So hey, but you go to what
to that
makes
place
you
right there.
happy.
You go to that
makes
block.
you happy. You want to hear that? Fantastic. I have no problem.
You hold that block down. You do that.
Yes, please.
Continue.
Let me see. Dada Taku, $5 super chat for me, and 81 is accurate. However, I know a lot of these low-scoring reviewers would have no issue with Hellblade 2's gameplay experience if not for Xbox. Yeah, like listen, we've had the discussion about disingenuous takes on things and looking through things through certain lenses because you choose to do that and not talking about the game on its own merits. At the very least, if you're going to be comparative, like I said, if I'm going to be comparative, I'm comparing it to the first one. And that makes sense. That feels fair. Beyond that, no. Like, unless there's something else that is identical to it in its genre, which there really is nothing, then you can make comparisons there. But no, like at that point, again, let's talk about the product and the merits of the product. That's it.
Fair enough.
We got Dip Down Anime, $2 super chat. Hellblade 2 is a 9 out of 10 game. Dying on that hill, fight me.
All right, he in the street.
Yeah.
All right.
But I'll fight you with the first game's fighting system because I have more moves to kill you with. So I'll do that. Then we got Texas, member for 20 months, Lord Bronze. It's not a game narrative. You control from A to B in a way you choose. The way folks act make it sound like Pong isn't a game. yeah, I got a little flack for calling it the most beautiful walking simulator. Yes, listen, I'm being jokey there because it's more than a walking simulator. I played games like Dear Esther, Edith Finch.
I love
those games.
I'm a walking simulator dude, so I'm used to the slander.
Yeah, everybody's gone to the rapture. I played those games, right? This is not quite that. I just sarcasm. Enjoy.
What else we got?
Let me see. The board game Renegade, $2 super chat. If Hellblade 2 were exclusive to PlayStation, it would be a 92. We've seen enough of this stuff where I can't blame people when they feel that way, man. Like it sucks that this is the case in some circles, but I don't know, man. It's ridiculous, but yeah, I get why people feel that way. We got Markman05, $5 super chat. On both Starfield and Hellblade, I feel that the games got based off of the platform more than the game. Also, both games came with great expectations.
No, fair enough. I think the first part of expectation was fine for the first 2-3 years. You're like, yo, I expect this crazy thing. But once you have the developer direct and they tell you 7 to 8 hours, $50, not even doing a physical joint, I'm like, okay, this is a smaller, concise experience. So at that point,
I
you
think
have to
the expectations that were in place for Starfield are kind of more warranted, right? The
Yeah.
BGS's first game,
BGS
after
first game,
Skyrim.
makers of
That's where I
Elder
feel-
Scroll. Fair,
Yeah,
that's
That's
fair.
where I feel that maybe Saul was on to something when he said maybe they should have been more upfront about the scalability of
Yes.
Hellblade from the start.
Sov was on it. I'm sorry, go ahead. I'll let you finish.
Because even though that they corrected people's expectations, they let them sit around for a couple
For a
of
long
years,
time. No, that's fair.
just going random what they think's the game's gonna be.
And to Sov's credit,
Maybe
I
at the time they didn't know though. We don't know. So-
don't know.
Maybe
The scope.
Maybe
I
they
mean-
were trying to build something out, and the scope was too much. Because if you think about the things that I'm asking for in terms of animation, they got to animate all of that in their hot animation. They have to mocap all of that. It's a lot. I can't. I don't know the reasons why it's not there. I can only go by it's not there. That's
Right.
it.
No, fair enough. But I want to give you credit because you kind of reined us in and was like, I think it was after the second show or third showing of it. And you're like, I'm saying, you were like, they not showing things for a reason. You were like, bro, I'm thinking y'all going to, get your expectation. This is going to be more the same as opposed. Because even then at that point, I'm like, oh, it's still, maybe it's going for the big scope. And you were like, nah, Cog. I'm like, yeah, he right now. Now you look back, you did call it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, and that's fine, and that's again, that's fine. It's just when they announced it side by side with the console, you have expectations of it. That's it. I mean, that's fair. You're a fan. You want to be excited about things. You want to see a franchise that you saw be the small little thing grow into this massive property or whatever.
Absolutely,
Who knows,
absolutely.
right? Like,
see, for me now, my expectation for that is with that Elsewhere studio that they just got, which is supposed to be like a AAA.
Well, they say, this is a AAA.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We heard about A's and
A's, but in the
looking
past,
at you
yes,
initiative, looking at you. We love you, but we need to know what's going on. But anyway, moving on.
Yes. Let me see. Dr. 63, $5 super chat.
Ow.
For those who've seen the movie, Hellblade 2 combat reminded me of the one-on-one fights in Troy with Brad Pitt. I'm trying to remember because the only fight that I remember coming to mind with Brad Pitt is obviously the Hector fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the one in the beginning where he just murders the dude with one slice.
Is that what else?
Yeah. So yeah, they did a fantastic job of I mean, obviously these swords are heavy, they're weighty, and she's a woman. So these are heavy things, and their ability to convey all of that in combat and how every swing that she takes out of her, amazing. I would never take that away from me.
And the fact when you're off on your parry and you get hit. And the stagger and you're out of position. The weight, that's real combat to me. So I like it better, even though it's less gameplay from the first. I like the feel, but it feel more real to me. But that's just me.
I get you. I get it. Let me see. Mike Untitled, $10 super chat. Gamers champion games as art, but critique artistic innovation like Hellblade. We should embrace diverse expressions in gameplay and narrative so we continue to get a range of game types. You're absolutely right, but I just be careful how you use the word critique, because the point is also to critique it. Like you can critique the things you love, right? Not everything is perfect, and to look at something and objectively like is perfect and not have any conversation around it, or the conversation around it have to be all super positive all the time. I would be disingenuous if I sat here and it was like, all of us would be disingenuous if we were like, oh my God, listen, I love Red Dead Redemption 2. And there are things I could sit here and bloviate about that are not the greatest, but I can have the conversation about it.
Right.
So critiquing stuff is not the problem. It's approaching that critique from a disingenuous place. That's the issue.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I do agree with his part about letting studios create the division. I mean, the art that they want, because I don't 100%. Want a whole bunch of same games and everything's 40 hours. Everything is God of War. Everything is Ghost. Like everything. Like I do like the diversity. But both points are right. Both statements can be true.
We got Spartan Go 17, £2 super chat. Ninja Theory need a DMC type game, please. Yes. Again, when you think about, some people look at Hellblade and be like, this is kind of their design philosophy. At least it is now. But in the past, they were gameplay focused, right? You have Heavenly Sword, that launch game for PS3. You have, to me, the kind of the pinnacle of what they've shown they could do with combat is DMC, Devil May Cry, right? Crackhead Dante, I talk about that all the time.
Crackhead Dante.
But the gameplay there is fantastic. Even like Enslaved Odyssey to the West, it was more of this, where it was more a cinematic thing, and there was definitely gameplay, but combat wise, it wasn't what DMC is, right? So I know they can do that. Now, again, I don't know how much that studio has changed. Right. Maybe they don't have the people there to sort of be able to do that, and they are more focused on the cinematic stuff. I don't know how that's changed. So maybe that isn't even so much part of their DNA anymore. I don't know. I'm just going by the history of what they've done, and I know they could do great combat.
Yeah, no doubt.
Spartan Go 17. Once again, £2 super chat. Mental health is great, but we need something new. Yeah, I mean, this is her story. This is the story. Her story is always going to kind of be about that. So,
is what it is.
Then we got Lord Metroid, $2 super chat. 17 championships and counting. Go Celtics.
Talking that Celtic talk. Salute.
Then we got Spartan 661. Put the crest in the chat for Spartan 661 for gifting 5 ILP memberships. Shout out to you. Thank you, brother.
Salute.
And we got the doctor, $5.63, $5 super chat. Hold on, let me instigate. Who is this towards?
We just talking.
We just talking.
Ain't nothing going on.
I got Donna Taku, $5 super chat. The other day I saw Colin rolling
No,
around
we definitely
with the
talking about something.
I don't know what he's talking about. I was just talking.
Just talking.
You know what I'm saying?
Everything I said was about something.
He out of
Not
pocket.
someone, some people.
You're out of control.
But this is a general sentiment. This is a general
We're
sentiment.
just talking to generalities.
Donna Taku, $5
I
super
will
chat.
agree with you on that. This cluster, they're not alone. There's plenty of you people.
Let's continue.
The other day I saw Colin rolling around with a PS blue flag and a Steam black flag. He out here set tripping. Take that green flag out his pocket.
They said
I'm sorry. I said Colin Cog. Sorry.
Oh, he said I'm set tripping. Wait, what I'm doing? What
That
is
you
it?
was set tripping on with a PS blue flag and a Steam black flag in your back
man.
pocket.
I wasn't repping right. I got to get my green flag and my green jersey on, my green rags. My bad.
Then we got Gamers Play, HUD Zero, member for 42 months, Lord Bronze. What's up, Lords? The elephant in the room is Hellblade 2 is a game that is unmatched when it comes to narrative-based, over-the-shoulder, single-player games.
Definitely should be so. Well,
It's unmatched. It is unmatched in aesthetics, 100%. But you can't see, there are other games that are narrative based. When you're saying narrative based, are you saying games that are not combat heavy? Because you can put more combat heavy games into that narrative based over the shoulder single player gameplay thing, and then that makes it a different conversation. So if you're talking about games that don't have a lot of combat, it is 100% unmatched, and it is unmatched, period, across the board in terms of how it looks, period.
fair enough.
Then we got Halo Reach Around. $5 super chat. This is a regular super chat though.
Oh, wow.
Which game do you think is the better game, Hellblade 2 or Rise Son of Rome? And which would you rather play if you could only have one?
Rise on around.
Rise for me.
Yeah, I really enjoyed Rise. I really need to go back
You
and
making
play
me
that
go
because
watch my kids. I love Roz.
I actually I think Hellblade looks better overall, but I think the artwork that art style they chose for the other one, I would prefer Rise even over
The
that.
reason why, this is crazy because I love it. Hellblade just need to be a little longer for me. If Hellblade would give me like 2 more chapters,
Yeah, and
because I love Rise, though.
Yeah, and the thing is with Rise,
man.
for me, from a gameplay standpoint, I think Rise was another one that I looked at. I was like, man, I wish they had done more with this combat. But what they do have there, they give you multiplayer options, right?
Matter of fact,
They have
which
your
is
arena
good.
stuff.
I take it back. I
Good.
gotta go Hellblade. Nah, because they had the pre-can. They had the pre-can joint after a while. After a while, it was the same anime. With the press
it's
button
true.
and the color and it'd be the same, the yellow.
Hellblade has the same thing
multiplayer?
too.
But you get different enemy types. You get way more variation. So nah,
I might have to stream Rise.
Yeah, I'm bugging.
Played it.
I played it.
I don't even think I could answer that question fairly because it's been so long since I played Rise. Like we talking 2 generations.
Yeah,
I
it's been a
played
minute.
it. I replayed it on my Steam Deck when I first got it. It was actually the first thing I played. I was like, let me see how Rise run on this. It was running 60, beautiful. And I replayed the whole thing. Yeah.
Is
it's
Rise
still-
60 on console?
I don't know. No, I don't know if it had that update
That
on
might have
console.
to be a PC thing.
Yeah, it's 60 on
yeah.
PC. Because I
It's
remember,
60
60 on
definitely
PC.
on PC, yeah.
We was mad at Jason Ronald and we were like, where is the 60, bro? But I heard
And we-
things.
yeah,
we heard
we
that. I
heard-
can't comment. I can't comment
Yeah,
on that.
exactly. Yeah. So, but yeah, I replayed it again, and it's good. Again, it's one of those things you look at it like, oh, what could have been, especially as a franchise. But yeah, man, it's still pretty damn good. It's still
Yeah, it
and
still
I
holds
enjoy
up
The
for
story.
me. Yeah,
it holds
for
up.
sure,
I think.
for sure.
I think.
I actually really feel like Rise had so much potential, and it's
Hell
a shame
yeah.
they couldn't come to an agreement on.
Yep.
I would choose a Rise 2 over a Hellblade 3.
I've been champion Rise for the longest, so yeah.
Greatest 900p gamer.
Ever. Exactly.
All right, then we got
real quick.
Yeah.
And when you look from that's why I said in terms of review stance, those games never have reviewed well. Rise didn't review well. Order 1886 didn't review well.
Another one.
Yeah, that was a good one.
You want to get technical. Hellblade 1 and 2, for the style game it is the only type of games that have reviewed above an 80.
Unless it's like
because
the first
Rise
Walking Dead.
was like a 60-something.
Yeah. I feel that. What else we got?
Well, you see, I don't consider I consider Walking Dead truly like a
Walking simulator.
like a walking simulator. Okay. Hellblade, Rise, and then they're like a mixture, something that could have been truly just a walking simulator, but they try to evolve more of an action-paced walking simulator.
Okay.
Yeah. We got Gamers Play HUD Zero, $5 super chat. Continued, I guess, from his last super chat. The ones bitter about Microsoft Xbox and the direction that they're on this hidden agenda to say just enough negative to keep the brand from progressing. I don't know, like, you know.
Oh, I forgot. Stray got an 83. Yeah. That's another thing. The same people that's shitting on Hellblade was saying Stray was Game of the Year because you're a cat. Like,
I want to see that same energy for Little Kitty Big City.
Y'all out
December,
of pocket.
Y'all. Yeah, I mean, the thing about it's fair to be worried about about Xbox's direction, like.
But that's a completely different video, and you don't have to combine the two subjects.
Yeah. Like, I don't think it's fair to talk about Xbox's direction in a review of a game.
That's what I meant. They're two entirely different videos.
Yeah.
Now you can make a video on you're worried for Hellblade 2 because of the direction Microsoft's going, but you cannot combine the review of Hellblade with the practices of Microsoft. Notice when we did our review, we might have vaguely talked about stuff very shortly, but we never went on a 5-minute rant about why this is bad and what Xbox is doing is messed up.
Yeah,
right.
We talked about Hellblade for almost 3 hours.
Yeah, facts.
God forbid.
God forbid.
That's it. We're caught up for now.
Wow. All right. I forgot the times. We've got so many super chats. There we go. All right, addicts up. Doom, y'all. Dark Ages set you up a little bit. Shout out to Tom Henderson and them out there snitching. Love you, Tom. Love you. I'm messing with you. But you got the exclusive, man. Doom the Dark Ages to be revealed at the Xbox Games Showcase. Insider Gaming understands the next Doom franchise set to be revealed at the showcase. The game, which has been under the codename placeholder title, it's Year Zero, is understood to have the final name. Doom the Dark Ages has been in development for at least 4 years. They describe it as a medieval-inspired Doom world. While that doesn't necessarily give much information to go on, Year Zero, the Dark Ages, and medieval-inspired starts to paint a vivid picture of where the series could go next. And they said hopefully we'll hear more about it. And then I believe there was a follow-up tweet. I think it was Nate the Hate that put this out in reference to hearing multi-platform release that PS5 will be getting it also. So Addict, your thoughts. A new Doom supposed to be at the showcase and rumored potentially going to PlayStation as well.
Doom's never really been my forte. I do respect Doom because I feel like it's a phenomenal franchise. And you know, I know that the writing's been on the wall for a while in terms of what Xbox is doing. But it's just like, when I look at, you got a Doom, my dude. Like you got a Doom. And I knew that they were going to go multi-plat, but I kind of was hoping that they would let stuff breathe on Xbox just a little bit, just because you still have to sell consoles. But nah, man, they like, we're going to put that sucker right over there, day and date. Like, and it's disappointing, man, because it's just like, I personally feel like a Doom is the best console seller they would have this year, including Indiana Jones, because it's got you know, Indiana Jones has never really had like a gaming presence. They've had like Lego games, they've had some games in the past, but nothing really took off. Like Doom is a franchise loved by a lot of people, and if you put if you drew a line in the sand that said if you want to play Doom, you got to have an Xbox, I do think people would buy an Xbox for Doom. Is it like this extravagant number? No. But the problem is none of these games are going to bring a lot of people to the Xbox ecosystem. But all of them together could sell a few million. And it's disappointing that, you know, they have something like this and they won't even at least give like the rest of the year exclusivity and then bring it over to PlayStation. I understand. You know, in a lot of ways that the people they just the people at Xbox that want Xbox to be more of an ecosystem with the console in the center, they lost that battle. But I do personally feel like Microsoft is playing with fire in terms of the Xbox brand. This isn't a company that has been known 100% that we have stuff like Zoom, Microsoft, the Windows Phone. There's so many stuff that you could look at and say, yeah, you guys are wrong about that. And I do personally feel like, when you look at the landscape of the industry and you look at finally 2024, even though with Doom going to be a multi-plat, I was told too, so I believe him. Even with Doom being a multi-plat, they're still going to have a phenomenal year.
Right.
But it does make me feel like maybe Hellblade, because we heard rumors that Hellblade was being made for PlayStation, that Starfield was being made for PlayStation, and the fact that I see something like Doom going multi-plat day and date makes me think that there is no timed exclusivity. The only reason Hellblade was on only Xbox is because these are the games that they couldn't get out day and date. But I do feel like it would be very telling. This June showcase is going to show us where Microsoft is really going. I'm very curious to see if Doom truly is multi-plat. If they say on the stage it's for PlayStation.
You going to see the PlayStation logo in the corner?
Yeah, I'm curious to see that. Regardless, I'm still going to play these games. It's just disappointing, man, because it's like we've been talking about Xbox finally got going. Once they get these games, they're going to have a really strong machine. And logistically, we shouldn't care about the consoles, about the games. But in terms of years of looking at this company and be like, you finally got everything in a row, man. You got the dominoes. Just flick the first one. They just start picking them back up before they flick it. Oh, we don't need these anymore. And it's disappointing a little bit. At the end of the day, I am starting to come around with Saul's mindset. We saw stuff like people that played Hellblade 1 reviewed Hellblade 2 and gave it a 45 when they gave the original a 90.
Are you implying that other platforms might get a favorable review?
So I feel like in order to avoid the Xbox tax, you got to put it everywhere. Like I am getting to the point there. Because clearly there are some
people more lit.
There are some people in this industry, and there's an Xbox tax, but my definition of Xbox tax, there's certain people in the industry that cannot stay in the Xbox platform. They don't care about it, and they have positions of power throughout the industry.
And I feel like bias in the industry.
Oh yeah, there's definitely a bias in the industry. And when it comes down to it, it's just disappointing that Microsoft, in my opinion, Xbox, they had the roadmap to shut these people up, and they let it fly out. Man, imagine if Doom was an exclusive this year, Indiana Jones is an exclusive this year, Hellblade was an exclusive this year, Avowed was an exclusive this year, Contraband may be coming out this year, exclusive this year. Like, the best year they've ever had.
Yeah, this year is crazy.
Even the last year when they had Starfield was right at the horizon, and they let probably the best IP that they have coming out this year go everywhere. And that might be the reason, because they know that...
I'm sorry, please.
That might be the reason, because they know that game is going to sell probably gangbusters, and they want that on PlayStation too.
I mean, stakeholders like the money. You know what I'm saying?
So what did you say? You said
I was saying like
You're cool with
oh yeah, I remember now. Like, what about? So you would have preferred at a minimum, like 6
months,
like 6 months, like do how PlayStation do it, where it's like
6 months. I think would have been fine. Because here's the thing, like at the end of the day, if money's all that matters to them, just pull the plug.
Just do it. Just rip it while we playing. Yeah,
it's just everything. Like, why are you sitting here saying these selective games? Like, it's not selective games, and part of me is just like they're betting on. I personally feel like Microsoft tries to force the industry to go to places.
Yeah.
Sometimes it works for them. Sometimes it doesn't.
Fair. That's fair.
And, we saw during the 360, it worked for them. We're going to make you put Ethernet cords. We don't care what your opinions are. We go on that way, and it worked out for them. The Xbox One, we going all digital. We don't care what your opinion is. Didn't work for them. I think this is one of those scenarios where it could work for them, it could not work for them. I don't know. Because even though we see we all know the industry's going this way.
Yeah.
Usually the first person in the door gets shot.
Yeah.
I'm just curious what happens, man.
No doubt. Solve. Doom, Dark Ages, medieval theme. id Software back in the building, dropping a new one. And also thoughts of PlayStation potentially getting this at launch with Xbox. Where you at?
Excited, man. Doom 2016.
Oh, yeah,
you know,
a Doom dude.
yeah,
Hardcore.
hardcore. I'm
he's a
like,
Doom
you know,
dude.
I was like, you know, how do you bring Doom back, right? How do you make Doom relevant?
Just like
And-
that.
Yeah, just like that. Really, it was really a special thing because it was this kinetic thing about like you move from enemy to enemy, and depending on whether you melee them or you shoot them, you get different types of you get either ammo or you get shield back, and it's like this dance of back and forth. And then they took it to another level with Doom Eternal. But the only thing I didn't like about Doom Eternal was the kind of the platforming sections that didn't feel like when you were climbing stuff, it just felt like it slowed the gameplay down in a way that I didn't really care for. But beyond that, an amazing sort of advancement of that original Doom 2016 formula. So I'm excited for them to go back because obviously, are there going to be a lot of guns? Is it going to be more melee focused? Like, or what kind of projectile kind of weapons are you going to have in a medieval maybe type of setting? This is cool to see. So I'm excited for them to come back. id Software has been working since 2016. I've been working kind of like on clockwork with like, hey, we're going to get these games out. So 4 years out from the release of Doom Eternal, I'm glad to see it come back. I'm sure it's one of those, technical tour de forces. id Tech is always known for,
FPS kings.
pushing the fraps, right? So it's going to be exciting to see that. In terms of the PlayStation stuff, look, a lot of people argue about, hey, we need to stop inferring things from things that aren't said or have been said. When you talk about Phil's statements early on in the Bethesda acquisition, when you talked about legacy and what do legacy games mean? So if you go by the definition of legacy, meaning something that has a history on other platforms, then it stands to reason that the next Doom would be on a PlayStation and would be on the next Nintendo platform as well, right? So I don't really see this as being a big surprise. I don't really see this as being a big problem.
Well, the original leak that leaked all of this, they said originally it wasn't exclusive and they changed it.
Yeah. I don't know how, to be honest, I could see them doing it. Obviously, if the idea of like, hey, where Game Pass is where we're putting these games, I get it. But then again, you go back to what he said about legacy, and what does that mean, right? And then at that point you have to take him at his word that it's a case by case basis, and it really is that. And even those case by case bases can change during the course of development, whatever the case may be. In my personal opinion, I just feel that more and more the thinking within Xbox is going to be, hey, if we want this franchise to sell and maybe become more than it is right now, putting it in front of as many eyes as possible is the way to do that. And again, maybe that changes. Again, we go back to the Call of Duty conundrum. If this year's Call of Duty changes the narrative, maybe that starts to change some of the thinking within Xbox, and maybe we'll see some of these games that we assume to be exclusive stay exclusive.
Right.
And we start seeing those Game Pass subs jump up. If they don't, I see this happening more and more, and with games that maybe we don't expect, right? That don't have that quote unquote legacy on other platforms. But as for what this one is, I fully expected it to be there.
Really?
I really did. Did. Just because the first two are on other platforms, they sold well on other platforms. I mean, they put it on Switch.
I forgot Switch had
Switch.
Doom. Yeah, it really good.
It did. I mean, again, it took a while to get to a better place, but the fact that they even attempted was a W. So for me, I want to see the fact that Doom is back in a way that the modern gamer can appreciate and not look at old school Doom, which I still love. But you're not gonna get new players in by showing them the original Doom. That's not gonna so getting this version of Doom, the modernized version of Doom, in front of as many eyes as possible, and hopefully creating new fans is what I care about when it comes to Doom. So.
Right.
I don't have an issue with them putting it everywhere. Put it on a damn iPad. Put it on a phone. I don't care. Put it. I just want Doom to be a thing. You know.
No, I feel you. Look, man, this is a big one. This is id, man. Id's outside is going down. Like, yo, with terms of action, gameplay, music, gore, like we were playing Doom from the jump. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what was it, BFG and all that? And
bro, I remember when I saw that game. I was like, what the
hell is this?
And we had already played Wolfenstein. We had already played like. Bro.
Yeah, I remember the shotgun stuff. You know, it was just crazy. So yeah, Doom has always been one of those. So when they come outside, it's on. And what I like about Xbox in the sense that they kind of are the home of the Western RPG and the FPS shooter. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like they, especially now with COD, especially with it. You the home of COD, Halo, and Doom. Like you them dudes in that space. So yeah, like I like medieval times. I like that. You know, very lordly. We'll see where they go with that. As far as the elephant in the room, PS5 release. Yeah, I mean, I am a little surprised because again, past messaging did say, yo, we did this deal for, you know, exclusives and stuff like that. But to your point, Sav, yes, legacy, this is that gray area. Because, yeah, it is legacy because Doom has been on PlayStation platforms forever. You know what I'm saying? So I thought it was going to be legacy was going to be remastered. You get a remaster.
You get the remaster.
Yeah, like you going to get the
remaster. I think that's what it was. But when they re-decided that, you know, they're going to do more multiplayer. I think that's what changed this. It had nothing to do with what Phil Spencer said.
I think so too, and I think the multiplayer aspect, we have to be real. It's gonna. We know it's gonna have a multiplayer component. Like most likely, we can bet that it's gonna have that. And if we being honest,
did Eternal have one?
Good question.
Yeah,
I think they do. I just think they multis don't be popping like that.
They don't hit for
whatever reason.
Doom multiplayer has not hit. Really, since original Doom.
Yeah, like they multiplayer is pretty. So it would make sense if they trying to get, because let's be real, these companies want that live service engagement. They want that multiplayer, keep it going. So I can see them saying, "Yo, we put this joint everywhere." You know what I'm saying? That user base, you know what I'm saying, is what it is. So yeah, I think that is. I think for me, I feel where Attic is coming from is like, man, they're right there. But again, I can only speak for myself. Game Pass is the exclusive for me. I'm not having to run out there and spend 70 something, whatever. So, and then the ultimate thing is I got to be real too. And this is we are used to exclusives defining a console. I'm not saying nothing's wrong with exclusives. I still like exclusives. I'm not on this, get rid of them. Hey, I've grown up with it. I'm used to it. I don't go to, Burger King asking for the Big Mac. That's how I've always been. Mm-hmm. But if this is the new thing where these companies are doing it, the only thing that I think as hardcore gamers we do got to wrap our mind around is that we just said Doom's multiplayer historically ain't been that. If they have a banger and more people get to play it, then the chances of the franchise succeeding and doing bigger things, if you care about the franchise, right, is something to consider, right? So for me, I care about the games. So where I'm at is I'm playing the game, I got the service, it's going to be in the service I'm good. And to Addict's point, where I do agree with him in this is that, look, I don't know, guys, if y'all was fooling yourself when they said 4 games is coming and this is going to be a test and that's all that's going to be. Come on. We all knew this ain't no test. Like, you going to get your data and more going to come. But this is the part where Addict is 100% right. Even though it's not going to bother me. I'm playing a game. I'm on the service and on the platform. My preferred platform. I'm good. Where they risk brand damage, in my opinion, is now you talking Gears Collection. Now you talking Halo Master Chief. Not saying it's the wrong thing, but you risk at the sake of the short-term bag doing brand damage to say, well, other people say, hey, I'll just wait. I ain't got to buy no Xbox anything, right? I'll just wait because those titles are core identity. Do that. Right.
I think people are going to do that.
Right. And those are core identity titles. So if we see those, we go to the showcase and they like, yo, Gears, this is the problem with the strategy because they don't have any clarity on it, right? We don't know if this is going or we don't know if that's going, right? So now instead of everybody just celebrating the games that you make and that they're amazing, yo, which one's next, y'all? game number 6. You know, that's all we're talking about now. And that's the situation. So part of me is like, rip the Band-Aid off and just say it's going here, even though I know that corporations don't like to do that, because this is what's going to cloud your showcase on some level. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. You know, at the end of the day, I got the service, the platform I like. Doom looks, sound is going to be fine. I'm good, but that's where I'm at.
I just worry the thing is like when you have the conversation about the brand damage, right? I worry that, you know, me particularly, I'm at the point, you know, in my journey with Xbox that my worry is that the brand won't be there. Okay? So at that point, my thing is like, do I care less about the platform, quote unquote, the console, whatever? Or do I care more about the games, right?
Right.
And if the games is what's, you know, if the games are what sells everything, right? We have these conversations around platform and console, whatever. At the end of the day, the games make them great, not the other way around, right? It's obviously a great platform allows the games to shine in their best light, but ultimately, great games is what you should be remembering, you know, consoles by. And for me, it's just at a point where I'm worried that you know, somebody within there decides, hey, it's not worth
doing it. Right, exactly. That's why when people are coming at me with, oh, this regime got to go, okay, you put non-gaming sensibility people who don't understand the importance of what Halo, Gears, and you don't understand the point of what an Xbox. Let's see what happens.
Right. If you put those people in charge, they may stop the production of the next console.
Yeah, be like, you ain't getting no next console now. Let's go full Sega now. What's up? That's why I said that with people who don't play on the ecosystem every day, I really, respectfully, I don't care what you're talking about because I know, live and breathe this platform. And we've seen how it can go, especially from people, we were ex-Sega kids, right? Most of us. And then also with the Xbox One era. So to me, I see tremendous improvement in the platform that, bro, we'll do a show one day. I told Addict this. I got a spreadsheet of every game I've played from first party and then Game Pass and from the series console's inception. I surprised myself on what I've been playing, even years that are considered bad years, so to speak, right? Yeah. So one day we'll do that discussion for people because again, a lot of this no games narrative, people who don't play on the platform, they parroting stuff from Xbox One era. That's not the case. So if you've been here, you know what's going on, and that's because of this regime. That's why I'm on my front line, like, bro, like I'm not doing that because it's like a sports team. You don't matter what coach you bring in here, if the GM ain't doing, you know what I'm saying? The general man, like if you got Fred Wilpon and he ain't willing to, come on, Mets fans, we know what it was. Like they had all the money in the world, but they like, no, this is the budget for you and you ain't getting, you see what I'm saying? So be careful what you wish for trying to run people out who actually have gaming sensibilities, who've improved the platform. That's my thing. So we'll see.
Yeah, they've had to make hard decisions and a lot of it, you know, it comes off as crappy, but and it is. Like,
they're not perfect.
People losing jobs, they're not perfect.
For sure. I'm not saying that.
I've always been of the mind, the devil that you know.
Facts. Facts. That's where I'm at.
That you know.
That's where I'm at. But that's all I got on that joint, unless y'all got anything else with the situation. All right, cool.
We got a couple of super chats here. Hold on. We got Spartan Ghost 17, £2 super chat. The Xbox multiplat feels like trouble in paradise.
Hey.
You could argue they wasn't paradise to begin with, but again, they gotta figure.
Yeah,
they gotta figure it out.
I was telling Cog that, you know, maybe the damage that was done to the original Xbox was just not possible to repair entirely, and now it's just gotten to the point where they're like, look, we did so much damage. How the world perceives us, maybe we repaired some of it, but there was so much damage done to that original Xbox One that maybe that there was just no realistic way of fixing it all.
My theory, I think that definitely plays a part in it, and my theory also is, I'm going to the grave that you can't tell me that when they did that deal and Xbox was popping and Game Pass, they were giving us Game Pass subscription updates every minute, 15 million, 20 million, 25. And at the time, Xbox consoles were selling the MPD, right? So you can't tell me when they worked out the numbers at that point, yo, let's get ABK, this is how we going to do the numbers, this is how it's going to work. You can't tell me that they thought they was going to be in 2 years of litigation fighting for this thing.
Yeah.
You can't tell me. And then you got to come up with 2 scenarios. You got to be like, okay, this is the timeline if we get it in 2 years. And then this is the timeline, yo, we don't get it. What do we do? And we're going to owe Bobby the $3 million, $4 billion. These are real. See, nobody wants to have the nuanced conversation. Everyone wants to say this is bad, they're evil, and they don't know what they're doing. You got to have the real conversations. That's what's happening here. So I think that factors in.
Yeah, it does. Hey, if you don't want to have that, if you just care about the games and you don't want to have that conversation, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. But don't have the conversation about the business aspect of it if you don't want to have that conversation.
I agree.
Yeah. All right. We got Jonas the Dad, $2 super chat. Dark Age Doom would feel like Vermintide 2, I think. Ooh, Vermintide. Warhammer.
Okay.
Could be. And we got Lieutenant Hulk, $2 super chat. Doom is dope, but please show #Quake some love. Yes. Woo, Quake.
Quake. Yeah.
Still, Quake.
OGs.
If Doom, they're both OGs, right? Because Quake was the one, Doom was the one that kind of did it in sprite base, and then Quake took it to polygons, and it was, Quake. That's it. We caught up.
Oh, we caught up. All right, no doubt. Final joint. No more bills. We good, right?
We're good on bills.
All right, no doubt. Yeah, so you up. Acquisition season.
Yeah, up season.
Consolidation. Let's get it.
Yeah. So was it early? Yeah, it was earlier this week. Earlier this week it was announced that IGN Entertainment, which is owned by Ziff Davis, has purchased the entire gamer network of brands, which includes, and this is shout out to Forbes. I'm reading this from Forbes, but I know a number of different outlets had this information, which includes the likes of Eurogamer, GameIndustry.biz, Rock Paper Shotgun, and VG247. They also have shares in Outside Xbox, Digital Foundry, Nintendo Life, Push Square, Pure Xbox, and Time Extension. As of right now, the move has already resulted in significant redundancy layoffs of acclaimed journalists across all of these brands as they are absorbed into the mega site. What do you guys think of IGN copping all of its competition? And this sounds like they're creating a non-competitive environment.
Wow. I think I need to. Can we get Lena Khan's number? Let's see what's going on.
That's good. There's some things that need to be addressed.
I can jump it over. Let's Addy go jump it over. I don't care.
Yeah, definitely. I want to before I say my piece on it. I want to see what you guys have to think about this, because it's happened before. We've seen it happening with purchases of other entities. Giant Bomb and things like that. It's happened before. I don't know that it's ever happened where it's been the biggest entity gobbling up other entities that are still, listen, gaming websites are in a tough place, period. They're battling against YouTubers, they're battling against Twitch, they're battling against influencers. The idea of a gaming website dedicated to gaming media it's a tough sell. So it's an uphill battle as it is, but they've basically taken out with this in one fell swoop a lot of the sort of the sites out there that still provided that difference in what they do, while also kind of doing the same sort of thing in a way that's more independent, right? And a lot of people have their issues with IGN and kind of the messaging behind some stuff, and the idea that, some journalists may have agendas and everything that they talk about, that sort of stuff. But now they put themselves in a position to be much bigger than what they are and to evolve into something different. We see what they're doing with, the vacancy that's left by E3, right? They kind of stepping in and doing some of the stuff that like Keeley's doing. IGN is changing and evolving, and at the same time, they're kind of taking anything in their path and eliminating it, especially particularly on the journalism side. So, what do you guys think?
Addict jumping in.
When it comes to this, it's definitely not a good thing. The problem is, in my opinion, because keep in mind, I don't know what it's like to run a multi-million-dollar website. I don't know what goes into it. I don't know what type of profits they need. All I know is I see a lot of the media constantly console warring, sometimes even worse than the people that console war on a regular. I see them constantly doing bait stuff, making mistakes such as calling Kais and Ed out. There's other reasons that they're not doing what they should be doing, and I don't think it has anything to do with the way information is used. I feel like YouTubers and stuff has definitely affected it, but I think a lot of the ways, what does Colin always say? Media don't report like they used to. Now it's about, it's not about reporting the industry. It's about what can get me the most clicks. And that's what I personally see. Now, it's like I said, I don't know anything about these websites or anything like that. I'm just telling you from the outside looking in, when you see people like in IGN, GameStop making like silly mistakes constantly, like not putting Xbox logos on gameplay trailers, and like I said, the Kai thing, they do stuff I feel like every month that leads to something where they either have to apologize or they're getting heat, and it's just like people don't forget that. How many people you think that really mess with Kai are gonna go to IGN for anything anymore? And it's just like, it is what it is. For a long time, you guys only really competed with each other. And then when, the money wasn't flowing like it used to, you started doing desperate stuff to get that money back. And a lot of it ended up breaking the trust with you and the reader, or, the viewership in general. And I hate that for them. I don't think it's a good idea to consolidate all these people, because like Saul said, some of them actually try to do good journalism. The difference is there are not enough people like Jason Schreier out there making articles. Because when he makes an article, it does numbers. And I do feel like the relationship between the industry and the media has hurt them too, because people don't trust them in terms of that either. Because there's a reason why like Jason Schreier can't really work in a lot of places in the industry, because the industry don't like that man. So I see that too. It's like, look, like when you want to maintain these relationships to get the review codes, to get the early access, to get the first on IGN, people is like, what are you exactly doing to get that? Is it all traffic? Because the way you're talking, some people on YouTube getting more traffic than you. So why ain't they getting those opportunities? It's just food for thought. It's like I said, I'm in no way, shape, or form an expert on anything when it comes to the media. The media can't stand me, and I can't stand them. But as far as like what's going on with them, I don't know, because I don't keep up with what they do, because they constantly making their little efforts and attacks on influencers and people in general. So I did what they asked me to. I let them alone. I don't go to the website for nothing. And I step on they neck as much as I can. And I recently found out that someone else from IGN unfollowed me. And it's just like, it is what it is. Like, people can unfollow me. You can unfollow me from everywhere on the internet, because if you're just unfollowing because I don't like the practices that your company do, you back those practices, and that's why probably we shouldn't be following each other anyway.
Interesting. Yeah, this is the big one. Everyone wants to know what Lord Acquisition feels. Not surprised at all. And I think for me, people are misconstruing some thoughts I said on Duke. We had a conversation about this. And I think what I said, I'm not surprised. It's because to me, that's how I look at it. I told people during the whole ABK thing, when Microsoft was doing that, like, yo, as long as they went through the legal process, you're allowed to do whatever you got to do.
Do they have to go through the legal process, or is this already done?
From my understanding, it's done. I don't unless I see some challenge that I have not seen yet. But from my understanding, according to Gamers Trap, it's done. So all I say is that's
crazy that they can just do that, and there's no
that's what I'm trying
precautions
to tell
whatsoever.
people. Consolidation happens all the time.
So
what it is gamers just started caring about it when it affected Microsoft with Microsoft. But
real quick. So it's not like the media isn't regulated whatsoever by any government. Like they can do whatever they want.
I don't know about that part. I just know that I haven't seen any legal pushback just yet. So we'll see. It remains to be seen. But,
someone said can't wait for the day that IGN fails. There's still good people like, Travis. I really vibe with him. I don't want nobody to lose their job.
Right.
I just I'm tired of the subliminals. I tell you, I don't mess with IGN. These people in the media will talk down to people that do the things we do, and then they'll shake your hand right across the street and act like they did.
What I'm trying to say is, like I said, consolidation happens more than people think. They're just not paying attention. All different aspects of media and entertainment, and outside of that, it's still going on, right? So it's interesting to me, you know what I'm saying, that now, you know, I've seen this super vitriol. Microsoft must be stopped, right? So I want to see the vitriol. I want to see the vitriol now. Now we have consolidation of the games, journalism, media. What is it? Look at the names, right? Look, you got and this actually, you can make the argument it is worse. This is literally buying out all your competitors, right? Every person who could technically be a competition to you. What is it? Paper Rock Shotgun, VG247, Eurogamer, GamesIndustry.biz, Dicebreaker, Digital Foundry, Outside Xbox, Time Extend. So literally, it would be the equivalent of like Microsoft said, we got on one deal, ABK, EA, Take-Two, PlayStation Studios, all that.
This is definitely worse. I wouldn't say PlayStation.
Yeah, I mean,
but
they're literally buying their competition.
This is equivalent to them buying Embracer Group and buying all the IPs in the industry.
So again, all I'm saying is I understand the reality of what's going on in the thing, and I'm reporting it that these things have been going on for a long time. So now all of a sudden, okay, you champion and consolidate. I want to see the same energy. I want to see the pickets. I want to see people going out there saying they got to be stopped. Don't be interested now when it's a company you don't like. You know what I'm saying? Don't be interested now. Like, pay attention to what's going on. So that to me is look, I'll say this. This is what I feel. Real talk. My issue with it, right? Even though consolidation has happened all the time, I'm not surprised. My only issue with this one is the fact that, like, damn, I'm worried about consolidation of thought. You know what I'm saying? Because if one entity views things as the head entity one way with journalism, does that filter out into the rest of your journalistic applications and these other subsets that you've acquired, right? You know,
just real quick, imagine like the top 10 gaming YouTubers all came together on one channel.
Right, exactly. So again, that's the thing I'm concerned about. And there's going to be redundancies. There's going to be, not everybody from Eurogamer is going to be held on. Not everyone from all these outlets are going to be held on. So there's going to be layoffs in that, you know, kind of thing. The thing that I think for me, what excited me about prior, at least let's talk about the elephant in the room with ABK, is that we figured like, okay, you know, some of these studios get to live to fight another day. My concern with this one, again, hey, if they needed to survive and this is what they got to do, great. Okay, it is what it is. I'm just worried about consolidation of thought. Are you all going to be operating like the Borg when it comes down to your reviews? Are you all going to be? That's my concern. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, all I'm just saying, I want to see the same picket lines. I want to see the tweets out to Lena Khan. I want to see all the energy about how evil this is for the industry. I want to see the same people. I want to see it. Because I told people, Disney, cable companies, power companies, this goes on in all different mediums. But again, we'll see now. We'll see now. That's all I got. I'm being messy because I know the fraudulence. I know dudes is frauds. It's just because it was Microsoft. You ain't like it. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I want to see you out there picking it for Eurogamer and Digital Foundry. I want to see it.
I haven't really seen anyone talk positive about this though. So.
True, but let's be real. Dudes was tweeting Lena like she was a personal friend. People was on it. Yo, look at what Xbox is doing. If we don't stop this now, this is the death. Where is this energy at from these accounts?
It's definitely not.
Where is it at? That's why I know y'all frauds. Y'all don't care about the industry. You don't like one certain company. And I see you. We see you. That's all I'm saying.
It's okay. Just wave high.
Yeah, we see you, bro.
Yeah, I think for me, just seeing this, it is this thing of like, they're not going to maintain all of these sites. They're going to shut down some or all of these sites.
Do you think that a huge reason why this was done is so they could shut them down?
Ultimately, yes.
Like a big, like, we're going to take the best writers you have and we're going to keep the ones that make serious money. But if you don't make serious money, you get shut down, because I feel like that's one of their ways of, we're going to make sure that the traffic goes to us. Like,
I mean,
That's the thing, though. I think they've already let go of some like journalists that
Yeah.
kind of prolific journalists. So I think the opposite might be the case, where they're gonna take the people that are gonna fill roles that they need for their continued expansion, right? And I talked about the fact that, hey, they're doing the Summer Game Fest type thing, and making that a kind of a big deal. They're trying to expand outward as well. They're kind of changing the way their podcasts work and stuff like that. So there are changes afoot over there that lead me to believe they're going to pick and choose and sort of pull the talent that they need from these other sites to sort of achieve those goals.
Yeah.
And more often than not, though, the people that have been there for a long time that earn a lot of money are the ones that kind of get kicked out. So I think ultimately, and if those are the types of people that are kind of the heart and souls of these other websites, I don't think those websites are long for this world.
Yeah.
So ultimately, it is them picking at the carcass of these sites, taking what they want, and in the long term, and I don't know how long or short term, closing these down. So yeah, when you look at that, it's like you're kind of eliminating all of your competition. And we got a super chat that said, shout out to Jeesh, $2 super chat. Does Dollar Tree compete with Walmart? Well, on a bottom line number, no. But a lot of people go to Dollar Tree to buy a lot of stuff, and that happens continuously.
There's actually a documentary on Netflix that blames Dollar Tree for like ruining a lot of the mom and pop shops around the world, around the country.
Yeah, but the first ones to ruin it was Walmart, though.
Like
Walmart,
a small, but see, the thing is like there might be one Walmart in a town. There's like 6 Dollar Trees and Dollar Generals.
Yeah, I get it. That I completely understand. But I know for a fact, like just looking at stuff like in Puerto Rico and stuff, there's a Walmart in the town that where my wife comes from and where my family comes from. And when you go to and it's kind of in the mall area, right? So more industrial area. When you go to the town, the old school town, it's a ghost town. You literally have old boarded up stores and things of that nature. It's just you have a few businesses that still sort of operate. My mother-in-law has a flower shop that still operates and things like that, but it is not alive like it used to be, and that was mostly due to Walmart. So it depends on the sort of the geographically kind of how it sits in towns and what affects the most. But I can see how Dollar Tree, again, a franchise, once again, taken away from the small individual mom and pop stores. I get that.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the fact that they exist is what matters. Cog talks about the idea of thought being now erased and different, different thinking on different topics being erased, and this sort of uniformity and Borg-like thinking about, hey, these are the topics we're going to talk about. This is how we're going to talk about them. This is the stance we're going to take on them. And this isn't about calling something, you're going to woke or whatever the case may be. It's about not having the choice to go someplace else for a different opinion.
Right.
That creates the conversations that are necessary in this space. And that's what it is. When you eliminate anybody who's just going to say something different from you, right? That is a problem.
And we talk about review policies, things that, across the board on the top level. Generally, we'll see. In fairness, we'll see, because I got to, obviously, Xbox, the thought process was like, hey, we're going to allow these studios to do what they want to do, right? So in fairness, Taja, we need to see if they do that, they allow Eurogamer and these other places to do that. But I think Attic also made a good point in the sense of how I'm thinking about is the rise of independent media and content creators, right?
Yes.
And these are threatening a lot of the big sites, big time, right? And as a result, people will go more to the Lord Attic and the Lord Sovereign to get the opinion on what they feel is the expert in said thing, right? As opposed to going sometimes to the corporate. So now maybe this is a reactionary move of, I don't know how they're doing, but hey, we need to lock in these other regions. Because this is actually a global move, right?
Yep.
This is really global what they're doing. So I don't know if it's a reflection of the state of games journalism declining and they need to do something. Yeah. Or you just buying stuff up.
But it goes back to, again, we talk about the Xbox and ABK thing.
Yeah.
it's hard to look at it, and it's like we talk about it from one side where it's like, hey, what would have happened to some of these studios if
Right.
Xbox does not come in and save
Right.
them, right? The whole Bobby Kotick controversy, and the salt mines of Call of Duty and stuff like that. And as it turns out, the salt mines are probably going to continue as they are, but. What's the thing that I said? That quote from Hannibal was like, when the fox hears the rabbit scream, he comes a running, not to help.
Hey, heard you're in trouble.
In trouble, So listen,
True.
I am always down to give the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. If they're in trouble, yeah.
Yeah, that the benefit that they're going to try to do the beneficial things so that all of these voices can mostly stay intact.
Right.
I just know that in any scenario, dollars supersedes all.
Yes.
And if it does not make financial sense to try to keep these entities alive, especially once you start either letting go of or poaching their best talent, you're going to close them. And even if the intent, quote unquote intent, was noble, that's not what happens at the end of the day. So, and at the end of the day, the brand that will benefit from all of it is the IGN brand, no other brand. So that's just the reality of it. So we shall see how this plays out.
Get those petitions ready, y'all. Come on. We're going to hit Lena Khan up together as a unified front. The evil IGN must be stopped. We're going to do it, y'all. Come on. Let's do it. Who with me? Let's get the GoFundMe. What we was doing? What was the choice?
The GoFundMe, the Kickstarter.
We're going to watch all the trials. We're going to do. Let's do it. Let's do it.
What's the petition website?
Yeah.
Change.org.
Change.org. Where's the change.org, bro? Let's do it. We got to stop them. It's death to the industry.
So we'll end on that, and let's see. Super chat regarding to this Halo reach around $2 super chat. Is there a number IGN could offer you for Lognet?
That's a good one. That's interesting. Look, man,
there have been offers.
there have been offers before, and
Yes.
the reality is a lot of these sites, full transparency, have poached talent from us. You know what I'm saying, kind of thing. And look, we're independent. That's where we choose to be right now. And not saying anything can't change, but just where we are. And I'm very proud of our team. And whatever form we exist in, you know what I'm saying, whether it's the traditional media or you know a mix of like what Abu was saying, transmedia, as far as video content creation, we'll see. He said, yo, Flav said, wait, you gonna sell me? Yo, you ain't gotta write it like that, bro. Come on.
Yeah, you signed that contract in blood. Flame.
Contract. I got these dudes. But I love what we got. We'll see what happens, man. Shout out to Robert Kelly. You wanna get that one?
Yeah, we got two. Well, Robert Keller. So as Lords of Gaming safe, I like writing. It as long as everyone at Lognet is okay with not having the salary, we're good to go.
Wage situation's a little rough.
Grassroots.
That's why I gotta support y'all. Y'all gotta support, man.
Yeah.
These articles, all that helps us big time.
Yeah, but no, we could not do it without the passion of the writers. They go on there and just go out there and just are happy to have a platform to write their stuff and so but it ain't easy out here.
Yeah, man.
We got one other one. Mark Man 05, $5 super chat. I want to hear Destin cry about layoffs of they happens. This generation is really showing the hypocrisy in gaming and media.
Yeah, look, shout out to everybody with concern. But, let's just keep the same energy.
Exactly. Keep the same energy across the board.
Yep, across the board.
And we'll talk about it. Again, it's good to talk about and speculate, whatever, but at the end of the day, we do have to see it play out and see what happens.
Fair enough.
Yeah. That's in the one you said. Oh no, can we be sold? Oh no. Robert
You're good. What's what we gonna hit him with the $1 million man? Everybody's got a price.
At a price for the $1 million. That's it. We are caught up.
Our court poll is: with the latest reviews of Hellblade 2, which do you resonate with the most? The choices are A, Hellblade 2 is too short and regressed in mostly every way from Hellblade 1. Choice 2, Hellblade 2 is a generational leap and pushes the genre forward. Or C, I don't care. Why everybody capping now for walking simulators? That is the choice when it goes up. Rock the ILP vote. Yo, salute Abubakar Salim. Whew, brother, that was real. That was, I mean, I already had respected him before, because you know sometimes you meet people, I mean, you watch people for a while, and you think you got a sense of them, but like, just truth be told, he won't be upset if I say this, like, he reached out to ILP, and he was like, look, I want to set the record straight on some things, and for me, brother, forever, I don't care what anyone says about you, you will always have my respect, because he did not have to do that, right?
Nope.
And we could have played the political game. And let's just for the record, because me and Attic had this, we had to be having talks, right? And we can't, I'm just going to let the realm know something real. We even said to ourselves, if we do have the brother on, we can't be fair to you guys by not asking that question. And it was almost a stickling point if the situation ever came to that. It didn't. But we would just say, if we want to be transparent about what we're going to talk about, but we got to ask this. And the brother, not only did he come through, he didn't dodge. He sat through the whole thing. He gave us the real. You got to respect that. You know what I mean? And again, super proud of what he's doing and everything. And like I said, gaming to acting and stuff like that. And yeah, man, it was dope, man. It was really cool to have him in the realm. And hopefully we get him back again. But yeah, that's what I got. And salute the king. We know everybody's like, where's the king? Vacation. He couldn't get out of it. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to Lady King. We have to be respectful. The man never takes off. And he already had his Memorial Day weekend. So send some love to the king. But Lord Attic, where can people find you? What you got going on, sir?
You can find me on Twitter at Lord Addict ILP. You can also find me on YouTube at Gaming Addict. My streaming channel at Addict Arena. I will be sending you to the finale of my Hellblade playthrough. It's going to be an interesting take, so I hope you guys enjoy that.
It's the puzzle stuff.
No, that was yesterday's episode.
I wanted to see you rage on puzzles. That'd have been fun.
Yeah, that was yesterday's episode. Appreciate everyone coming through once again. You know, because I was very adamant. And you can ask Cog.
Oh yeah.
I even told him, I was like, look, you know, don't mind promoting his game, but if you can't talk about the Sweet Baby thing, I was like, it's best to not have him on at all. I was like, because at the end of the day, we don't want to give you guys we run this show, not other people. Right. And if we need to have a conversation, we can't really. This is one of those scenarios where that was unavoidable.
Yeah,
like we cannot have someone on that's involved with Sweet Baby and not have a conversation about the involvement of the game.
Yeah,
and you know, he respected that, because it's like, look, we gonna look crazy if we put someone on and we don't even bring it up.
Absolutely, and what I like,
and he respected it.
Yeah, and what I liked is we got back to the core of the issue, which is making a game about my dad, man. You know what I'm saying? Like that to me just hit super different. And I didn't even realize, Attic, during the course of this interview, not to get too personal and too deep, I didn't realize how much you two actually in common. Yeah. You know, when he told the story of his dad, and obviously, you know, you told me, you know, your dad's situation, and also both of your fathers getting you into gaming by buying you like your first console, buying you things. As the discussion went on, I'm like, it just blew my mind. Like, how did I realize, like, and your guys are kind of similar age pockets. You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. So, yeah, salute to that, man. I thought that was super dope. Lord Sav, where can people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Yeah, let me see. I don't know what I'm trying to get into gaming-wise this week. We'll see. I want to see where that Starfield sort of update goes. Let me see what else. I don't know. I'll see. There's a couple of things on it. Maybe a little bit. No time off. But I want to try Animal Well. I heard a lot of great things about Animal Well, Donkey's game, and I am a Metroidvania dude, so I have to check that out. So maybe that. I know I already have it. I just haven't downloaded it yet. That's about it. Big shout out to Abubakar Salim, the Magi of Siwa. My God. Oh man, bro. That to me, that that he was the start of, that character was the start of the reset point for Assassin's Creed, and now they had 3 games kind of in that vein, more RPGs, and then they've gone back. But yeah, man, I have to say, like, literally one of the most important characters in Assassin's Creed history, right? And to have that dude here is amazing, and to see what he did with his own personal journey. And Tales of Kenzera is absolutely a gem, and I can't wait to see what they do with their next game. And obviously, everything that he's doing on the acting front is amazing. So the fact that he reached out to us and wanted to be here, that shows a lot of love, man. So I'm happy to welcome him to the realm whenever he wants to talk about anything. So that's super exciting. Yeah, that's it. That's about it. Oh,
What's up?
check out our homegirls too, GWG
What they doing?
podcast, celebrating their 300th episode.
Oh, okay.
Check them out. Big shout out to them.
Shout out to the
300.
ladies
That is a
around. That's
big
huge.
milestone.
That's
So yeah,
huge.
check them out as well. And much love to King, man. I know King would have loved to have been here because again, his love. I always say, my favorite of those three is Odyssey. I'm a big Cassandra stan, but right behind it is Bayek and AC Origins. I have not finished Valhalla because of Valhalla is just a beast unto itself. But overall, I just feel like I like the characters more in definitely Odyssey and Origins. So excited about what's coming up next. Excited to play Shadows.
Ooh, yes, sir.
Yeah,
No
that's
doubt.
about it. And shout out to Kingdom. Happy. He never rests.
Yeah.
I never rest.
Yes.
I'm glad he got to rest.
He got to rest.
and
Salute.
enjoy.
Yeah, man. So salute again. Just real quick. Next week we got to have a big. We could talk about it, right, Attic? We're gonna do our prediction series.
Yeah, we're doing our prediction series next week. If you're a small content creator watching, DM me your call. We'll take a look at you because I want to put more smaller content creators this year.
Okay.
And have more unique experiences than
that's fair.
I will say that we've been guilty of having the same couple people on. I'm gonna try to change that this year.
No, that's fair. That's fair. So salute to that. Also, like I said, I will be here. I'll be in Dallas. If you're in the Dallas area, holla at me. Your boy will be at DreamHack getting his esports on, knowing what's going on. But I won't miss the episode. I will still be a part of the episode. So I'm joined right in progress at the very beginning. But his Xbox prediction show is still going down. We got fun stuff playing. Summer's lit, y'all. We got a lot of stuff playing and a lot of coverage for y'all. So go support. Anyway, that's all I got. Attic, we good? That's all we good?
Yeah, it's, like I said, I'm sending you guys over there to Addicts Arena for the final episode of Hellblade. Hope you guys enjoy it. I do speak a little bit on my raw impressions right afterwards. I think you guys will enjoy it, man. And once again, thank everyone that showed up that super chatted today. Appreciate everyone for coming through. It was a fun episode, man. It was a fun episode.
No doubt. Everybody. I'm sorry, guys.
One more super chat. Yeah,
Yes,
we got
please. Oh,
Stitch,
super chats, yeah.
Stitch member for 54 months, Lord Gold. I want to see IGN's articles about their layoffs.
Yo, you wildin' for that. Yo, too soon.
I mean, as the purchasing company, the
Too
layoffs
soon.
from within might not be that heavy. That's kind of the advantage of being the purchasing company. So we'll see. But
That was wild. Anything else? We good? All
we're good.
right, everybody enjoy your Sunday. Happy Memorial Day. All that. Be safe. See y'all next week.
You